Good evening. It is the longest running episodic whatever this is. And here's
This
Eric.
is
And Eric.
Hey,
Indeed.
boys.
Indeed. Yes, it is the BIC live stream on the Friday nights. Apparently, the only live stream hobby related on Friday nights that exists, as far as we're aware. And the good news is, and Bobby's frozen, but the good news is, in addition to that, we also have a very important thing that we can take into consideration. And this is really critical this week, especially. The live stream is one here that comes on every Friday. It is the longest running episodic, whatever this is. And every week is Festivus. Every single week, without exception. All we do is the airing of grievances. That's basically the show. So I'm going to throw that out there. Josh here is first. It's Friday the 13th. You know what that means because I'm Carlos is live. So I did enjoy using the little Friday the 13th graphic because this is the second Friday the 13th of the year. So we got two of them this year.
Honestly, this is the first time I've been told that today was the 13th. I never looked at the date today. So
You should have looked at my thumbnail, man. I had the little graphic on there and everything. It's very exciting. Very exciting.
when you have a real job, then you really realize what day and day it is. So
I was going to say, I pretty much have to know what day it is. I was like, I got to look at the date. It's like, what date is it? Yes.
every day's the same for me. It doesn't matter if it's a Saturday or a Tuesday.
This is what happens when you live a life of leisure. If only you would be so lucky. You know, that sounds like the kind of life of leisure of a man who can afford the like button.
Luxury and leisure.
That's what I'm saying. What's up, Mike? Philly Joe. Good evening, Carlos and gang. Good evening to you, Philly Joe. And hello, Orlando.
Is Philly Joe from Philly, and is he at the Philadelphia Card Show?
I believe that is this weekend.
Yes, and probably yes.
Could be, yeah. Could be.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. So we were poking a little bit of fun here. We may, if everything goes according to plan, we may see Mr. Hartland tonight. We'll see what happens. We don't want to go call it too soon, but we'll see what happens with that one. But we did have a little bit of fun. We were watching we watched the episode of the Hockey Hard Gong show that he was on, that they snuck him on there. That's part of the Festivus gag there. It's like, but the thing, like I said, every week here is Festivus. Like, oh, you made it like this big thing. Like, no. We got Festivus in July. We got Festivus in June. We got Festivus in March. Any time of the year is good for the airing of grievances. We're here at all times.
The inaugural of Festivus.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. We start right from January 1st and we carry it through right through December 31st. The airing of grievances is year round.
Every year.
Every year. No exceptions. Absolutely.
As a born and bred New Englander, it is my life's work to be grumpy and complain about everything.
Dude,
yes.
It is what we do here.
It is indeed what you do. I agree with this. Yes, from Philly. No, hate the Philly Card Show. It's a toilet. Well, there you go. Thank you, Philly Joe.
He's the only one who said that. Everybody else says, it's an amazing show.
Apparently he isn't buying into the hype.
Yeah. Lion going on out there. What's going on with these guys?
I don't know. Scandalous. Bubbles says, somebody told me happy holidays today. I thought he was talking about Friday the 13th, but he was talking about Christmas. Outrageous. Outrageous.
Yeah, I have zero. I think this is probably the least amount of Christmas spirit I have ever had. I do not give a rat's ass about it. Ever since my daughter outgrew it, meaning not believing in it, I was kind of done, but she was still young. We still bought her stuff, and we still did, Christmassy things. But now, I mean, she's off at school. She's 20. She's got a boyfriend she spends all her time with. I mean, I don't care. I mean, and I don't. I think it's just the natural transition, at this age or this.
You're dead to her right now, for the next 10 years at least.
Say that again?
You're dead to her right now.
Yeah. So,
the next 10 years.
Grandchild, which I hope is not for an appropriate amount of time.
How appropriate is that?
I was going to say, what kind of timeline are we talking here?
I would expect her to be at least 48.
Months. Oh
no! She should be at least 48. I would think before she thought about anything like that. But I got
stock up on that folic acid.
I just got nothing.
Listen, by that point, medical science will have advanced. As a man of leisure, at that point, you will have access to the finest medical science, so that you will be, if we need to replace the rest of the hip, another hip, a third hip, whatever it
I
is,
need, I
we
need
just keep it
another
going.
hip. I need
Yeah,
another hip.
help
But,
people have babies up till 50, 60, 70.
Wow.
yeah. So, but I just got nothing this year.
Mm.
Nothing.
Buy yourself something. Make yourself feel good.
I was going to say, yeah.
I buy stuff for myself all the time. I get stacks of stuff on the desk.
You've overdid your Christmas.
Yeah. The problem is, Eric, that you maybe you should, instead of quantity, you should focus on quality. So Josh here is asking, is that a Chicago Blackhawks player in the background? It's not a Chicago Blackhawks player. It is the Chicago Blackhawks player, the great Bobby Orr.
There's something. I'm going to have to get you to look it up, Carlos. If you could search out a 1977 WHA wrapper.
1977 WHA wrapper?
Yes. I think it's very apropos right now.
Interesting. All right. Well, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah.
I will take a look.
I already know what it looks like.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
I see. I see where you're getting at, Burrell. I see what's going on. I see what's going on.
Hey, we got to find those things that, remind us of other things.
I see what's happening. I see what's going on there.
Yeah. So WHA, somebody's in a red uniform, looks the hell of a lot like Bobby Orr. And that's probably what's that, number 5 now? Best player in the world on a WHA wrapper.
Wearing the number 7.
Number 7, isn't that unusual? Huh.
Shocking.
Weird
Truly
how
shocking.
that happens. Anyways, I just thought I'd point that out as I come across things. I'm getting ready for part 2.
I was going to say, I just assumed you were. I just assumed you'd be referring to Richard Scott's Bible on the matter.
Yes, his O-Pee-Chee Bible. I can see by the fireside Phil sitting back, going, page 43, 1971 O-Pee-Chee by Richard Scott. O-Pee-Chee issued a set of 396 cards, 264 cards this year.
See, I think you should.
Here's
you should read it.
Next.
I think you should read it in much the way that you would. I think you should read it in a smoking jacket, Masterpiece Theater style.
Yes, that's exactly how I did it.
Fire in the back.
Fireside, and I think you'd have who would be great for that? Who's that actor? He would be Richard Burton or someone,
You need someone with the gravitas. Someone with the gravitas.
Yeah. And him, enunciating every word properly. It would be just a thrill to watch. I could go for 4, 5, 6 minutes of that.
Yeah, maybe 6 even, yeah.
Maybe.
Ham says Eric needs nothing. No, Ham. He needs the like button. He needs the like button pressed with prejudice.
No.
Because that's all Eric wants for Christmas is the like button to be viciously beaten.
Oh, there's a song there. All I want for Christmas is the like button from Eric. No, something like that.
We're gonna work on it. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put it through that that song thing. Oh boy, I got some ideas.
Yeah, the AI will handle this, man. We got this. We got this. Oh yeah. Bob Ozel says, "Is this material covered in Sports Card Collecting for Dummies?" No doubt. I often invoke it anytime I need to know anything about the hobby. Honestly, I refer to the Bible, which is Sports Card Investing for Dummies.
It is.
Eric, unfortunately, can only look at the pictures.
I've never invested. Have you guys ever invested? I've never.
I figured your entire Reggie Lemon collection was the ultimate investment.
I think so. It's better than Bitcoin.
I collect, but I've never invested.
Hashtag invest. Happy Friday, guys. Happy Friday, Robin. Thank you for Bob Biden. So yeah, no, it's kind of interesting. I did enjoy watching that episode. I got a get a kick out of it. I did enjoy the kind of the surprise element of it, and they did end up having their conversation on it. It was just amusing to me. I did appreciate though that Brad went to the shelves a couple of different times.
Yes,
which was
I was waiting for him to do that, and he was kind of hesitating, and then he just went. I'm on here long enough. Okay,
he literally walked over and got the box of O-Pee-Chee Premier. He had to go get the case. He went for it.
It was
man.
a calling. It was he had nothing else but to do but go over and grab a handful of something.
Listen, got to go to the shelf when you get the chance there.
And you
I
got
used to
stuff on that
invest. Ham
shelf.
says, "Yeah, oh, he's got a lot of. He's got a ridiculous amount of stuff over there." Ham says, "I used to invest. Hashtag invest. That's the important part. You got to hashtag invest." That's
I'm
great.
glad that you don't do it anymore because that doesn't seem like a lot of fun.
Oh, it's all the fun. It's all the
Does
rage.
hashtag even work anymore? I don't even know.
Oh,
Hmm.
it always works. It always works. Jeff here says, "Hello, everyone. Hello to you, Jeff."
Hey, Jeff.
So, by the way, I saw this. Speaking of, sport investing for dummies, the head dummy, had his little roundtable show, and I didn't hear about this initially. It was actually in Sports Collectors Daily. I usually scan it beforehand. I didn't catch this one initially, but then I heard about it there, and then I decided to go read it myself. And so, did you hear about the sports card shoplifting thing that became a car chase?
No,
Really?
I saw his thumbnail for it on the
Yeah.
YouTubes, and I never went back around to watch it.
You didn't
So
click.
so what I'll do is I'll include a link of the article there. I'll summarize it briefly, but I'll put it on the screen so you guys can see. It was just such a bizarre story that I actually thought it was kind of amusing. I kind of enjoyed it for what it was. I was like, okay, well, at least you showed me something that was kind of entertaining. I do appreciate that. We do enjoy the odd, bizarre story in the hobby. It is fun when we get one of those.
Are you not amused?
And I was. So here it is. So it's on Sports Collectors Daily. So they've got an article for it, so you guys can check it out. I will leave a link to it if you guys check it on replay. I'll leave a link to it for you if you want to read it yourself and skim through. But I'll hit a couple of high level things. So basically a store security officer here was trying to prevent the loss of over $560 in sports cars. Now remember the dollar amount here in a minute because it's going to play into the rest of this discussion. So $560. And ended with what the police say was a handcuffed suspect stealing a squad car, then crashing into another vehicle.
What?
So what happened is they caught him, then they put him in the police car, then he was able to wrangle himself into the front while still handcuffed, and then stole the police car, and then basically crashed into another car.
What the fudge?
Which is to say, like, you can see, a rogue scholar over here, genius man, allegedly, decided to do all this. And they're here. They race inside to check the store security camera. So basically, after they handcuff him, they're going to pull the evidence. They want the security cameras and everything to, they need that as part of it. So then what happened is police observed him opening the partition sliding window, climbing through the partition window with the handcuffs now in front of his body, climb into the driver's seat, and drive away in the patrol car. He did injure somebody inside, and that's part of the reason the police officers went to check on that first. That was why it was important that they go and check that. That's kind of the first priority. But then basically he tried to run away. So what happened is he hit a car, crashed the car, and then got out of the car and then tried to run away.
And he still couldn't get away.
Yeah, but it was over $560. I need to add a zero to the end of that to at least make this begin to be worth my effort. Like, that's a lot of damn effort.
It actually is because if you consider the damage to the car. Cars, maybe.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I was like, dude, really? Like,
I'm guessing that this might not be this young man's first interaction with law enforcement and the trial courts of his area.
I thought taxi cabs only have sliding doors, sliding windows. Don't they have cages in the?
In the squatter, yeah.
They should have
to the cage.
cages.
Is he a shapeshifter too?
Determination, man. I don't know what to tell you.
So if he has a history with law, with the legal system, maybe he, knew that if he got in trouble again, he was going to be in a lot.
So let's make more trouble. Sure, that works.
Let's try to get away.
Listen, Eric. All the local authorities know about you, and you still cause trouble.
How?
Just saying.
Surprised they're not knocking on your door right now.
Duvex here says Florida man sighting in Tennessee. Bubbles says defund the card shops, defund them all.
Oh, there it is. I knew
And then
it.
and then Ham here says no. Nearly everyone else in Florida is from somewhere else. Stop blaming Florida. Sounds like what Florida man would say.
Yep.
How convenient that it's always somebody else in Florida that happens to be in Florida. It's never Florida man. It's fake Florida man, counterfeit Florida man, says Florida man.
Minus the snowbirds.
How
Those
interesting.
are Canadians, so we're
Just
leaving them out
interesting.
Yeah.
Barbosa says, if Eric saw someone commit a crime in a shop and run out, would he hop on a bike and chase them for a few blocks?
I don't know.
If I had
I think
he'd make
it to the park. I think he'd make it to the parking lot, look over, see a Dunkin' Donuts, and go like, "Ooh, chocolate sticks," and then he just completely get distracted and be done.
Get distracted easy. That's true.
Well, yeah,
But,
you'd be 3 pedals in and go, okay, I'm not going to catch the guy. Well, I might as well in front of Duncan's. Okay, let's
I
get it.
tried. I tried, man. I tried.
yeah,
Really, I did.
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
Mhm.
somebody in our store, if somebody steals something from our store, they're not going to get far. We have somebody um, right by the door with a baseball bat at all times.
A
You're
baseball
not
bat.
you're not getting out.
Dude, I'm not going there.
You're not
I can
getting
steal
out.
from better establishments than that.
Listen, I don't know. I don't know. Like,
With
I
no
understand what Eric's
security.
trying to. I understand what Eric's trying to say, but I'm like, all right, you're saying the guy with the baseball bat. He's not getting past him. It's like, what if the guy goes, "Hey, is that Mookie Wilson?" He goes, "Fucker," and then he turns around and it's like, the guy's already
That's
gone.
right. And what if he
Oh
doesn't?
man, I always fall for the Mookie Wilson line. Damn it!
What if he strikes out?
At least twice a week.
Yeah.
Ham says Eric should have throwing knives. He doesn't need to chase.
Oh,
Yeah.
true. Wouldn't that be funny?
The problem is he gets distracted. And he accidentally throws the chocolate stick. He's like, no.
The wrong thing is going, and then the guy turns around, hits it, and goes.
And the guy, he can't. No, he catches the chocolate stick and then eats it. He goes, delicious theft, and then runs out
Yeah,
with the
that's
sugar
right.
rush. He gets an extra burst of
Thanks
speed.
for the sugar rush. Yes.
Extra burst of speed. PSA Canada says squirrel.
Where?
I know. There you go. Is this the chat or the HJQ? So actually, so I'll bring it up. Like I said, so for that article, it's not a lot to it, but I just thought it was so random and funny that I thought I would bring it up just for a minute. But I just got a kick out of the ridiculously of it. But I'll leave a link in the description for you guys if you want to check it out. You're more than welcome to. But so Paul's referring to, and Neo sent it over, and he actually on the Discord he said, how many hours are you going to spend talking about this? So our good friends at HGA keep claiming they're going to come back.
They're
still
still
making
around?
the claim. Yeah, yeah. Well, they refuse to give up. They're like Eric pretending. They're like Eric.
Anything to them.
No, but that's the thing.
Their
They're not.
parents?
They're not even open technically. They actually had closed because they said they're going to restructure. Another company or something had bought them,
Oh, that's
and they
right.
said
Yeah,
they're
I
going to
remember.
restructure.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So technically they're closed. They're just trying to say, "Hey guys, we're still alive. We're working out the kinks. We're almost there. We're almost there." So basically, they're just trying to
I
assure
will
people
catch
that
up to them.
yeah, they'll figure it out. But the thing is that they're basically sending out social media posts, basically trying to say, "Hey, we're almost there," and that's the joke with the HGAQ. And it's like, well, technically, there's no story other than they made a social media post saying, "Hey, we're not dead."
Nobody
And
has
I'm like,
thrown
yes,
them a
you
life
kind of
raft.
are though. You kind of are though.
You should be.
Yeah.
Like they're so dead in the water. Nobody's not throwing them a life preserver. Like, come on.
No. They once the specific type of problem they had is not the kind of thing you come back from. But
How do you go home and talk to your wife at the end of the day, going, "Yeah, we're gonna bring it back, honey, and we're gonna do it better than before." Okay.
well, doing better than before is a low bar, but sure.
True enough. Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
like-
that's how he can get away with that.
Yeah, that's you can make the argument. It's like, yeah, we'll do better than before. It's like, well, it'd be harder not to, but sure. Fair
He
enough.
goes to the office and watches sports games all day.
Yeah, I'll give you that much. Sure, I'm sure you guys can do better. Why not?
Well, they're not using the high res scanners on the computer screen. So, hey,
That's pretty much it. Yeah. Bubbles has said HGA is the daddy that you wish would go for cigarettes and never come back.
yeah.
Valid comp. Valid
Mhm.
comp. Valid comp.
You are winning the chat as of right now.
Good job, Bubbles. Well played. Well played, sir.
Very good.
So real quick, let's show a little love to our friends at AMG briefly. Speaking of card shops, I don't know if they have somebody there with a baseball bat, but they do have Blair, so Blair can probably talk to you. AMGcollectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. We got the podcast and the live streams that we've been doing. They've given away some good stuff though. Like the last one, they actually gave away a Pokemon collector kit. A Pokemon collector kit and a series of 3 different hockey blasters. Actually, pretty good prizes. I gotta be honest, not bad. Some really good stuff.
And I have to give them credit. They actually finally went through their display case with the camera and showed everything in their display case as an advertisement. Say, hey, come by, check out our stuff. Even online, you could see it and say, hey, there's something I need. I need that Medano. What?
Mhm.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
Hello.
So I've actually gotten a lot of feedback. We've been talking offline, and they get a lot of feedback that some of the stuff that's been featured on the show, people have reached out to ask about it, which is the intention. That's the goal. That's, the idea. We did poke a little fun at it. We had a little bit of fun at it, but they have consigned a Tom Brady autographed football, and Eric is like, "How much are we looking for kidneys right now?" He's asking questions. Just asking questions. He goes,
It'd be too. Donating blood would just take too many. No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
tell you, they're not selling the way they used to because we still have some
Blood?
kicking around the shop, and if they're not selling here in New England, I don't know where else they're gonna sell. He's not since his second retirement. We've seen a drop in his cards, his memorabilia. It's something that's discussed pretty routinely actually, and the prices have come down slightly because the stuff's sitting and it's not moving the way. I mean, if we had a Tom Brady autograph football in the shop, that thing didn't last. I mean, it was in, it was out. Now I could probably go. We probably have a couple of them, two, maybe even three of them kicking around the shop,
Kicking around? Huh.
kicking around.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's just they're not
Being
moving.
used now. Mm-hmm.
They're not moving the way they once did. Now, there's still plenty of people out there collecting and everything like that, but we have had many discussions about how the Tom Brady stuff is not moving the way it once did.
Well, it's not.
I think that's pretty common when somebody retires. It's like out of sight, out of mind.
And when it's winter.
And but he's on TV every single week now. But
I don't think him being on TV is going to prompt somebody to start collecting them. If they're already collecting, they're basically, you got two folks. There's the folks that were already collecting them, who may still be collecting them, but they've already got certain stuff, so they're not necessarily going to chase after the same stuff. Right. Or alternatively, the other side of it is basically if the folks who have a bunch of stuff may be looking to also offload some of that stuff because they're sitting there. So it's kind of the opposite. They want to move some of it. So I think you go in that direction and you say to yourself, hey, now would be a time to cash out some of it. There's really no other big thing that he can do right now. The Hall of Fame is baked in. So like however many years until eligibility, you can pretty much just count the time. In baseball, sometimes somebody can be out of sight, out of mind a little bit. People kind of forget. Like that happened with that actually happened with Jeter. Right after he retired, the stuff kind of went down. And I remember looking at it going like, it's actually, guys, the rookie's actually going to go up a little bit more as he gets closer to it. But the thing is, once he was eligible, he was gonna get elected. It wasn't a matter of if, it was just like the timing, add up the number of years, and at that time it was like 18 months before, like suddenly people realized. It was like somebody looked at the calendar and go, wait a minute, he's eligible in about a year and a half. It's like, yeah, man, you could have been buying them the whole way at a much lower price and they were available. But
like
okay,
the rookie card.
It was just weird. It was hilarious that it's like they came to this realization all at once. They acted like it was this big revelation. It was like he was going to the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. It's just add up from retirement, add the requisite number of years, and that's the year he's eligible, and there you go.
Yeah, that's good. I told you, 8:30.
Yeah. Bubbles says Tom Baby's popularity is fading like his facial fillers. Dang.
I love it.
Viciousness. Mike says it's difficult for us Canadians to buy anything from the U.S. with the FX rate at 1.42 plus the postal strike on top of it. Our long national nightmare is nearly over, though. At least for now. They finally said, all right, we're putting our foot down. Y'all get back to work.
Yeah. Could have done that a couple weeks ago.
So yeah, well, all they did really is just kick the can down the road.
That's
yeah.
Right,
go ahead.
So is it over? Is the strike over?
Technically, it's over Monday.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, what they're doing is they basically gave them this much time to. So let's put it this way: they didn't want to use any of the political capital they had to try to. Literally, nobody wanted to. Everyone's talked, but none of them actually wanted to force it. They're like, literally, guys, negotiate this shit, get it over with. So they're all like saying, negotiate and get it. Because here's the thing: even with them telling them back to work, they only pushed them back to work until like May. So what they did is they said, fine, then you're under the old agreement, and you're just going to extend it until May.
Yep.
So all you did was kick the can down the road. They said, enough is enough. We're kicking the can down the road. Basically they said, you guys have had this much time to actually do something.
They've already had a year of the mediator.
Yeah.
And then it went into the extra mediator. I don't know, whatever happened.
Yeah.
Last straw mediator. And now we're into May mediator. Yeah.
Yeah. So realistically, all they did was just say, okay, fine, you're going into the same rules as last time. You're going in. We'll extend it another 5 or 6 months, but get your asses back to work.
Yeah,
basically that's what it was.
They could have done that 2 weeks ago.
Send me my stuff.
I'm waiting for my one cup. I'm waiting for my one cup card. That's the one. That one is at least at the front of the line. So at least that one is.
You're at the front of the line.
Yeah,
Anybody dropping stuff off, don't expect it to be processed.
Yeah. Oh no. That's why I was chatting with. So Mike was reached out to me in regards to some Canadian sports card collector magazines, and I basically was chatting with him a little bit about it. And I just said let's wait until the first run goes through, and then we can keep talking about it. And right now I would not want to put anything in the post right now.
No.
Regardless, I don't care if they come back on Monday morning.
Will be crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do anything. I don't care if they're first thing Monday morning. I would refrain. Anything that's already in the system, they're going to have to work through, and it's going to be first in, first out. The advantage that I have, I think, we'll see how it goes, is that it was supposed to be delivered the day the strike started. So in theory, it's right at the end of the shelf. It should be one of the first things off the shelf.
That's not a guarantee.
No, but that's why I said in theory. I'm just saying in theory.
I know. Canada Post.
I assume nothing. But I assume that it'll probably be easier for me to get that package than it is for somebody to drop something off right now. Yeah.
You'll be before Christmas. You'll be okay.
Yeah, I think I've got a decent shot of that. Yeah, MG has great cards in their case. They do. They change them weekly. If you see a good card, you need to buy it or it'll be gone. For a lot of the good stuff, yes. And they move through some of that. That's why I say sometimes we'll even show stuff that they have already sold by the time we even get to doing the show. But they just thought it was a cool card, and they still wanted to show it. Like, hey, this is a neat card that came in the store. But that's why I always say, usually what I say in the episode is I say, if you're interested, reach out, because some of the stuff gets sold almost immediately. But we still think it's a cool card, so we're going to show it to you because we think it's a cool card or a cool item, because they also do memorabilia. So they go, we think this is a cool item or a card, and we wanted to show it to you. Sometimes it's still available, and sometimes it's already gone. Just depends.
Gotcha.
It's best to wait at least a week or just after Christmas. I would wait after the Christmas rush, because you're going to have a couple of folks that are going to desperately stand in line right away next week. You're going to have some folks that and they're like, there's no shot. There is 0% chance anything that gets dropped off next week is going to do anything before New Year. Like leave it be.
You can give us tracking up, but it's going to sit there forever.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't bother with it. Like, that's why I say, like, there's still going to be a little bit of a lag before, like, the Canadian eBay sellers and everything actually get a chance to do a lot of their stuff. Yeah. So it's like, you may as well just chill if you don't have to. Just chill a little bit longer. Wait until the new year. Let them start working through some of that backlog. Yeah. Then and only then. But like I said, all they did was kick the can down the road until the summer.
In the summer, you know how many people are going to go to the post office on Monday? Oh, man. Mm-hmm. It'll just be a nightmare.
I was going to say,
Monday,
like,
Tuesday, Wednesday. It'll just be, not until next week, maybe. Like the week after, week after they open. It's like going to be crazy town. It's bad enough at Christmas, it's busy. But it's going to be crazy busy. You know how people are. I want to ship this. Did you package it? No. You can buy an envelope over there. Do you have any tape? No, you have to buy the tape now. It's over there. You got to buy that. It's just like, every person has 7-8 minutes. It's just like, and there's 14 people in front of you. So you're there for 45 minutes.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's the only reason why I liked when things were working properly. That's the only reason that I liked that in the office, there is a post office downstairs. So I would go during lunch. And during lunch, it wasn't super busy, because there'd only be maybe 1 or 2 people in front of me. I'd drop off and most of the time I had already prepaid, like the postage and everything. I literally just scan it, give me the receipt, and we're good to go. Take off.
Actually, there's a scan thing right there that you can get automated. You just go beep and then throw it into the thing, and it gives you.
They've got a small one though. It's like a small little one inside of one of the office buildings.
Makes sense.
The advantage of it is that since it's kind of out of the way, a lot of people don't necessarily know about it. So it actually keeps the line small, which is actually very handy. It's like literally I can 2 seconds, I get them to scan, hand me the receipt, and I'm back out the door, and I go get my lunch. Yeah. So it makes it nice and easy. But yeah, good stuff. Good evening to CC here. Good evening, gents. Carlos and Bobby setting up a show again before the holidays. Well, I think before the holidays is impossible. I don't think that was going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think so. That other show, the CSC there, right?
I was going to say, I thought you were going to set up as a Pokemon dealer.
I thought, thinking, there was no surprise that they were set up the Toronto Expo had that section. Now they're going to be at the Expo. Did you see the building that they're going to be in? I didn't really look.
For the new one? I'll double
Yes,
check. Yeah.
because that is actually when is it going to be? When is the date of that?
Well, I think the next one's in January. They're not doing the next one until January. Like it's
So
the
that's the one
FanCon
that's
thing,
going to be
right?
at the International Center, right?
Yeah, it's the FanCon one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's January 18th and 19th. So here I got it. So FanCon in collaboration with Sports Card Expo. Okay, so here I will show
It's a
you. I'll show you
Mr.
the
Menzie. Hmm.
yeah, I'll show you the posting here just so we can look at it. But so it is
Again,
on
Prime.
Canada.sportscards. So let me make it a little bigger there.
I'd almost want to set up. Actually, it'd be great for you, Carlos, in the grand
Oh yeah.
scheme of things. Well, between non-sports and wrestling and hockey, and
Well, at least I know if nothing else, I know Eric has got a big stock of K-pop, so it could be that could be very exciting. It's a big one. So here it is. So just so you can see the little poster there. It's international set of halls 3 and 4, which is interesting. Okay, I'm curious
3 and 4.
if you think you're gonna. Yeah, it's like
That's
I'm
decent
curious.
size considering.
That's what I mean. Like I'm wondering. That's a lot of floor space if you think about
It
it.
is.
So get ready for the biggest event to kick off 2025. CSC FanCon happens on the weekend of January 18th to 19th, 2025 at the International Center in Mississauga. Sports and TCG, buy, sell, trade, consign, blah, blah, blah. And meet Matthew Nees, Toronto Maple Leaf star. Cake Pop Passion, like Eric. Come take part in KRPD, I don't know what that is, and watch live performances. I think part of that is going to be a stage. Because if they're doing live performances, they're going to have a stage.
Yeah. I don't know where sports cards really fit into that. It's maybe like their regular show. There's the odd sports card dealer. Sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be heavy on the Pokemon non-sport. I think that's where it's going to be the big thing.
The last thing that they posted was sports cards. So it was this, and sports cards. And I went, oh, okay. Bottom
Yeah,
rung.
I think it's gonna be all like that. And then love cosplay. Eric loves cosplay.
And it's January 18, 19. You're looking at prime snow days, months, so.
Yep.
It's too hard to really set up a show because are you going to get a refund if you get a snowstorm and 14 people show up?
Well, I think it's going to depend. I will say that there are certain vendors, like they did all the vendor spotlight stuff, and
Yep.
like Total Sports is definitely a sports car dealer. They've actually got a pretty good inventory, so they definitely are going to have some decent inventory there because they usually do. So
I think
a
there's
good
a
one.
bunch. Sure. There's
Yeah.
lots of them that were even at the other shows. So
Yeah,
I'm sure they're
Toronto
going to
Card
carry
Collector
over.
Toronto Card Collector who also does some wrestling stuff is also there as part of
Yep.
one of the featured vendors. So there is, and obviously there is a heavy mix of like Pokemon and non-sport stuff. Definitely, 100%.
Yeah. Well, it says FanCon or something like
Well,
so.
Yeah.
we know Bobby will be there because
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, you listen. That's not let's
I
take
do have.
the curtain back and let's be honest with the people who are watching. Okay,
I have
every
snow
time,
tires on, but that doesn't guarantee.
every time we tried to find you at the expo over 4 days, where were you? You were over in Pokemon Land.
No, I
You were in
wasn't.
that back corner with the big blow up Pokemons going
He's
up
funny
and
when you
down,
poke his belly.
going up and down.
I'm just hearing jealousy from
down.
Eric. Eric is sitting there like I had to deal with these lame hockey players, these horrific lames, these old men that are boring me, and the janitor guy. It's weird. And
Yeah.
then I could be hanging out with the Pokemans.
Yeah, it was fun.
Eric
I
sounds
couldn't hang
jealous to
out
me.
with Bobby in the Pokemon Land. I mean, everyone's like, "Hey, where's Bobby? I got a question about." I'm like, "Listen, if you need to find him, he's in that back corner. Just he's over there somewhere."
Hmm.
And
Sounds like a
every
story you decided to
time,
state.
there you were.
Sounds like a story that you stated. So
Yeah.
Ham here says, Carlos, any interest in the recent WWE Panini cards that have dropped? So I may grab a couple of singles, but I'll say this. I've actually kind of enjoyed it. So just for context, Panini obviously is right at the end of its license. Topps is about to reclaim the WWE license. But as a result of that, Panini is obviously doing its last releases. They're going to release 3 products. One of them is called 3 Count, and literally it's a 3-card box. Pretty expensive, honestly. I think it's about $350 Canadian for 3 cards. It's pretty pricey. But what happens is all the autographs are stickers because they're basically dumping stickers. The next couple of sets are like whatever inventory of stickers they have, they're throwing it in there, whatever they can get in there. The pictures and stuff they have are pretty good. They're inside of these one-touch cards. Like the 3 cards are inside of one-touches. A lot of them look nice, but at the same time, it's, grabbing stickers and slapping stickers on there for the autographs. So that's an expensive product. But then they're also going to release National Treasures, which is a super expensive product. But what happens is the National Treasures is also sticker autographs because, again, they're trying to get rid of all the stickers. And the memorabilia, the shirts, are like from not any specific event, whatever. It's like most of it isn't even worn by the character. So they're literally just throwing all this stuff in there. But National Treasures is a super duper expensive brand. So you imagine you open National Treasures, pay National Treasures type money, and you're getting sticker autographs and non-character worn anything. It's like, that's going to be a ripoff. And then they'll finish with Flawless, which is also a very expensive product. It's like, oh my God.
Well, Carlos, you got to go on a Medano player break.
Yeah, I was going to say. Well, the reality is the advantage for WWE, I only collect one character here and there. It's like, it's kind of a secondary thing. And I'm like, if the price is wrong, I'm like, yeah, I'm good skipping it. I don't need to buy in any of this. Like, I'm fine. I'll be honest, like if I was going to spend the money, I'd rather get Select. I honestly think out of the remaining products that are there, Select is nicer looking. Honestly, I think it's a nicer looking product. I think you get a better bang for your buck, to be honest. These other ones are super expensive. You can pull some nice cards though. There are some cards that hold value that you can pull, but it's feast or famine. Like, again, 3 cards. Like, you're paying $350 for 3 cards. So you either pull the big one or you get destroyed. You're done. Like, it's you won't have long to check. You open up the box, you'll find out in 3 seconds. It won't take long. Not much drama in it. Bob Bozo says Pokemon, K-pop, and Emmanuel in Space are such guilty pleasures. True.
I like K-Pax. That was good.
Amazing.
Remember that
you were
movie?
saying
Spacey?
K-Pax? Actually, yes. I think I know what you're talking. Yes, I think I know what you're talking about now.
That's a great movie.
So Robin here says, what could be better than opening a PSA hockey card order, listening to hockey talk, and having a festive eggnog? Well played. Well played.
Yeah.
Bob also says The Rock has a good 2024 Prism card this year where he's holding up the title belt. Yes, but if you check out the picture, he's actually holding up a custom title belt. This is the People's Championship.
Oh.
It was from the WrestleMania buildup. He had like his own custom belt that's literally got the Brahma Bull on it. It's the People's Championship. It's actually a good picture. I think it was a good picture that they had on there. But it is that's why I say, like, to me, the Prism and Select have good pictures. You get a couple of the shiny cards in there. There are autographs in there. There are memorabilia things in there. But like, and I think the Select works out to like the same $350 there or whatever. But at the same time, you're at least getting to open a couple packs. You're getting a couple different things. You get to spread it out a little bit amongst. Like I said, that 3-count product, it's 3 cards. You'll find out in about 4 seconds. There's no packs. All of them are inside of the box. And they've got little spacers in between, and that's it. You see the card on top is going to tell you about the base card or first insert's going to be autograph, and that's it. So it's like, okay, sure. At least I would say it's not a very enjoyable experience of opening. It's literally just pop open the box and pull out the 3 cards. That's all you're going to get just to do.
It's simple.
There's not much to it. I'm like, that's not very exciting. So right here, so Ham was saying agreed about Select, and Rick Vintage about cards. Getting Rick. What was he doing with the blow-up Pokemon in the corner? Listen, Rick, what happens with the Pokemans is not spoken of in these places.
What happens in Toronto stays in Toronto.
And also, like, it would set a bad precedent. If we asked this question, then we would have to ask Eric what he does with the chocolate sticks. And none of us want to know.
You really don't.
No.
They start out vanilla. Anyways.
Well, I'm just saying, what Eric does with his chocolate sticks while watching a marathon of Emmanuel in Space is his own damn business.
Damn right. Speaking of Hobby Card Gong Show, actually, I watched the one where, what's her name? Money Moose? Amber, I think her name was.
Yeah, the Breaker. Yep.
Yeah, I've never seen her before. And, I was just kind of going through it, passing a lot of things. I stopped at her, and I actually listened. It was interesting finding out what's happening on WhatsApp. The limitations that they really underwent being under Fanatics and what have you, and all the other things that they can't add other things, memorabilia into their stuff. And it was really interesting finding out more about breaking and how it is, because you watch it break, but you don't understand it, you don't get it. But she did a really good job of explaining it very well. So then they had that nickname or something for her as a loose moose or something. I went, whoa, I don't know about that.
Well, the Money Moose, not the loose moose. The Loose Moose is a bar in Toronto.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, there's the loose moose. Yeah.
Yeah, but she's called the Money Moose. So
No, I get it.
they had an intro for her calling her the Loose Moose, and I went, you can call a guy that? I don't know about a girl. But anyways.
Yeah.
Just
Look,
saying.
all I'm saying, like, here's the thing, and I want to make sure I got it right here. It's the Loose Moose / Antler Room, and it's over at 146 Front Street. So if you go over to Front Street, it is the
I
Loose
know the
Moose.
Loose Moose. It's been there
Yeah,
forever.
yeah, it is. But as I say, like, I've had many a pint at the Loose Moose. So in fact, the Loose Moose is a thing.
I think I've been there once, maybe twice.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one when I was there working downtown regularly. A lot of the colleagues, if we go grab a pint after work, that was a good spot because I'm right on Front Street, so it's very convenient looking.
If it was when. Anyways, yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I
like we gotta pretend. We gotta pretend.
If.
You know, we were working very hard, Bobby. Working
I know.
super hard. It's like, hey guys, you want to take off at 3? Yeah, let's take off at 3.
Well, it's 10 now. We can go for early lunch. Okay.
Yeah, just saying. You know, a little time, a little liquid lunch never hurt anybody. So Ham's saying about 2024. I'm assuming 2024 Ham. 2024 Prism football. I'm actually just doing a quick scan. I'll take a look. I didn't hear about it. It says December 18th here on Beckett's site, and Eric only cares about what Beckett thinks. So I'm gonna assume it's saying next week. I think. So I haven't heard anything about a delay yet. Good evening, Baz. Let's go over here. Will, good evening. Very fancy new setup. Eric, is your wife okay with your love of chocolate sticks? Well, she's hanging out with Ham, so ask Ham. It's awkward. It's an awkward relationship.
It is.
A lot of things better left unsaid.
Yeah.
Did you see the top 100 sports cars influencers list that came out? Okay, so this was referenced in the Discord.
Well, I was on it, right?
No doubt. So I saw Phil Filmington was joking about this, and the thing is, I did not hear about this. I don't know where it is. Can anybody tell me where this thing is? Because now I'm kind of curious. He did randomly pick a certain person on there, like number 84, influencer number 84. I have no idea who this dude is. He's some rando. But I'm sitting there like, there's a top 100 list. Now I'm curious. I did not see it. Here you go. Baz says, we used to drink at the Loose Moose after work in the mid-90s. Valid. Yeah, Loose Moose has been around a while.
Yeah, the 90s, yeah, for sure. Back in the 80s, I think, even.
Yeah. Well, look, on Front Street, it's a good location, man. Like, you're surrounded by all these offices. Like, it's easy for people to pop down there and go for it. So it's easy. Triple Long Islands.
I don't know about the food, but the booze was good.
Up in New Hampshire, up in North Conway, New Hampshire, there's a restaurant called the Muddy Moose. I don't know if that's
is that Amber? Maybe.
What's going on, Brad? Robbie here saying the Moose was a great bar close to ring.
Sound familiar?
Yep. So Will here says, Brad, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Unfortunately.
All right, I got to figure this. This is different.
Yes, Brad. It's
a different show. Yes, Brad.
I don't know what to do. Okay.
You look at the camera and you talk. You hear us. You look at the camera and you talk. That's all you got to do. Yeah, we can see you.
Oh,
I put you on the screen, Brad. That's why I can hear
see me.
Oh, that's what happened to me the other day.
Welcome to
All right.
Yeah. So real quick, while I'm reading, Will got that one. Yeah, I'll send it to me. Yeah, please do. If you want to send it, I think you sent it just now. Okay, I'll pull it up here in a second. So perfect. Need to roast the top 20 or so of that so-called influencer list? Maybe. All right, perfect, Ham. Thank you. I got it. So now I will take a look at that. I'll pull it up here in a second. Loose Moose used to give out free bacon-wrapped scallops after work. Really? Somewhere off in the distance, Steve from AMG is getting excited when you're just talking about these scallops.
Yeah. See, the one thing about scallops that I don't understand is there's really no taste to them. But if you wrap the bacon around it, it tastes great. So you can wrap bacon around anything that tastes awful or nothing, and it'll taste like bacon.
Okay, so real quick. I have a legitimate question. So I've got the list now. So I'm looking at it. Okay, so this looks right. But I have a legitimate question. So the website here is called influencers.feedspot. How did anyone come across this? It's so random. Like
FeedSpot? Is that really a name?
Feedspot.com, yeah.
Well, oh, yeah, that's like...
Well, better question, who took the time to make this ridiculous thing?
I have no idea. But so all I'm saying is that they have this list of influencers, and I have no idea what the hell this is. And I'm like, and I'd heard about it, but at the same time, I don't know what that is. So,
I just better be on it. It's all I know.
yep. Will says here, Loose Moose sounds like a bad strip club name. Listen, Will, you're missing out. Loose Moose has been around for a long time. Alas, if you're going for the strippers, you're going to be really disappointed.
Au contraire, I think it's a good name for a strip club.
Well, it is.
I think you definitely find that up in Maine or Vermont.
Probably.
I was having a problem with number 10, Ham says. Yep, on the scallops, yes.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Got it. Sounds
Eric,
good.
how did you fix the not being on?
I got out and started all
if you
over
want,
again.
if you can't see yourself, just pop out and pop back in, and it should work for you.
I
But you have
shut the
to
whole
reboot.
thing down and started over again.
Okay.
Oh, really? We all did.
Do that.
Looks
We're
like a site
having
that scrapes
issues.
Instagram follower counts. Ah, that would at least make sense. If it was some kind of an automated thing, at least that makes sense. But then, yeah, you're just ranking it by Instagram followers, which is kind of lame. But okay, sure. So I'll pull up the
really?
list here in a second. Yeah, that's kind of Never mind. I noticed an anomaly. Oh, we'll see. Well, I'll pull it up here in a second. So while Brad's figuring himself out, let me grab this. So I've got the page open. So on the tab. So let's open this up. And here, I'll share it, and I can put it on the screen there. All right, so first one, Michael Rubin, obviously, whatever, Fanatics. He's got a lot of Instagram followers, so fine. Whatever. Let's scroll through. I'll bring you on in a second, Brad. Hang tight. So Brandon Zingal, Eric's favorite influencer. I don't know who the hell that is.
I don't know who that is.
So sure, whatever. Dustin Boys. I also don't know who that is. Again,
No
one of Eric's. That looks like an AI generated image too. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on there. That looks like AI generated. That doesn't look like a person. But okay, whatever. Candice Martino. I know who that is at least, but she does some media stuff, and she was actually at the expo, I think, last year or whatever. So at least I know who. I've heard of her.
I don't. I'm not familiar.
We got Kenny, good old Kenny, sure,
Okay,
fine.
familiar. Yep.
Card Collector 2, yeah, okay,
Yep,
fine.
okay,
Alex
yep.
Gymo, again, sure, yep.
Okay, no, sure.
Pac-Man
say, no,
cards,
this is
yep.
a real person.
Yeah, I know who Pac-Man cards is, sure. Tyson
don't.
Beck.
idea.
Okay, sure. I think he's one of the artists for like Tops. It was like Tops 2020 or whatever. I think maybe. Brian Friedman, sure. Talon Sports Cards. It sounds familiar, but the name doesn't. Yeah. So, but Talon Sports Cards does sound familiar to me.
Yeah, I follow them. I think.
Gary Sully, the Gary Sully. Wow, why do you say so?
No idea.
This one's Shine. Yep, Shine 150. Yep. We got Geoff, of course. Steve Aoki, sure. Mojo, yep. Yep. Don Diego Trading, yep, sure. Mike, MC Sports Cards, okay, yep. Lootbox TV, Roth Cards, Eric's favorite influencer.
Sure.
And Eric Michael MLP, Major League Profits. Okay, I think I've seen him before, but I don't know who that is. And King of the Cards is one of the guys who does a lot of the expos and stuff. I don't know. This is kind of a lame list. Doesn't do much for me. I gotta be honest. Like, whatever.
Where am I?
I think I got you in the top. I think I got you in the top 100 million.
Yes, I'm on the list.
That's right. So let's see here. Want some buys? YouTube influencers getting the shaft. Well, the problem is it's based on Instagram. It looks like it's mostly based on like Instagram followers. We just lack the Instagrams. We don't have the Instagram cred. So anyway, what's going on, Brad?
I have like 3 or 4 followers. Does that count?
Well, at least it's a work in progress.
You don't have
How's it
any
going,
followers. Good. How are you guys tonight?
Oh, it's not too bad. Listen, we're no gong show, but we try our best.
There you go. There you go.
Well, we had the Burrell. So now we've had the Burrell be on the Gong Show, and now you were on the Gong Show as Festivus present. So there you go. You got that going for you. Yeah, by the way, so let me actually, Brad, let me actually ask you a couple questions here. Hold on. So while Bobby's getting himself situated here, I'll just switch you guys. All right. So Brad, let's talk about this. I enjoyed it for what it was. It was hilarious though watching the PSA complaining guy then go into fanboy mode. And like the 180 was like almost pain, and then he went almost single white female on you. It's like, you can come on my show, and it's like, calm down. Listen, there are contract stipulations. There are contract exclusivity clauses. Y'all need to slow your roll. Slow your roll. You got to tell them, Brad. Like we have exclusive rights.
This is my exclusive Friday nights.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was I thought that was respectable that you said that you had some other obligations on Fridays. I was like, all right.
I was going to say something about you, but I said I better not. I better not say anything about Eric. We'll just let it. We'll just let it slide since it's Boston. It's Bruins Centennial Week this week coming out, right? It's a big week for you.
No, that was last week.
Well, you can forgive us. You can forgive us for forgetting. We don't know when you started your made-up sports team. Like
No,
we don't
the
remember.
100th year already happened. We already played the Canadians like last week.
No, I'm talking about the Upper Deck product. Doesn't that come out next week? I
Oh,
thought
I have no idea. I am so
You should be-
disgusted. I am so disgusted and fed up with the Bruins right now that they are toilet water. They suck. They are the absolute worst. They lost the last two games 8-1 and 5-1. I mean, they're just
burn them.
horrible.
Burn these? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm hearing. Well, listen.
You got to get them autographed like that.
As per Eric, Ray Borg has unfortunately passed away. He's deceased. He's unalived.
Right,
It's
right.
not true.
It's very sad.
I just bought these 2 patch cards for him to sign the next time I see him.
You want Zombie Ray Borg to sign it?
He's
Will at
gonna
least sign it as Zombie Ray Borg?
He's going to sign it soon because I think
Mm.
we're going to call him probably next week.
In return for brains? Are you paying him in brains?
No, I'm going to pay him in cash because he doesn't take brains.
Says you. I bet he would give you
What
more
cash?
autographs if you offered him brains.
Look at this. How do you feel about look at this Daryl Sittler rookie card that I picked up today?
What the hell happened to the corner?
Chewed on, not on. It's written on. You can see someone wrote AOA and it's scribbled.
Okay. Yeah.
Still a Sittler rookie card.
I don't have
It-
one.
It is.
You don't have one? Oh, this
I
is
don't
great.
have one. No, I don't want that. I'm good. I'm good.
The
You kind
history.
you secretly kind of do.
No, I secretly don't.
I was thrown against the wall back in 1970. Shit.
Yep.
Might be
So
mine.
I'll ask you this, Brad. One of the funny things that was kind of entertaining for me was obviously he was asking the same kind of questions that you normally get asked. But how did you find it? Did you find that you were able to get kind of across what you wanted to get across more than anything else? And you were able to go to the shelf. So once you went to the shelf, they were very impressed.
Oh, yeah, you were all in at that point.
Hey, as long as I get to go to the shelf, then it makes me happy.
Mm-hmm.
That was great. I listened to all their podcasts. I got to know Josh a bit. We talked back and forth. He's a very intelligent guy. I like what they're doing with the show. I seen the video on Phil. Like again, the truth, like everything was just truthful. But someone sent me the video a year ago of him going off, and I remember they said you might want to reach out to this guy. I'm like, no,
Oh, no. Oh, no.
yeah, don't need to do that right now.
You
And then
can
when
send
I-
to him. You got it.
Yeah, and honestly, I get it. You know what I mean? I don't know if I post those things, but we all have those moments where you get fed up with things. But I think hopefully I explained how things work, and I got my point across that, you know, at the end of the day, it is a business for us and at PSA, and you might have good days and you got bad days, and you might not like the services, but you don't have to submit cards. You can be like Eric, even though he does secretly submit now. But
And also
Don't let 'em
there's
cut your
there is the several warehouses full of BGS slabs.
Exactly.
Last month there were 30,000 Beckett slabs graded, and at least 29,500 of them were Eric.
I love it.
True story.
The one thing though, Kyle, I will say I didn't get across that I really wanted to, and I talked to you about it. I truly think there's so much finger pointing and complaining and this and blah 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 and eye appeal and about cards and this should have got this grade and this should have got that grade, and these people are stupid for buying a card that they shouldn't have bought it because it's a 9, it looks like a 7, or it's like just there's a lane for everybody in this hobby. There truly is. If you got
Even
lots of
Eric.
money, no money, like there's a lane, and just don't knock people for doing what they do. If you want to collect 9s and 10s and spend tons of money, do it. Enjoy it. If you want to go to the dollar bins and have it, do it. Enjoy it. Have fun with it, right?
The hobby
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
everyone. It's for
absolutely,
everyone.
100%. So don't make fun of what like the other people, what they want
We
to
have
do.
fun making fun of people, but I mean, yeah, I know what you
True.
mean.
Sorry, I'm not talking about us. This is Friday.
No,
night.
I was gonna say exceptions are to be made.
Yeah, Friday night show. You're allowed to make fun of. You're allowed to make fun of people. But
Everything.
I'm
Yeah.
glad you cut him off right there. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
I got to have you on my show. Hey, I got another.
it's just important. Honestly, that's just my opinion. That's a wicked hat. That's unbelievable.
That's it. Listen, look. This is this is what your new best friend Phil needs to understand. We are committed to the bit here. Like he is not operating on these levels. So right now, this is like, this isn't a situation like, despite the best efforts, this isn't the Burrell and Richard Scott situation. Like we're transcending all that. We are going levels above. Like literally, the man went and bought a Beckett hat just to sell the bid. Just to sell the bid. That's how far we will go, Brad. We will not stop at anything. There is no level we will not stoop to.
You saw the videos I sent. That's all I'm saying. I'd be wearing a crown right now if I could.
You must have one of those kicking around, Bobby.
What's that?
You must have a crown kicking around there
I
somewhere.
think so. Nope. Can't see one right now. Got a lot of stuff kicking around though.
There'll be a time later on where you can, Bobby, if all else fails, you can be like, you can always do a video. Eric's off and on. You can always do a video where you're like, oh, let me find my crown. Oh, I found Richard's. And then you grab a Burger King paper crown. Oh, sorry, let me put that one back.
I think I might have one of those somewhere.
See, that's what I'm saying. Brad, we got shade. We got shade for days. Shade for days. We can do this, no problem.
Yeah.
I think
tries his best, Bobby. Tries his best.
I think Brad came across really well. You covered a lot of good points that, especially the Patrick Waugh was a really good way of stating things. So you said some good stuff there, and I think that really calmed the hobby down a little bit with regards to questions. So it was a good one to watch. I only watched 1 minute of it, but I mean, it was good.
Oh, was it like but it was a serious minute. Like you removed.
It was.
I like it.
Yeah. One thing I'll say though, so Brad, kind of playing into what we've always joked about. So first of all, like timing wise, we're almost there. So hold on. Hey Phil. Hey, how's it going? So you can all send them the clip. But anyway, what I was about to say was what came down to it. So Eric, are you done clicking on and off? Like, what are you doing?
I'm having some technical issues here.
I was gonna say, just don't touch anything. Do not touch it. See, it's the Beckett hat. I blame the hat.
Now I'm having the same problem that I did on Monday and what Brad already had, and I can't see myself on camera.
Wait, hold on. So Brad, real quick. So I don't know if you saw the podcast episode. We were making fun of Eric about this. What do you need to see yourself for? Buy a fucking mirror. You know what you look like. Just stare forward blankly like you usually do. Pretend there's a chocolate stick off in the distance. Just stare forward and speak.
You'll be fine. Say it. Honestly, though, it's weird. There's something about it. It threw me off. I hate to agree with my arch nemesis, Eric.
That's right.
But I was trying to do it, and I'm like, I don't know. It just doesn't.
Brad, the problem is that you guys get distracted too. Guys, half the time I'm barely looking at the screen, and we're doing this because it's like I have too many other screens on the other screen that I have to pay attention to. Eric doesn't know what to do with
my hands.
Well, you can try punching yourself in the face. So what I was going to say, so Brad, in the same episode that you did that, which was a good segment, I thought it served its purpose and did its job. But in the same segment, they were having a conversation about Connor Bedard. So here, let me cover this. So this is the chicken or the egg situation with a lot of these. So they bring on a segment where they want to talk about, is Connor Bedard not meeting the hype? Are other rookies doing a better job meeting the hype? So what they did is, I want to say it's Troy hosting. Troy is the host? Josh. Okay, thank you. Troy was the other one, right?
Troy was before.
He was the previous other host. Okay. So Josh, fine.
Oh.
Josh was the one hosting that segment. So what he did is he brought in some stats. All right, fine. So he brought in some stats. Cool. And the stats were not wrong. So I'm going to be fair. In the spirit of being fair, the stats were not wrong. The problem is they lacked context. And this is where I run into the problem where I'm listening to this discussion because I'm sitting there like, and like Crosby in his second year did this, and Connor McDavid did this, and and Austin Matthews did this. And the thing is, all the numbers they gave were correct. Problem. Can I offer some context that may? By the way, Connor Bedard could still turn out to be a bust. I'm not arguing that one way or the other. That's not my concern. But if you're going to have this discussion, and you're the Hockey Card Gong Show, you're talking hockey. This is what the only thing you focus on. And by the way, this is like my third sport. Like I'm not even the hockey guy. Eric claims to be, but that's not even my job. But here's why.
What do you want?
Yeah, here's Brad why I host this show, the longest running episodic, whatever this is. So all the stats he gave about those other players were correct. Here's the difference. And by the way, I went and looked up those players from their second years, and I looked up the rosters for their second years. It took me less than 5 minutes. Do you know what the difference is? Connor Bedard is playing terribly. Connor Bedard has gone long stretches of not scoring goals. He is struggling with his confidence. All these things are true. He's still leading the Chicago Blackhawks in scoring. My conclusion, that team blows. They suck.
Yeah.
They suck real bad. They're horrible. They're atrocious. The fact that the 19-year-old kid is struggling, by everybody's agreement, he's got 21 points, which is less than a point a game, and he's still leading them in scoring, says that team sucks. They barely have serviceable NHLers on that roster, although they should. Taylor Hall is technically there, who was an MVP at one point, but clearly he's not right now. They suck. They're terrible.
Yeah.
And I think
Brad, get your skates on. You got a chance.
No, I agree with that. But one thing you have to think of is the name of the show.
Sure.
Like, it's the Gong Show. In no way would Josh, if you have a conversation with him, he's not a hockey expert by any means.
But Brad, the point that I'm making is that I'm not a hockey expert either, and I didn't need to be one.
No, but
all I had to do is
but you're
Canadian.
but you're you. Okay,
yeah, that's true.
You're you. There's a different thing there. It's the Gong Show. They're not experts. They're not guys. They're collectors. They're growing this thing.
The point, Brad, though, is they're not even doing the research. But he did do some of the research, but he stopped.
Show. You're not supposed to do all the research. You're supposed to mess things up. That's the whole.
The problem is watch Jeff Wilson.
The problem is that you're having this discussion. You're having this discussion, and then you're trying to make a point when your point is actually wrong. Because again, what I said is whether he ends up being a bust or not is irrelevant. It's not consequential to this point. Those other players, though, and I'll give you the short version. All you have to do is look at those other players, and Connor McDavid had a pretty solid second year. Draisaitl was on that roster. Who on the Chicago Blackhawks is a Draisaitl equivalent? I'll wait. The answer is nobody. The answer is no one. There's nobody even close.
Paul.
There's nobody currently on the roster who even comes close. So fine. That's a bad example. Fine. Austin Matthews, by the way, the Leafs were bad that year. Austin Matthews, they used that example. Okay, but you know who else was on that team? You know who actually led the team in scoring that year that Austin Matthews was in his second year? Mitch Marner.
Yeah.
And Nylander was on that team. There were three young guys, and they all had about 60 points. Not amazing, but not terrible. But they're all young guys, and they're still part of the core of the team today. So AKA, at least they were on a team on the ascend with young guys. Again, there's nobody there. There's no Nylander, and there's no Mitch Marner on that team, on Chicago. The last one, Sidney Crosby. You ever heard of Malkin?
Who?
Malkin was really good that year too, by the way. So the point is, all three examples they use, the three examples they use are all bad examples because all of them had better teammates than the garbage that Chicago has. Eric can crack that roster. He'd be a third liner.
Maybe.
He does.
That team is trash.
That's
I
compliment.
haven't skated since like college.
They have a Hart Trophy winner on the team.
Yeah.
That's what I said, Taylor Hall. But what I'm getting at though is Taylor Hall is playing like trash.
Oh,
I think Eric can beat Taylor Hall on the depth chart. I'll put Eric there just to stand there. He might be better served. The point is that we're talking about a 21 points, and the kid, by everybody's definition, is struggling, and he's still leading Chicago in points.
But
that means they're bad.
Yeah,
I'm
I agree with that, but I think he's doing just fine. He's in a little bit of a goal scoring slump. He's out there. He's flying around the ice. He's doing.
But if anything, Brad, I'm emphasizing this point. What I'm saying is that we're condemning him for not performing at a certain level. When I'm looking at the entire roster, nobody is performing on that team.
Right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not condemning Connor Bedard. That's for damn sure. I got all the faith in the world in the kid. I'd be buying all his stuff if it wasn't so inflated right now, because it's still hard to, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to buy Connor Bedard stuff now because I think he's going to be a superstar. There's no doubt in my mind. I think he's already there.
And I have some contention with the Gong Show too. There's no
Go on. What about Richard Scott?
I'm waiting for that big and
Oh,
it's
they're
not going to come.
Well, Bobby,
Never
when they bring
show.
on Richard Scott, I expect the production values to rise.
Do you think he'll make that show? He might.
Listen, Phil is lobbying hard for it.
I think so. Well, they
Sure.
both live in Ottawa, so that's good.
Yeah. Listen, so you know this, Brad. We all love us some Richard Scott. As soon as Phil mentioned it, it will never stop being funny.
Oh yeah.
It will never stop being funny.
Okay,
Well, it was just it was so
did
funny.
you know who Richard Scott was?
Who?
I had no idea until Bobby mentioned it. I was like, I don't know who that is.
No,
Well, he was the editor for the CFC back in the Canadian Sports Magazine back in 2006, 7,
Sure.
something like that.
But it's one
And
of those
then he-
situations where you don't necessarily know. You might even know the periodical, but you don't necessarily know the author or the editor or whatever. You don't necessarily know.
He left, and then he issued his own book called The Want List, and The Want List went out of business after 13 issues, and people got screwed for their money. But that wasn't Richard's fault, maybe.
Wow.
There's a few other things. But
Eric, you want to get one of those knives? Hold on, start twisting.
he did a lot of stuff in
Yeah.
the 90s. He worked with the NHLPA, setting rules and regulations and stuff like that. So he's had his hand in the game for sure.
Right.
But you know who the king is. So there.
There you go. And I didn't, just to be clear too, I didn't mean anything disrespectful. I just didn't know who he was.
I did.
Bobby meant disrespect. Bobby meant much disrespect.
No, but I wasn't saying like I didn't know who this guy. Who is this guy? I'm like, no, I just.
Well, Brad, as you well know, we are men of peace here. Like I would never even dream. Eric's questionable. I would never even dream of invoking disrespect on anyone.
Well, the funny part, he did all the rookie card booklets and all those things. He's done so many publications.
Yes,
For a guy
Robin.
who's
The
done
answer
that
is
many
yes.
publications, he really should be out there a little bit more. And the funny part is in that interview, and that even go that when was that interview? Last year, something like that.
Mhm.
And he goes, "Oh yeah, Bobby released an app that Jeremy said," and he goes, "Oh, an app, really? Oh, he's got his hand on the pulse of the hobby, I guess. He didn't know. Somebody else doesn't know here, but anyways,
Yeah, but his ignorance has been noted.
yes,
I want cheese sticks.
Hmm?
I want cheese sticks for apps.
sure,
I thought we were putting our order in. I'm sorry.
yeah. Put your appetizer orders in right now.
Well, Billy prefers chicken fingers, so you can get cheese sticks, you can get chicken fingers, and you guys are all set.
Oh, I gotta mention Billy in this second round. I got some nice surprises for people.
Do you know?
It's going to be fun. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I just kind of led them on in the first half. The second half is where I'm coming in for the kill.
We're gonna get canceled.
Pretty much.
Wow, I've been trying so hard, Eric. I've been working on it for you the
I'm
longest
gonna
time.
get my Fridays back.
No, you won't. I'll just restart a new show. It'll be BIC2 Electric Boogaloo. It's gonna be very exciting. It's gonna be awesome. Sabaz says, does Eric put 2 mirrors on his bicyclette? So he can see himself while pedaling. Needs the mirrors to keep hands on the bar. Yes, he needs a lot of mirrors. He's just vain. See, the thing is, guys, it's not about being distracted. It's not about him struggling. Brad, it's because Eric is vain.
Oh man.
It's pure vanity. Like that's what we're making fun of on the podcast. He's like, hold on, guys, I need to get my camera angle just right. And he was just spending the whole time voguing. And he was like, can you guys see me? Can you see me? It's like, unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, we can see you fine.
I can't.
You know who honestly, Eric, you look like a mini Timmy Two Hats right now. With that
Almost. Yeah.
You're like
I appreciate that he froze right at that moment. He froze literally right at that moment.
Oh, he is froze.
Oh, man, you got him.
That's
Way to go, Brad.
That was perfect. That was perfect.
He's got all those mirrors on his bikes, the convex mirrors, and it goes, object in the mirror appears smaller than. Anyways.
Yeah, he's like he's done every trick in there. Goes, he's like, see, guys, it's working. All my biking is working.
Nope.
So Robin was asking, now the Canada Post is getting back to work. Is it okay to send Grail cards to Eric? Yes. And by Grail cards, I assume you mean 76, 77 Bobby Orr. Then the answer is yes. Always yes.
Oh,
And don't send your Christmas cards; they won't show.
yep.
There it is.
Just saying.
The Blackhawks Bedard.
Grails? Grails? We'd have him on the cards left.
Rob, I'll give you his address. You can send him anything you'd like.
Make sure it ticks. Make sure it
Yes.
ticks.
Yes.
It's more exciting that way.
It's fantastic.
That's all I need.
It really is.
Hockey
By the way,
Card
Brad,
Gong Show is live, episode 4, where Phil is. Oh, I had a drop down in my phone, so
there you go.
Yep.
Bougie, Bourgeoisie, Bicyclette, Bruins, Beckett. Eric is the ultimate B-man. True.
There is a
There's
lot
a lot
of
of that.
Yeah.
There are a lot. It's crazy. Even better than that. Getting excited. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. So, Brad, speaking of excitement, you know what excited me? Our good friends at Amsterdam Brewery, who I support and purchase, their tall boys actually got taller. And I was like, yes. Yes.
what
So now
milliliter
it's
did it go up?
568. Now it's 568. Now it's over pint size.
Oh,
It's like an extra 20%. I'm very
Is it
excited
cheaper?
about this. What's that?
is it cheaper now?
Actually, per unit, it is cheaper because when I bought for the because before it was like $3.40 per can, and then with it's a 25 pack basically to get these, it's $3.30 per can. I was like, yes.
25 pack. Okay.
I was like, I like it.
Strength in numbers. Fine.
Well, listen, the thing is, you actually have to get the 25 pack if you want the bigger can.
Oh, gotcha.
So I was like, all right. So basically, I asked Carlos, hey, do you want me to order anything for you? He goes, yep, get me the blonde one, because they like the blonde one. I was like, yep, sure, I'll order you a couple of those, and we'll get them all delivered. They do delivery in the province, so it's pretty good.
I did that. I did that once. I ordered online and I got a blonde one, and Michelle was not happy.
Well, the problem is you went into the Russian mail order bride catalog, and so you got that, but she was better. She was better
It's
served.
not a real blonde. You know that when you go with the Russian. Yeah. You know they're dark haired. Net yet
You
so
should-
yet. Come on. You know.
You should have stuck with Emmanuel in space, buddy. You should have stuck with Emmanuel in space.
Yeah. It's
Keep out
like
of trouble.
a time machine. You know.
Yeah.
Marina Navratilova.
Curmudgeon, you forgot Bobby Blackhawks? Facts.
Huh?
His favorite pro team? Yes. Yes, indeed. Here we go. Sounds good, Brad. We could do a package. Yes.
I
I
love
think
it.
all the people should get together. In the spirit of the season, we all come together. We all come together to devise the perfect package of horror for Eric.
No.
I mean, holiday spirit. I meant holiday spirit.
Oh,
They both start with H. It's the same thing.
Mhm.
Just saying. But yes.
This is driving me nuts. The chat on the left, the non-pitcher, like everything's driving me nuts here.
You
Brad,
can't see, Brad?
no, he can see it. It's just because the chat is on the opposite side.
Yeah, now the chat. So now I get the chat on my
Oh,
phone.
I
So
gotcha.
I'm all set up. I'm getting better at it. I got
Oh,
stacks
yeah,
of cards
it's the first
everywhere.
time he's been on since you've went to the new.
Since we
Okay.
switched over, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
It works pretty good. But it does take some getting used to. I just sit there and I laugh. I go, I'm the one who needs to be paying attention to it more than you.
Well, the chat comes up on my right on my phone, but I haven't been on my
Okay.
computer, so that would be screwed up. So I'd be just like Brad,
Yeah, it's on the left. It's on the left with the.
except they don't
computer
work
side.
with PSA.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. I did laugh though. We're going to see. It's going to be interesting because now, obviously, that we're in the holidays. It's funny though. You did mention, Brad, that there's going to be all the big announcements, the PSA announcements, and everything. It's like, but that's coming up actually. Because if you're talking January, we're getting there. We're about a month out, give or take, or a couple of weeks, or what's it looking like?
Yeah,
Everything's still on track. You're still on track to announce Eric in charge of all Boston Bruins.
absolutely. Eric's going to be security.
Going to be a January 1st release, like Opeachy.
No, definitely
I
not
think-
January 1st.
Isn't it like the middle of the month or something like that? Is that what the target?
Yeah, I think that's when it's going to be now. Because there's a lot of different other announcements. It's going to be all in one for international, so it's not just Canada. So
Oh, okay,
yeah, we got a ton of stuff happening.
nice.
Well, I think at that point for them, it makes
Any
sense.
hints?
It makes sense to do the announcements all together, because other than rolling it up by area, it probably
Yeah.
makes sense to do all those international expansion talks.
Absolutely. I got smoked today by Upper Deck ingrained hockey.
Oh yeah,
You got
should've
ingrained, did you?
you should have done. You should have done the three, Brad. You should have done the 3 count. I would have at least walked you through what you pulled. I could have at least told you.
I
You probably
know.
get smoked by a 2, to be honest. You probably would get smoked by a 2.
1 box, and then it went to 2 boxes, and then it went to 3 boxes, and then it went to 4, and then there was 2 more left on the shelf, so it went to 6.
Oh, you
Oh, this is the
cleaned
ingrained.
shelves off.
And
This
what
is
was
ingrained?
the best card you got out of 6 boxes?
So 6 boxes at $400 is $2,400. The best card I got an Ovechkin on card auto out of 50, which is a cool card, but it's
Okay.
$300. I don't know, $400 maybe.
Yeah, out of 50 is probably not enough.
I got a piece of wood, Brian Trottier auto. Carved.
Wow, listen, it looks nice. The carved in time looks
Honestly,
nice.
I don't like these. I don't know. I'm just.
I love those things.
You do?
I love those wooden
You
cards.
could build a deck with that.
I got
Brad.
Calvin card too. You love Eric? I will put these in my Eric pile because
Brad, come on. Like Eric loves wood.
I just bought a Ray Bork one on the other day. It's on its way.
The only good things that I got, honestly, it was. I got smoked. It was terrible. I got some Ottawa Senator stuff for Leland that I'm gonna do a little package up. No, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. There's a stack. Yeah, I didn't even know why I brought that up. I was just looking at the stack, going, "Oh."
I can't see because I can't see. I don't know if you guys can see that.
Up and to your left.
No, Bobby, give him the wrong directions. It'll be funny. It'll be funnier. Like, okay, so now put it in front of your face, like you're smacking yourself
You're
with the
perfect
phone.
right there.
You gotta do it like you're smacking yourself with the phone over and over
You
again.
still can't see who it is, anyways.
Well, it's a ghost. You know, it's a zombie.
Not a ghost. It's
Brian
Brian
Trottier.
Trottier.
I can tell it's Trottier.
Wow.
Oh, good. Finally, somebody who's still alive instead of the friggin' Ray Bork shit.
Okay, these are going in the Eric pile.
Yeah. So I was able to hang out with him and do some work with him when I was up there, last month. So,
Hey, Sean,
but,
good evening.
I had him sign that for me.
Up and to your left.
Put it in front of your face, Eric. It's
There you
easier.
go.
There you go. You're good.
So
We
I
got it.
had him sign that for me. Very nice guy. Really enjoyed hanging out with him for a little bit.
Why is every NHL star a very nice guy? Come on.
I don't
They
think Trottier is a very nice guy. I met him a few times, really. I don't know. Maybe he's being nice to Eric.
Well, you got to. So, Brad, you got to remember,
Mm.
Eric is grading on a curve. If they don't run away, they're a nice guy. If they don't immediately punch him in the face, they're a nice guy.
Well-
now, if they
well,
wait
that
an hour
was-
and still punch him in the face, still a nice guy.
Well, that brings up a point because last weekend I was all excited because I was going to have PJ Stock and Dennis Bonvie come in the shop, right? And I was all excited about that. And I get there and I meet PJ. PJ, nice to meet you. Oh, it was very nice to meet you. And then I go, hi, Dennis. It's nice to meet you. I'm Eric Wade. You're Eric Wade? I'm like, that's kind of weird. I go, yeah.
The Eric Wade.
Eric Wade.
And he just nails. I mean, I'm out like a light. This is my 4,000th concussion. I wake up like
At
a half
least.
an hour later. I'm like, what happened? What? And he says that's from Brad.
Yeah.
I knew it.
There you go. You're messing with the wrong people, Eric. I told you.
And I'm like, this guy has been in the penalty box more than any other professional hockey player in the history of the game. He has punched more people in the face than Mike Tyson. And that psycho sent him after me.
All I'm hearing, Eric, is justified. That's all I'm hearing.
No, I was just like, hey, it's nice to meet you,
Are you trying to say, Eric, wait, are you trying to say, if I understand
Bam.
you correctly, are you trying to say that you were being a man of peace?
I was trying.
And failing, clearly.
He
Eric,
just-
I'm back to what I said before.
Didn't hit me.
I'm back to what I've said before. And Brad, I believe I've made this point perfectly clear. There seems to be a common denominator with Eric's stories. Every time somebody's mean to him or punches him in the face, Eric seems to be the common denominator. He takes otherwise like Len Potty, like the nicest person in the world, never has a crossword to say about anyone.
Mm-mm.
And Eric shows up and elicits an angry tirade, uncontrollable rage.
Look it. I have proof. I have proof. Hold on a second. I have proof that it just as he hit me.
All right, show us the proof. Show us the proof. Show us the
Just
proof.
as he hit me, someone took a picture.
Oh my God, no!
What happened?
How could this have happened? Why?
I think
Brad,
he's
this is
going to
terrible.
charge him for hurting his hand.
Now the world will never know. This is tragic, Brad.
Poor Eric.
This is Brad. Why I run the show with an iron fist. If only Trottier was a Blackhawk. I know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Eric, sorry, the transmission went out. That was awful. I was hurt. Oh, sorry, it went off again. That was real sad. See, Brad, I'm on this. I'm on
It's
this.
too easy.
By the way, Brad, for the record, and this is my favorite part. Eric, last week, Eric was complaining about, oh, I'm so tired. Oh, I'm so tired. All right. I actually had to go in the office today, which means I had to wake up in the morning like a peasant. Carlos is not pleased. Carlos is not happy with this turn of events. But you see, I still got the energy to take Eric off the screen as many times as is required to get the job done. As many times. Go ahead, Eric. Nope. Too slow. Way too slow. Oh my God. He wasn't even close. He wasn't even in the ballpark there, Brad. Did you see that? He wasn't even close. That was just terrible. All right, one more time, Eric. Nope. Sorry, we missed that. If you blinked, you missed it. That was terrible. Did you guys see I had a phone screen? That was awful.
I know. I thought I saw Guy Trottier.
Yeah, listen.
I could tell that was definitely Bonfim.
He's got a whole bunch of pictures of janitor, and they're all labeled Peter Forsberg. It's weird.
Weird.
All
Hard
right,
to spell those European names, right?
See, there we go. I love it. Look at those mitts.
Oh yeah.
Punch me right in the face.
I fought his brother in junior.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you win?
No.
I like how fast he's like, nope.
No, his name was Herbie Bondy. In that big brawl we had, where we had, what year was that? It was the guy's name on our team was Ben Metzger, and we had a line brawl, and he kept punching the guy at center ice, and it was like the biggest. I got 10 games for getting beat up. Anyways, the guy he was knocked out at center ice, and Ben kept on punching him and kept hitting him afterwards, and it went national news because he got charged with assault. This is the first one that had happened. And so I got 10 games or 8 games or something like that we played the Antigonish Bulldogs, and they were tough as nails. Every one of them was tough. And I remember in the corner just going, it's not too bad. And then I just kept getting punched, and I finished with this guy, and there was another 4 guys just wailing, and I was like, it was a bad scene, that's for sure. But
you're saying this is a line fight, but you got the whole line against you?
No. Then it turned into a bench brawl. Then it was just like full-fledged people fighting, and I was stuck in the corner. I remember he just kept on punching me. I was like, what are you doing, man? You were there, you fucking. Excuse me, I didn't mean to swear, but
Brad, literally, Brad. At this hour, this is literally what we do.
I know. I try not to swear too much.
We passed the 9 o'clock mark. Whew.
Yeah.
We have. Hey Phil. Hey, how's it going? Hey. Anyway, go on, Brad.
Yeah. So I don't know. There's definitely footage out there. It was the Oland Exports versus the Antigonish Bulldogs. The guy's name was Ben Metzger. I got to do some research on that. I'm sure I
was going to say, Brad, if there's footage out there, Eric is going to be sitting there studying like the Zapruder film.
Oh, there's footage.
He may watch that almost as much as Emmanuel in Space. It's getting close. Like the watch time's going to get close. It's crazy.
I can't quite remember, but I feel like we were up by like 4 or 5, and I might have had 3 or 4 goals. Like, it was a really good game right up until the point that shit hit the fan, and
who was the fan and who was the shit?
Oh yeah.
Well, the thing, Brad, I gotta be honest. Like, I appreciate the story. I enjoy it. Thank you for sharing it. But I gotta say, like, when I was listening to you describing it, I was just imagining Eric at the line at Duncan, and that's basically like what happens to him every time. He's like, it just becomes a bench killing brawl. Like, it's like y'all, they have enough chocolate sticks for all of y'all, and Eric's like, no.
Hey, I'm not willing to take that chance.
It's a violent sport out there.
I think I was in, what was it, Juvenile or something like that. We all had face masks on, and these guys are punching each other. It's like, you got a whole cage on your face. Like, what was the purpose of it? I didn't understand it.
I had no cage, no helmet, no.
Yeah.
This was a street fight on ice. Yeah. This is what this turned out to be, right?
It happened.
Was it like Happy Gilmore? He took his skate off and stabbed somebody?
Yeah, I know. Never got that bad, but we thought the guy was dead at center ice. Like, again, I hope.
They needed an
I don't even know
MMA
what
ref
happened to
in
him
there
now.
or something to jump in. You know how fast they jump in while
Yeah,
the guys
he
get
wasn't.
punched.
He wasn't moving. He wasn't like he was. It was
That,
bad.
that's crazy when you keep going at the guy when he's out.
Yeah, and I
That's-
I had zero idea that was happening. I was too busy in the corner
Yeah, thank God you've gone. Oh shit,
taking
I'm gonna
off.
get it.
Yeah,
See, Eric, you might have to jot that down there. It's like Antigonish. There's a lot. There's a lot of letters there, so that's going to require a fair bit of work to fire it up in the Google.
yeah.
I
So
wouldn't-
Dartmouth
I
Olin
wouldn't be
exports.
able to pronounce it and use voice text.
you make fun of Antigonish and wait till the next time you see Dennis Bonby, the Antigonish legend.
That was going to say.
Then you're in trouble.
Yeah, like
No
Eric is like,
He already punched me. I mean, what more can he do?
you're still alive.
Yeah,
It could, like this could be a like Eric. You keep this up. There is a long list of enemies that you're building as time goes on, and at a certain point, once the like button fees have accumulated enough, I'm gonna be like, Eric, we got a whole procession. Like I got literally, I've given them all numbers, and I've run out of numbers to hand out. So they're all coming. They're all gonna go one after another and take their shot, and I'm gonna be there as a metapiece to be like, if he dies, he dies.
Uh-huh.
As the great patron Saint Drago once said, if he dies, he dies. If he dies, he dies.
Brad, have you talked to him since he was at the shop?
no, Bonby, no. Maybe he might. I was texting with him. He was telling me to call Phil. Give Phil a call. I was like, all right, yeah, I will this week for sure. No, give him a call now. And I was like, no, I'll give him a call later.
What are you and Phil going to talk about?
I'm not quite sure. Hey, I have to call Phil though because I'm calling Phil this week. Because that way, if Dennis said, "You call Phil," I'll be like, "Absolutely." I do not lie to him. I don't know. I'm just going to talk to him. Just be like, "Hey, Phil."
Mhm.
But the best part is I'm hoping secretly that it's going to be like you call him. It's like, hey Phil, hey Brad, how's it going? Good. How are you? I was told to call you. Okay. How's the family? Good. Like it's literally nothing. It's just you called Phil, and you're like, yep, I called Phil. He didn't have a lot to say, but I called him.
You know, I'm texting Kenny Reed right now because he might have been the announcer for that game. I'm not
Oh, yeah?
sure. I got to ask him to see. If
Back
So,
then?
so by the way, Brad, I had an idea. I was actually doing a little bit of research. I was going back in the annals of the channel. I do my year-end review videos. I did the first one. It actually dropped earlier today. A lot of people don't watch those, which is fine. I like to do them though, year-end reviews, and the next couple I'll work on. But I was looking at it and I was being reminded. I was like, ooh, the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame thing usually is in January. So I was like, ooh, I wonder if they'll do that crap again. But if they do, I have an idea.
Oh, please.
And if it comes to pass, Brad, I'm going to need your assistance. I have an idea.
Oh.
See, it's going to... Listen, I'm the only one who actually comes up with some creative shit. I actually was able to repurpose an old video last year, and I honestly, that was some of my finest work. But I've already used that gimmick, and I did the long con. It was brilliant. But now I'm like, all right, now I need a new gimmick. I have a new gimmick. I have come up with a new gimmick, and I've got it. And I think Brad, we may have matters to discuss. First, I need them to confirm they're actually going to do it, and if they do it, then we have matters to discuss.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Sounds good.
I have a plan, Mr. Bro. I have a plan. So we'll see. We'll see. I also have I'll be honest, I also have another plan for year end for the New Year's episode, but then I realized I'd have to pay for it, and I kind of don't want to. But it's a really good idea. Like it's actually a really fun idea, and I'm kind of like, I kind of like this is what happens. I sit there and as a man of peace, and I just think of evil things. This literally, I just sit there and like, wait, that was a really good idea. It's very evil, but it's really good. And then that's basically how it goes.
You could bring on Richard Scott. You could bring on Phil. You could bring on Kenny Reed.
I could bring on Richard Scott and Phil.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Phil tries to gush over Richard Scott, I just mute them both.
But Ken Reed won't even know who I am, so it doesn't matter.
Wow.
Yeah, see, and Ken Reed doesn't know who I am either because when I was standing next to Brad at the show and Ken Reed was there talking to Brad, he never introduced me.
I messed up.
And so I
No,
was
you didn't.
to meet Ken Reed and be like, Ken, I really love your hockey card books that you put out about, kind of the silly hockey cards. I got both copies. Want to just say, hey, you did a great job. It's nice to meet you. No, but Brad's just like, no, you don't. I don't know who this guy is that's standing next to
Get
me.
away, kid.
Yeah, he did the correct thing. You're a peasant.
Yeah,
He should treat you as a peasant.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly what.
That's basically what Bobby and I do to you. So like, you should be used to it by now.
Well, that's what happened with Ken and me. I met him at the Leaside show, and I think he was selling his book there or something like that. And I met him and I said, "Hey, how you doing, Ken?" And Bobby Burrell. He goes, "Oh, okay." I went, "Hey, I know you do sports cards and stuff and hockey cards." And I said, "Yeah, I've written a few books myself." He just went, "Oh, really?" Like, honestly, how can you be in the hobby and not know hockey cards and not have heard my name once? I don't know.
Because you didn't brand it the Burrell, like I said at the very beginning. You should have. If you had called it the Burrell, it would have been the compliment to Beckett, and we would have been gold.
Well, add them to the list of 3 that we have so far as Nemesis.
I'm just saying. Nemesis is. It's all about the Nemesis.
So I just to confirm, Kenny was the announcer for that game. So I just said, I'll need you to come on the show sometime and explain this. All I said, I got punched 100 times by Herb Bombi. He goes, I would love to. I remember when Carr pulled Ben Mesker off McIsaac. McIsaac, we thought he was dead. But Kenny will be able to go back and do play-by-play about this brawl. It will be awesome.
He remembers that game, but he can't remember me. Like, come on.
I'm kind of hoping, Brad, that literally the commentary was like, and then Hartley gets punched again and again and again and again. And then Eric finally finds the clip, and he's like, and he just giggles to himself for like an hour.
I will giggle the entire time. I'll be like, "This is the greatest thing I've ever seen."
Brad, we've teased the Kenny Reed thing too many times. We actually have to pull it off one of these days. We have to make it happen. It's 100%.
Yeah.
So Jay Can here says, "You're going to vote for Sports Card Night? Listen, my vote was lost in the mail." So anyway, so I appreciate the question. And good evening. Zach says, good evening. Carlos, no one is talking about the Hall of Fame here during the pod. It's kind of what I do. It's why it is the longest running episodic, whatever this is.
That's it.
I am a man of peace. It does not mean I am not a man of stirring the pot. Just listen.
I think a little combination there. I don't know. Peace.
Peacefully.
Listen, peace is a very nebulous concept, Brad. It's very nebulous.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we haven't invoked nuclear war yet.
And we're still under peace at that point.
Give it time. But anyway, it's all relative. And by the way, the YouTube Sport Car Hall of Fame is like one of my favorite things on the hobby calendar. I love it. It's so bullshit. I love every aspect of it. It's great. Josh says, is Eric ripping any of the modern Boston Bruins collection set hobby version? Yes, it's under fiction.
I don't have. Josh? Are you talking about the new stuff that's coming out that Brad mentioned? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it.
Eric, get on pallets. You should be opening pallets of that shit.
I was kind of disappointed with the last Bruin set. It didn't even have Milt Schmidt in it.
They're gonna make up for that in this one, maybe.
Oh, you know who's on the front of the box? Did you see it yet?
Is it Reggie Lemlin?
No,
Hardly. I mean,
it's Hal Gill.
Oh
no,
100%. He's right on the front of the box.
Okay, what's the name? What's the name of this product, Brian?
I gotta get a box.
What's the name of this product?
Bruin Centennial, I think it is.
Is it just the Bruin Centennial? Okay,
Probably.
Now I gotta see here.
I think it's like the Montreal
Centennial plus a year.
Autographs and a bunch of. It's not like a box set. I don't think. I think it's like packs.
So the big pull is Hal Gill on the front of the box.
Hal Gill.
Well, listen, the
Box
Hal Gill's always
You
the big
grade
ball.
box front cutouts?
Yeah. I see Paul just said, Brad, it was at the the Bulldogs versus Cape Breton was same season. Or maybe the season after. It was I played during that day. That was another Harry Knowles. That's the guy. Yeah, Harry Knowles. He played for Antigonish too. Then, like these weren't hockey. I shouldn't say they weren't hockey players. These guys were animals. Like the Antigonish Bulldogs.
Beer league animals, yes.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
I'd put that on there. I would say Annie Ganesh in the 80s and 90s, toughest hockey players to play the game came out of there for sure. Like, just one after another. Like, Pictou County and Annie Ganesh, just tough.
What do you think the reason for that is?
Well, I think they either went on to play pro hockey or they went to jail. There's no.
One of the two or both.
Actually, no. There's another guy. The guy's name. I seen at the rink. He's a RCMP officer. So you can either go to jail, be a cop, or you went on to play pro hockey. Like, that's how it went.
Amanda started a live video. I'm getting all the news.
Yeah,
There you
I
go.
just got that myself. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm still trying to figure this out here. I know about the Centennial set from 23-24. That one I remember.
There's a new one
That's been
coming
out for a while. That's been out for a while.
Yeah.
There's
Isn't it the
another
top
Bruin set.
100?
Yeah.
Brad, isn't it the top 100 or something like that?
It's called Bruins. I think I just read
The
it.
Centennial was last year.
Yeah, the Centennial was
This
last
is-
year because I remember that set. That set does have Hell, F, and Gill on it, so that's important. That's critical.
No Milt Schmidt though.
No,
He's trash. No one cares about him.
but this
the
one
point
is called the top 100, I think, or something like that.
Is it? Okay.
Something like that. I remember hearing about it. And then I totally disregarded it. But anyways, because I'm going, who the hell? I mean, well, maybe
See,
have something.
now I got to figure this one out here.
I don't know.
There's no Bernie Parent, I don't think. No, I mean there was all these Hall of Famers that weren't even in the set, but you had guys like Cal Gill in it, and whatever.
Obviously.
A legend.
Oh, we had who the hell was it?
Carlos, I'll send it to you.
Okay,
Rick
please
Nash.
do because I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
we had Rick Nash.
That's not bad.
In a Centennial set, Rick Nash, who played like 25 games and sucked and then retired.
Well,
Okay, so
With
Jeff,
the
you were
Hell
saying the
Gill,
new
we may
Centennial
as
release
well
is the
include
hobby
Rick Nash.
version. So as opposed to the box set. Oh.
what is it?
So instead of being the Centennial version was a box set.
Yeah.
It was a box set that contained a couple extra cards. That's what Eric had originally.
Yeah,
But apparently there's a Centennial box that is a hobby version. So presumably with packs.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now I get you.
so
That's-
that's where your Milt Schmidt is, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Well, I think the one at the front of the box isn't it Zombie Ray Bork? So it looks like to me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the
That's who was on the last one. Was Ray Bork.
Yeah. So hold on. I think I found it here. So we'll use Klutz and Chara here as the example. So here it is. That should be the one. So there it is. Centennial pre-sale hobby box.
how much
And then
is
you
it?
got to $239. So
For
there
the
it is.
Bruins?
Yes. Eric must be made to pay. They're in the same vein as me. They need Eric to pay.
$100
Well,
bucks.
yeah,
I'm not buying it then. That's crazy.
Yeah, but that's Ray Bork before Eric killed him, allegedly.
It's
In
Canadian, Eric.
In US, that's $89 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You jerk. You're claiming this team is a real team, so pay for it, peasant. Get on with it.
Oh, look at the cards. They're awfully repetitive.
By the way, you notice the retro variant. Does that resemble anything that you can think of?
33 O-Pee-Chee, yeah.
Arthur's champion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you got Centennial Cloth Relics quads. Come on.
Look at that.
Causeway Seat Relic autos with Phil Esposito, Eric.
Yeah, I'm looking at a signed card of his from here.
Oh my God, Ticket to Greatness, Bobby Orr minor league card. Oh my God.
Minor.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's totally minor.
I got Bobby Orr autograph cards galore. I don't need any more.
That's got something else with it.
Yeah, it's real
It's got a
tickets.
piece of the ticket.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
I like that. I like
That was a
that.
wrestling move there.
I don't know. That's pretty fancy.
70. I'm not interested in your ticket.
I might buy a box.
Pretty fancy. Just saying. It says find 3 autograph memorabilia cards in every box.
Really?
Dang.
Hal Gill, and Hal Gill.
Oh my God, that would make it amazing. That would be way better than the boxes of ingrains that Brad opened. Way better.
More than likely.
Unless there's cut cards or cut autos of, Eddie Shore or Dick Clapper or something. I don't know.
You think?
Good old Dick Clapper. Good
Did
old Dick Clapper.
did
Good old Dick.
There we go. I just pulled it. So I pulled out the autographs from my boxes. This is to see. So I did get the Ovechkin on the last box, but
Okay, go ahead.
okay, I'll get this.
Yeah, you got it right there. You got it.
Nick Swanee.
The Nick
The
Swanee,
Nick Swanee.
Who the hell that is?
Keandre
Future.
Miller.
Okay,
future
I know.
SP signature legend.
Levi something.
Levi.
There's a Levi in Buffalo who I think is a little better, but
Blake Lazzotti.
No, I don't know who any of these people are.
Stanislav Savasio.
they're nice looking cards, but that's all I can say.
I agree. I love them. Good old Robert Thomas. Thought I was all excited for that. Nice, beautiful card, but it's Robert Thomas. Then I got my stick card. Nothing like having old Billy Guerin. Right?
There you go.
He's a good player. I like Bill Guerin.
Tyler Cleven. Jacob Peltier. Ridley Gregg. And good old Adam Boquist.
Aha.
I think I knew Keandre Miller and Billy Guerin.
Are you would that look in your collection, Eric?
Well, it
It's
would,
not.
of course, but is that an actual game used stick? I'm just curious what the product.
It's number 9.
It's a piece of wood. it's literally a piece of wood.
Bill Guerin had a good career. He was a good player in the league.
Yeah, it's a manufactured hockey stick.
Yeah.
Just
Literally what they did. So for those ones, Brad, literally what they did is they took a piece of wood, a little sliver of wood, and had them sign it. So that's why it's a
I will
manufactured
put that
stick.
in your pile because if I donated this back to AMG, I'm sure it would go on eBay and we'd get it for like $6. So some of those guys just don't sell. Like I don't know what to do. It's not going to go in my collection. I don't want a Billy Guerin, but if you put them on eBay and you just let them go, they just go for peanuts. It's like it's embarrassing.
Yeah. Thanks, Josh. No, I got it. Thank you. It is a little bit cheaper at Breakaway, so they got it there for only $230. So for $6 American, Eric, you should be buying a case of this.
Okay.
But I did buy something cool today too. I will show.
Ooh, is it like Manoa? Almost as good.
So from
Gretzky Allure Cup card.
Yeah, with Gretzky's signature on it, and then in the deal was Adam Graves as well. But still kind of cool. But I can't find the Gretzky anywhere to find like some sort of comparable.
Yep. No, the Gretzky I think is a little bit SP'd on that one. It's a
I
little
think
short.
so, yeah. Like it's weird. There's none listed. I was struggling. They asked if I wanted to buy it. I said I'm in.
Yeah. Just as the blue paint pen looks nice, I agree. Yeah. So the thing with ingrained is not that the cards don't look nice. It's that the box price versus what you get in a lot of the boxes. That's the problem. The combo. It's the problem with a lot of these products. It's like if I just look at the cards in a vacuum, the cards look nice enough, sure. But then I look at the box price again, I'm like, oh. And I'm like, pain is the word that we're looking for. Pain.
Yeah.
You sent him a text, Brad?
Yeah. But then it's funny, like it's so the things that you today, and then I did this deal where I got the real shitty Sittler.
That's nice.
But like I got a decent Bork, a Messier, another Wendell, a Waugh, Eddie Murray rookie.
There you go. Hey, don't forget Eddie F. and Murray. Come on, get it right.
Bowman, a LaFleur, some
Nice.
PG Nolan Ryans, Craig hey, always got to pull out the Craig McTavish. Where'd he go?
No, don't. No, that guy's a piece of shit.
You know what? I think actually someone else told me that. So
I did. He killed a girl in Boston in a drunk driving crash, and his punishment was go to Edmonton and win cups.
seriously,
Yeah, he's a piece of dog shit.
I never knew that. I did not know that. That's
No,
I
he's
never-
responsible for he's 100% responsible for your girl's death.
Well, you know where Craig McTavish is going.
In another era, he could have been WWE champion.
Anyway, but that lot that lot was $300.
That's
That's
awesome.
actually pretty good. That's actually
What,
pretty good.
I mean, what condition is that Lemieux in? I just picked one up myself. So,
That's Guy Lafleur.
oh, that's what I meant to say.
Guy Lafleur, Mario Lemieux, they're like the same person.
No, it's rough. It's super rough. It's got creases.
Yeah. This one's in good shape. It's just off center.
Right? It's like I just love them. Like it's a Guy Lafleur rookie card.
So Brad, question: is the Sittler an O-Pee-Chee or Tops?
OPG.
So you know what? I'll take that one from you.
I don't think.
He didn't.
I'll take that one from you. Okay, but I'll take that one from you because I actually have a really beat up stack of 70 O-Pee-Chees.
Oh,
I'll probably just throw it in a binder or whatever because being beat up actually fits in with the rest of them.
oh, you'll love it. It's got ACAA, ARCCO on it, whatever that means. No
Yeah,
idea.
I just don't want to spend a lot on it, but I actually have probably about at this point years ago I started down the path of doing a set. I probably have like 120 of the cards.
Oh,
So it's one of those things where like I'll just and the Gordy's beat up, the Bobby Hall is beat up, they're all beat up. So I'm like, you know what? I may as well just leave them all beat up. Who cares then?
Oh, that's nice. That's nice looking.
Yeah, I got that. I got that in Toronto.
That's got great eye appeal, eh?
Yeah, I didn't pay all that much for it, and I was very excited about it.
Wow, centered and everything. That's a gorgeous looking card.
The 70s weren't too bad with centering, so
I'm having a hard time because I can't see anything lining things up to show because
Literally just put it in front of your face. You're in the
That
middle
little
of the screen.
screen.
Just put it in front of your face. It's not that hard.
the blind leading the blind kind of thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, like you're centered in the middle of the screen. You just put it in front of your face and you're fine.
Okay.
Yeah. See, it works. The system works.
It's Guy Lafleur.
JW here is saying, I read the CT scan article, so we can talk about that. I heard, guys.
You heard?
I heard there's some like, imitation kind of panel shows that want to talk. So you know what? Let's talk about the CT scanning thing for a second.
All
So,
right.
so you know how there's like CT scanning? The New York Times wrote an article where they talk more about CT scanning. That's a CT scanning thing. That's it. That's all. Nothing actually changed, but they wrote an article in the New York Times, and there it is. Imagine though, doing an entire thumbnail and thing, trying to make it like this is this big revelation. It's completely changed. Could you imagine that, Brad? Could you imagine having the conceit to think that you stack like a million things on a thumbnail? Like that would just be weird.
Mhm.
Mhm. Yep.
I don't like the direction this is going.
Oh, I love the directions. Again, man of peace. Man of super peace.
It's
Super peace.
It's just innuendo.
Yeah, listen. Eric, I'm just
Just
excited that my tall boy Can got even taller. I'm just thrilled. I'm
Yeah,
just
thrilled.
excited beyond measure.
Man of peace.
Super man of peace. Not just, you know
Man
what?
of peace.
On a Friday the 13th, I am not content being merely a man of peace. I am now a super man of peace. I have elevated to another man of peacedom.
Yeah.
Yet another level. It's fantastic. So anyway, so JW was saying, interesting read. Legally, can they be sold with known odds to be false? So technically, no. The thing is, so really the main issue, it's not the CT scanning because you buy the box, you can do whatever the hell you want with it. That's your business. That's your problem. However, the moment you know what's in it, you can't really sell it as you can sell it as unopened. Technically, it is unopened, but you've effectively searched it. So there is kind of a murky legal area there where you literally know what's in it. You can't say it's unsearched. You can't say that the odds suddenly are broken because, well, now you have the information. You literally know. It's like playing, a game of poker with the cards face up. It doesn't work the same way. So it's like you put yourself in a legal murky area there the moment you're selling it because you're basically misrepresenting it because the person may think they have a chance at X, whatever pull, and they don't. And you literally know that. And you're selling it to them with that knowledge.
disclosure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's a problem.
Legally, disclosure is not sort of a crime until it's disclosed.
Well, there are a few Paul Lesko weighed in on it, and there is a segment of fraud that is covered in there where you, by doing that, you have effectively, it's like basically you open the box, but leaving it unopened, you've basically created that problem. The
And
big
he's
issue,
saying a section, so it's not really a strong section if it
but
is that.
no, here's the thing, Bobby. The truth is, the issue is proving it.
It is.
If you do prove it, then it's easy. Then it's an open and shut case. It's actually very easy to get somebody in trouble for it. The problem is proving it. How do you prove it? Without the person basically, without the information coming out.
What, somebody
That's
going
your
to go
problem.
put the cuffs on me and let's go?
Yeah, but that's the problem. The problem isn't getting somebody if the evidence is there. The problem is getting the evidence in the first place, because the person who did it isn't going to be sharing that information.
That's right.
Yeah,
And
and that's your problem.
even if you have a bill that says, I did the cup, well, which cup
How do you
was
know it's that box? Yeah, how do you know it's that box?
it?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so that's kind of your problem. That was the reality.
It's
The
so
practical
far and
is
away
the
from-
problem.
yeah. So, but that is a big problem. That if you buy a box with a cup on eBay, has it been searched? Has it been scanned? That's a huge issue. Actually, that's very, very big. When you're talking about high end stuff, 2004, 5 or 5, 6, whatever. Those boxes, the 20 grand. Like, man, how do you spend that when you know that thing is out there?
Yeah,
It's kind of scary.
right. But it's going to be such a small segment that does that, and
It's the high end segment that actually, and that's what most of the news is on every podcast. It's not about the $20 card; it's about the $5,000, $10,000, $50,000 card.
Yeah,
So,
but there's only really two groups that are predominantly affected by this. Number one is the folks that are buying the unopened boxes from a third-party
Breakers.
source, thinking they're getting it. Breakers can be to a degree. The reality though is that so if the end user is a singles buyer, they don't give a shit, because they're not the ones opening the boxes. They for them it's the end result. So that's why I kind of said it is a problem, and it creates a confidence issue with the boxes. That's 100% true.
huge, yeah.
But the reality is, so Brad, looking at it from a collector standpoint, if I'm a singles buyer, I don't care who pulled it out of what box or what they did to get from point A to point B. My only question is the single available and what's the price? Because for me, I'm buying the single. So I really, guys, CT scan away. I don't really give a crap. Makes no difference to me.
It doesn't affect most of the people in the hobby, but it affects the
Exactly.
high end people. Yes.
Yeah. And the ones who are dealing
And that
specifically
kind of
with the
runs
boxes.
hobby a lot in the grand scheme of things too, right?
right. But but don't look at it this way too. I just feel if you're in that space, you're going to buy from reputable companies. You're going to buy
Or get it from the first party, or get it directly from the
Well,
manufacturer, because you got to go directly to the source in that
right.
sense.
But again, if you buy, it's going to.
You mean direct from the source thing, or because guys sell stuff to reputable dealers and they can take that and just whatever.
Correct, but I guarantee you, and I haven't talked to the guys about it, but there's no way that Dave and Adams and
No.
these, they're not going to. They were before. There's no way they're going to be buying boxes of flawless and
No.
national treasures from people now. Like, there's just no way.
Somebody is.
Right, and I think that will disappear. I think this could. Make sure I say this to come
Right.
across the right way, but I think this will help reputable dealers and card shops and distributors in a way. Like it will eliminate some of this other area, because a lot of times before I say, why would you buy one single box before the CT scanning? We're like, why would you go on eBay and buy one box of the cup? Like the odds are that there's 6 boxes in a case. The case hit came out, and then they sell off the extra
People
box.
like to gamble.
Right, but if
Who opens 6 boxes, anyways?
right,
No,
but you're
so Bobby, though, let me pick up what Brad's
Sorry.
talking about, though. Let me
Yeah.
pick up what Brad's talking about, though.
I know what
Well,
he's talking about.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like that used to be a problem before, even before the CT scanning current
Sure.
issue.
Yeah.
It was somebody would buy the case,
Case.
pull the case hit, and then they would have a couple more tins left, and they'd be like, "Well, the odds are, even if I don't know what's in there, the odds are
It's a
I've already
less
pulled the
rod.
best card."
It could be a good card in there, but it's still the lesser rod. I get
Yeah.
it.
But since they hand pack it, it tends to be, if you pull the case hit, you pretty much pull the case hit,
right.
But we can't get away from rule number 1. So what are you going to do?
and that's the thing. Yeah, but the problem is that the person who was buying it at that time was paying the full freight. They weren't paying any kind of a discounted price relative
No.
to box number 1.
Exactly.
Even though at that point, like, the fix is in and the odds are against you now.
Then again,
Heavily
you never know who's doing what. So that's where it ends up really bad. And I guess that hurts the that end of the sale on eBay, whatnot, or what have
Yeah.
you. So,
Third party sellers on those platforms immediately,
Yep.
like, it casts suspicion on it, and it will reduce those prices and be like, yeah, no, thank you.
Dramatically. Sure.
Yeah. And
Right.
dealers who sometimes may try to restock by buying on the secondary market will be hesitant to do so because they don't know where those boxes have been.
Right. So maybe they'll go to the reputable LCS, go to your reputable distributor and buy the product there. So it could these third party sellers of a lot of this product, it's going to hurt their business more than the reputable people, in my opinion.
Yeah,
And
that's the new stuff coming out. But if you've got a couple of boxes of Crosby Ovechkin, like, what are you going to do? Put
Yeah.
away for your rainy day, for your retirement, for your whatever.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely. You took
better
a,
buy Bitcoin.
yeah, if you have a box of Cup 0506 that you bought, even if it was legit, you're taking a financial hit.
Oh yeah,
No way around it.
there's a lot of people with those boxes out there.
Or what if you what about this though, Bobby? Think about if you had that box and you CT scanned it and all of a sudden you went, there's a Crosby Cup RPA in that box. Don't really know what shape it's in. What premium would you get for the box all of a sudden?
I guess that would be a good thing.
So there's
But how many boxes do you gonna have to do?
I know. I'm just trying again.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, there's the upside is very small, but yeah,
Very small.
But you know what's funny? I
But
did
there is
hear a
an upside.
scenario. I did hear a scenario that was played out that was valid. One of the questions always was, what about the vintage and whatever? And one of the points was that it is more difficult, but it can be done. Obviously, they are able to do it. But one of the issues, vintage or modern or whatever. But what happens if somebody scans a box and they find the hit, but the hit is off center? Because you can see enough of the details to be able to make out in some cases components of the card. So if it turns out to be an off-center copy, which isn't nearly as desirable, so you leave it in there, and then the person that opens it pulls the hit, but obviously it's just not as nice. It will not grade or do whatever as nice as it would be. So in reality, you were able
probably
to
get your money back for the box. Anyway.
It depends on the nature of the hit. It just
Considering-
depends on the nature of the hit.
Yeah, true.
Just as an example, this is 8485 sealed from a fresh case that I bought at the National this year. Beautiful box, gorgeous. If you CT scan this, and the biggest hit, Yzerman rookie. If you CT scan it and you could tell that was the Yzerman inside of here, there's probably two Yzermans. If they were a little bit off center, would that really affect the value of this box? What do you think, Bobby? Because it's only an $100 card, but this box is worth $2,000 because it's a sealed box.
Well, you got Cam Neely, you got a lot of other stars in there too. On top
Right,
of that,
but is the value of this box because of the contents in the box, or because it's a sealed box?
because you got it from a sealed case, you're going to get your basic odds anyways.
Right,
They're there. You can't change that. There's no odds on a cup. There's no odds on that you're going to get. You're getting an Yzerman out of there. You know that 100%.
Right. But if
the cup, you're not getting an RPA.
True. So
Maybe, but
when we talk about vintage, is CT scanning
and not for
these
no.
boxes? Is it going to so it's not really for the 80s? So
The only value then for that particular type of box would be in the more
even the 70s. It doesn't really much matter in that regard,
Right.
but it
The
does
only
by
thing-
the pack. It does.
Yeah,
by
the only thing I'll add though, Bobby, is the only time for 70s or 80s or that kind of era, the only value then is in the diagnostic and trying to confirm that there isn't the Pokemon cards aren't G.I. Joe. No, but that's basically the only reason you would care at that point. Because then you're just trying to make sure that the box itself has what it's supposed to have in it in terms of the actual correct cards.
Did you see the recent sales of the wax packs? The 61 tops went for $8,000 US. Was graded. Now to CT scan that, would it go for less or more? If somebody knew what was in there. Like there's only 4 cards in that thing. $2,000 a card.
I don't think it would go for that much of a difference.
I think though in the
Because of the
examples you're
rarity?
using,
Because
in
of
the examples you're using, the value is in the intact item.
Right. Like that's like
Because-
the 4 box. The value's in
Because
that.
it's worth more than the sum of its parts.
Right.
Understood. But
Yeah.
there was that came from the Gary Kareem that we actually won that box and we distributed the packs amongst us. So the box is the box. You're going to get one, but you want that pack, right? Everybody wants that pack. There was also a 65 full box, basically -2 or something like that. Now, if somebody CT scans all those cards and sells those packs, he's laughing at the end of the day. Just the potential thereof of scanning that. Because in the 65, you get a couple rookie cards, boing, you're killing it. And is it worth doing it at those prices? Hell yeah.
But are you? Even if you pull out a 65, you get a Cornway that's a little OC and it's worth $300, but the pack's worth 6,000. You know what I mean, or whatever. I don't know.
No, I know. I'm talking about when you have more than one. When there's more than enough for the marketplace. At $8,000 a pack, that's not a huge line of people paying that for 61s or 65s, whatever, tall boys, whatever. You know,
I just think
and some of them are not even around enough. But there is enough around with baseball and what have you too, though. So. You know, that's understood. There's some pretty big stars in some of the baseball. So
do you think, and I'll ask this, Carlos, I just took over. I'll ask this question to the panel. Sorry.
Oh my God. I'm getting excited. Hold on. Go on.
I didn't need to do that, but Carlos, will CT scanning affect everyone can answer this. Will CT scanning affect
even Eric?
Your collecting, your hobby? Will it affect you individually?
Hold on, Eric, this is your hold on. I want Eric to start. Eric, this is your moment. This is literally what your life has come down to. Share it with us.
Okay.
All right. No.
Okay. That was quick.
Carlos?
I don't care.
Right.
This is always so we tease about it. But the reality of it is that I actually think so. Let's separate two things. Obviously, you know, Boston Card Hunter is the one who's running with a lot of this stuff. He's very excited because now he's getting acknowledged. He's having his big moment. But the thing is that in that same New York Times article, I didn't read the article, but I caught some pieces. And obviously, there's a lot of folks in there that are mockable, you know, good old Geoff, first and foremost. But he was the one, like, the thing is, he made the correct point, but he did it in the most Geoff way he can, which again, almost invalidates the point because he did it in the dumbest way he could have. The simple answer is yes, it's relevant. This is the simple answer. Yes, it's relevant because it does affect secondary market prices on boxes. It affects that whole segment of it. It does matter to the folks that wanted to open those boxes without having the questions and difficulties of it. For the singles collectors, we don't give a shit. And the reason for that is because we're singles collectors. Who opens the box? How they open? It was the same thing when we were having the discussion back then about, you know, are the breakers, you know, was, you know, Backyard Breaks getting, you know, boxes directed to them with the big hits. And I'm like, and at the time we were talking about it and discussing the debate. And in the end, there was basically what you had was the improbability of it versus what was going on. But then if you scanned it, well, then the improbability is fixed for you. The point was for the singles buyers, they don't care because they're not buying into breaks. So if you're not buying into boxes, you're not buying into breaks, then who cares? Because in that case, your only concern is, again, what I asked earlier. Is the single available and how much is it going to cost? Because if you're the single buyer, your only concern is the single. I don't care who opens it. I only care if it's available and what the price is. Because from a collecting standpoint, that's the only relevant piece of information for me. If I'm a sealed box collector and I get it on the secondary market and it's already been scanned and there's nothing good in there and they already know and I paid full price for it, yeah, there's a big problem.
Right. No, it's very good. But like my mom asked me today, she's someone that she knew sent her the article and said, what's this going to, like my mom was generally concerned. What's this going to do to the hockey card hobby? This whole thing you can scan. And I was like, it's not going to affect me at all. You know, like, but in her mind, not knowing this was a big deal, like all of a sudden it's fraud. It's people can detect this and that. And no, it's not going to affect me.
Indirectly, it'll affect certain people.
It will.
You know, if you buy boxes at your shop from people who want to bring something in, are you going to turn everyone away? That's a high-end box. I guess so. Right. You know, and this thing, CT scanning, is going to ruin the hobby. No, it's going to ruin part of the hobby, though. And nothing ever ruins the whole hobby anyways. It's just the segments. But, you know, we're talking about the high-end product box. We're talking about the big driving force behind most of the big cards. Right. So, you know, if you know, every video is made about that, not about the collector, like the Carlos collector who doesn't care. He's just doing singles. Like, why would it affect him?
Yeah.
But it is about the whole hobby in general.
Yeah, yes. And maybe it will fix it too, Bobby. Maybe all of a sudden, you know what? In a case, maybe the boxes inside a case will be numbered on that high end stuff. I always thought that was a good idea. You know what I mean? If you get a 6-box 6-box case of the cup, put the case number on it, and put 6 boxes. I know, yes, manufacturers don't want to know how many products is out there. We'll skip numbers, do something. It doesn't. But if they're numbered, and you can say, all right, yeah, here's the 6 boxes from this case. It would just make
But
feel a little
most
bit.
people can't afford 6 boxes; they afford one. Because
But you know where the other ones are. You know what I mean? Like if it's not.
sure,
I think there's improvements. I'm just brainstorming here, but there's improvements to that segment that I think are needed. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they will.
The big caveat here is really that these companies, there's obviously more than one, are busy, like almost what he's saying, like 24/7. So this is affecting something. It has to, because if they're scanning this many packs, this many boxes, obviously there's a market there that it's affecting. And it's not like, oh, they're doing 20 a week. They're probably doing 200 a week.
But do you know what? One thing on that comment too, when I listened to it, it said working 24/7 round the clock, and it takes 2 hours to do a box or whatever it is.
A detailed box.
But and then the next comment was, if you wanted to submit a box, you could probably have it back in less than a week. I just went simply, let's do the math here then.
But then there's 3 companies I think he said that are doing it. Right?
Yeah, the volume all of a sudden I saw it went from a massive amount based upon those numbers to
True enough. Yeah. But collectively over time, it's like everything, right?
Yeah, there'll be more and more, and there'll be I agree.
Because we're doing existing, we're not doing new boxes. We're talking, that's another different thing that they have to work on at Fanatics and what have you. That obviously something going forward. They're going to have to. Otherwise, the single boxes are, all in breakers' hands at that point. And, and they were calling some stuff out, like, what was it, a year ago? They were calling out cards. It was like the Babe Ruth home run kind of thing. They're calling, we haven't had, hey, guess what we got? So we know what was going on. They've been doing it for a couple of years, for sure. So now it's out in the hobby, and it's good because then people know. You know what you get into. I got out of wax for a couple specific reasons, and one of those is that wax packs, just like autographs, there's no 100% guarantee. All that Steve Hart does is just giving you that sense of satisfaction that is he an expert? No, but I think he knows more than most. And just like me, I know more than most what to look for. A bad pack is a bad pack. Most people can tell. But, when it gets to that fine line, you just kind of say, I'd just rather go with box. I don't want to have to worry about everything. I think it looks good. I'm pretty sure. It's never 100% unless it came from a sealed case or something, or a box or whatever. But, it's really a tough thing to really get into and stay with the vintage wax.
Yeah, for sure. Hard. Yeah. That's why I say, I wanted to make sure in the conversation we covered. So just to summarize a couple of things. I'm not going to downplay it. Again, Geoff's biggest mistake in that article is that he tries to over downplay it. So he oversimplifies a complex problem. And that's kind of one of the problems he has
too, right?
Yeah. He always oversimplifies because he doesn't think very far ahead. So I can say truthfully, it will not affect the majority of us that are singles buyers because number one, we're not buying those boxes. Number two, we're not buying into those breaks. And number three, we're not concerned about a lot of those individual elements because again, from my perspective, collecting perspective, my concern isn't who pulls it. It's does it become available in the marketplace? That's what I care about. And then again, the price point.
That's obvious.
But I'm saying,
sure.
But the problem is, Bobby, for some people, it's not obvious. For some people, they want to fixate on the, oh my God, this is going to doom an area of the, because there are people who literally obsess over these little things. And I'm sitting there like, but if you're not a box buyer, you don't care.
It doesn't
You have
matter.
no reason to.
The biggest hits on the internet are from people who have bad news and scary news.
Exactly. That's the point. So, but I want to present.
You can talk about the history of O-Pee-Chee, and then somebody says,
well, listen, if I need the history of O-Pee-Chee, I go to Richard Scott. But the point is that
I know,
obviously. So the point is though that it is. So what I'll say, and our overarching is, yes, it is relevant. It is new. It is noteworthy. But it's but the day-to-day rank and file collector, you don't have a reason to lose a lot of sleep. But the people who have a lot of high-end boxes and very expensive, yes, they do. They have reasons to be concerned.
Driven by those high-end boxes.
Yeah,
really,
and they have reason to be concerned, which is fine, and that's valid, and that's a legitimate.
It's a trickle-down effect too, right? What drives at the high end pulls up the bottom end.
Well, listen, I already know for a fact Eric has already scheduled a whole bunch of CT scanning to get all those Centennial boxes. He's like, does it have the Reggie? Does it have the Reggie? Does it have Half and Gill?
Maybe.
If there's a Reggie,
You got to
There
unmute
will-
yourself, Eric.
there
I
will
already,
be a chase.
I already set you up for it. You actually got to unmute yourself.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Probably.
Can you hear me?
Not yet.
You can't hear me?
I already.
No, we can't hear you.
I already pushed the button. So
We
So
wouldn't
you
be
can stay
answering
muted.
if we
You can
couldn't
stay
hear you.
muted, but you actually have to do it on your end. I
been-
can't control that part beyond the initial one.
I've been hitting
So
the
Will
button.
says, what are they? What are we guessing is price point where CT scanning boxes is cost effective? I think so. Like for
At a
some of those
certain
boxes,
level, sure.
yeah, for some of those boxes, the price point on the scanning is like $150 or something like that.
For a box, yeah.
Yeah. So again, you'd need a multiplier of that to make it worth your while. You would need a multiplier. So I would think maybe 1,000 and above. I think 1,000 and above would still have value.
Maybe because some of those, even those $500 boxes, you can pull something that's worth 40 grand.
Yeah, but I'm
That's
just
the
thinking,
thing,
Bobby.
right?
I'm just thinking, Bobby, a price point where, let's say it's $100 a box or $150 a box. When you scan enough boxes, so let's say you pull $1,000 card or $2,000 card, but if you spent $1,000 worth of it, it wasn't worth it. So the hit has to be big enough so that
Obviously.
you can scan a couple of boxes and still be able to get your money out of it.
Yep.
So at that price point, I feel like 1,000 plus is probably a good starting point because you could scan a couple of boxes and still potentially even get your money back.
I think a lot of people who have personal collections, I think will use the scanning too on top of that.
Oh, sure.
I don't
Listen,
think it'll
Eric,
really matter about the box. It might be worth $5.
Eric will have
It's
his
a good one.
1990 score scanned, like
Done.
you know, big
Yeah.
money cards in there. Yeah,
Mhm.
but he's an outlier in that regard.
So does it affect the hobby? Yes. In the great way? No. But
Right.
in a different way, in a financial way going forward for the companies and for old wax and breaks, yeah, it does affect it.
I agree, and I want to make sure I didn't mean to say that it's just not going to affect me personally, but it sucks when you get mainstream or not mainstream, but like big media that comes out. It's just another mark on the hobby. It's just now people that might have seen this article are talking about it. Like I said, my mom. It's like, no, it's not doomsday. This is not doomsday for our hobby.
Yeah,
Right?
usually Eric is the one who tells us about Doomsday.
Yeah.
That's his job.
It's doomsday for some people out there.
Oh yeah, it sucks. But
All
again,
those guys who sell high-end wax at their tables, like people are going to sit there and go, no, thanks.
right.
So we're going to have some free tables at the show.
Can anyone hear me now?
Yes, we've been hearing you ever since.
We heard you the whole time, Eric.
Yeah,
Because every time you say, "Can you hear me?" and we say no.
yeah. If
Think
we
about
couldn't hear you, we wouldn't say no.
I didn't know
I
if
was
you
gonna
could-
say if you're breaking a song, then people will know.
Yeah.
Just saying.
You're fine. Can you see us, Eric?
Can you see us? Log out and log back in, Eric. Log out and log back in. Yeah, it's probably for the best.
Keep that hat on, though, Eric.
So,
Keep
like
that-
anything that happens in the hobby, with all the scams and all the things, the bullpen, all the things, the wax thing with with the Pokemon, all that stuff. It's all part of the hobby, and it's been happening for the longest time. Actually, there's an old magazine I have from the 50s. It's one of the card collecting magazines, one of the early ones. I collect a lot of those early ones. You find some great information. This one guy wrote an article about fixing tape on a card. 3 pages in 1950, was it 55, 56, 57, somewhere right around there. And I went, wow, way back then. Who would have known? 3 pages. And he tells you what to use and how to get it off. And it's like, wow, that was going on back then.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. For sure.
the hobby's always had that, and it still survives. This is just something new. Now, this really affects that high-end buyer. If like my friend has a case of the cup, I think it's Dave. Dave's got a case of the cup from 2004. He goes, I don't know what I'm going to do with that. And I said,
So listen, if Dave has a
sell it,
case of the
Dave.
cup from 2004, he should immediately sell it because the cup
box.
didn't start until 0506.
a box of whatever he's got.
No, but I'm saying if he's got one for 2004, that was the lockout year. He's got amazing stuff.
He's got Ovechkin, Crosby.
Yeah, that's 0506. That's the draft.
506. Yeah, that's right. So he's got a case of that. I think he said 20, 30 grand, something like that. I don't know.
It's
whatever
got
it
pretty
is.
expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. But not now. Maybe it'll go down.
There you go.
Honestly,
So
that's a
so
dream.
Neo here is saying, did the HGA and CGA drop start yet? Listen, Neo. When it comes to HGA, I only know one person who kind of likes them. So I am deferring to your expertise on this matter. You personally are the one that I'm seeking for the information on when HGA drops start. Because I'll be right there with bells on. I won't grade anything with them, but I want to know. So Neo, we're relying on you. We're counting on you, Neo, as the YouTube people for you to give us that info.
Does HGA hurt the hobby?
Well, it will once they actually open. Brad is ready to leave PSA right now if HGA ever gets its act together. And the only way we're going to find out is if Neo tells us.
Are they back? Is HGA back grading cards? Or
No, they literally are saying, they literally made a social media post that basically was the equivalent of "we're not dead."
Yeah.
oh, really?
They're back.
Yeah, that's
like
basically
Shady's
all
back.
it was. It's basically like, it's like, no, it's like, we're not dead, we promise. And that's basically it.
Yeah. We're still here, but
They've been hanging around. They've been hanging around, just making that claim.
Mm-hmm.
So Neo, if you want to poke fun at HGA for a couple of minutes, let me know and I can shoot you a link. Otherwise, I assume he's in a car, on his way to try again. He may be driving to the headquarters of HGA to get at the front of the line, which is what I think is happening right now.
Yeah, it's Christmas.
I'm sure he'll have another alternative story, but I think he's actually he's going to be standing at the glass of HGA's headquarters, staring at it until someone responds.
He'll be at the
That's what I'm
back door with UPS.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember that.
But if you remove the tape, is it altered? Listen, HGA, for a company that didn't do a lot other than those custom labels, we had a lot of fun with them back in the day.
Oh, we did.
The two videos they made were moi, chef's kiss, gold. Gold. Ham says, I like the horizontal slabs. They were excellent coaster fodder. Amazing coaster fodder.
There was something different, and sometimes different can be exciting.
Listen, I will have you know, I don't care if they're making posts. I don't care if they're making posts claiming they're not dead. I still consider them the greatest pseudo AI grader in this hobby's history. The greatest, bar none.
Really?
No question.
I thought there's another one that you would.
No, HGA is the best. Far and away the best.
Uh-huh.
It's not even close.
As opposed to
the level.
Don't say it.
As opposed to children's games, HGA is the best. Not only do they have custom labels, they already have coaster shapes. They didn't rely on simply being a coaster. They actually made a coaster shaped holder.
Yes.
Mana piece.
I am a mana piece. Always.
What piece we don't know.
Neo says, I should have asked Nat about Brad's employee performance review. So by the way, Brad, you'll appreciate this.
Oh, yeah.
So when Neo did his interview of Nat, he basically told us in the Discord that he was going to do the interview of Nat. So I made up a fake thumbnail. And again, we hadn't seen it yet because it hadn't dropped yet. But on the fake thumbnail, I just said, okay, so did I get the essence of it? And literally I made, Neo interviews Nat Turner, and underneath the picture says employee performance review. because a lot of people think he's on the take from PSA. You're a PSA employee, but a lot of people think he's a PSA employee. So did I get the gist of it? Is Nat giving you a raise? Are you getting a raise this year? Are you getting a bonus?
It's not about the raises, it's about the bonuses.
Yes, it's all about the bonuses.
Do you know what's that's really funny about that is that today I had a Zoom call and it was an employee performance review today.
What?
Yeah, it's very ironic.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Everything comes to fruition.
It's perfect. It works out, man. It works out.
Who did you have that with?
What's that?
So somebody was reviewing you as an employee, or you were reviewing?
So I had to review the people underneath me.
Oh, okay.
And then I left the call, and then who I report to had to do a review on me. It's all new to me. I'm the first person to say the corporate world is completely new to me. It's not something I'm learning as I go, but I've got a great, what's the proper word?
Mentor?
No, it's not. I wouldn't say mentor, but I got a great friend / person that I report to that is a corporate world expert. So we work super well together. The things I struggle with, he helps me out, and vice versa. So
The great gig in the sky. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, look at that. A Pink Floyd reference.
Thank you.
And I don't know if you guys ever ate these before from Costco, but these might be the greatest things ever.
The Kirkland s'mores. Look at
Oh,
you.
really?
Caramel s'mores. for
Caramel
less.
s'mores from Costco. Unbelievable.
Okay, so Brad, check this one out. There you go. See, I should release the video. It would have been great.
That's awesome.
Just do a full review. You know, do a full review of Neo's interview. It's like it's employee performance evaluation, isn't it?
That's good.
That's what happens. Like it's like, don't tempt me with a good time. I was like, yeah, I'll make a reaction video too. Here's my thumbnail.
Yeah, that was a good interview. I honestly, I think Neo does a great job, but Matt does a great job on interviews. He's he is. He speaks the truth, right?
He actually says some things that you kind of go, "Ooh, oh,
yeah, exactly."
like, yeah, okay.
I know.
And that's just him, and you kind of like to see that from somebody. What word am I looking for? It's oh God, I don't know. I can't think of the word right now.
Yep.
You know, he's just showing himself who he is,
yeah.
and that's perfect. It's perfect to be like that.
It's all he needs to do. Like in the role he's in right now, the only thing he needs to do, really, all people are asking is that he'll answer a couple of questions and be like, "Yeah, I collect some stuff. Here's some stuff I collect. Show off some stuff you collect," and that's basically all you got to do. Mm-hmm. Because otherwise, like if it's the specifics and particulars, that's what we have Ryan Hogue to do. We have that. He's the president of PSA. Like if it's specific PSA related stuff, obviously Nat can speak to it. But there are specific PSA related people that can answer more specific PSA related. He's supposed to be looking at the whole picture. He's the CEO of Collectors. So in reality, he should be, in theory, he should be able to almost speak to PCGS and some of the other stuff they're working on. Because again, he's looking at the whole piece of the pie. But PSA is one component of a larger portfolio they have.
Well, you wouldn't want to get a review from him. Holy shit, it'd be like 3 hours. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Neo says that's your reaction video thumbnail, that's right. Listen, I wanted to do it. I just didn't feel like Nat gave us enough feedback on how Neo did as an on-the-take content creator. We didn't get enough. We didn't get enough.
We heard that.
Well, listen, I've seen Neo's comment section.
Gotta get paid.
It is well known. His hatred. You know, he kind of likes HGA, in fairness. He kind of likes HGA. But his personal vendetta, and Eric, this may shock you, I think Neo has a personal vendetta against Tag. And he also infuriated Hobby Noted. See? Eric was so shocked he ran away.
He bowed out, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Neo may have stirred up the CGA pot. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, I don't know what CGA is. And that would be most of the hobby. But the point is, CGA is a thing, and Neo angered them. He made them mad. They responded with words. Angry words.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Facts. See? Right there. You said the T word, now the bots are going to go, I know. Mm-hmm. Scary.
It's all bots.
All we wanted was our goddamn coasters. Listen, all we were trying to do is get some coasters. Get some coasters. Best coasters in the hobby. Just saying.
No, you got the best coaster. I gave you.
Well, listen, I do have a newer fancy coaster.
I love it.
Of the Fish Boy and Otani.
There we go. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is the new coaster. It's very exciting. I got lots of coasters here, Rick. Lots of coasters.
My coaster is from the Bobby Burrell.
Oh yeah, your Boston Bruins.
It's right here, and that's I actually have a coaster, but this coaster is from the 70s, and it was given to me by Bobby, and
1977, yeah.
And I put it to use, right? Boom, right on there.
You got a lot of them. You got a set.
You did give me quite a bit.
Yeah,
it's like
that.
You know what I'm thinking, Brad? I got to be honest. The man has the budget to have that many coasters. He doesn't even have that many drinks.
I know.
I'm thinking we need to raise the like button fee again. And I got to be honest. So I know Zach's been in and out. We're gonna have to fix this. We've got a good chunk of you tonight. By the way, we appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you as always. By the way, feel free to ask questions and give thoughts and comments. We're kind of just hanging around BSing. And Carlos has extra tall beer, so he's very excited about this. I got to be honest. I feel like I need a refill for my extra tall beer. I think that's what's gonna happen.
20% more.
It is 20% more. It's very exciting. But the point is,
you were supposed to do something.
That's a lot of damn
and you
coasters.
didn't.
I was going to say, what the hell are you supposed to do with that many coasters? Anyway, the point is, Eric pays for the like button because he is rich. And as a result, that means we need the like button pressed far substantially more. There are enough of you there where if you hit the like button, again, I will literally send Eric a gigantic bill that will basically be the gross domestic product of Massachusetts.
Ooh,
That's just for this month. That's just this month alone.
Mm-hmm.
So remember to hit the like button generously. And if you're unsure, hit it twice.
Oh, good God.
Well, that'll click it off.
And then hit
Watch
it one more time just to
That's
show
it.
who's boss.
That's it.
No, Bobby, no, I'm saying you hit it twice and then hit it one more time to show who's boss.
Mm-hmm.
Because they thought it got away with it. Nope, you hit it again.
Mm-hmm.
Do what you have to. Just saying.
Because there's so much to like.
Yes, there is. Every time we torment you, people love it. I literally get ravenous praise. Not just regular praise. I get ravenous praise. Rapturous praise.
Rapturous.
It's unbelievable. Josh said, did Eric replace his broken Coke fridge? I believe that is his lovely wife, who's probably hanging out with him. But nonetheless, she replaced his broken Coke fridge.
I got a Pepsi fridge now.
Is it so? It's a Pepsi branded fridge. You're extra fancy now.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm big time.
Name says I will hit the like button from all my YouTube accounts, as you should. If you need to open extra ones, do what you got to do, man. Do what you got to do. Just throwing it out there. We can't accept. So, Brad, let me ask you a question. Obviously, you were out there to educate the unwashed. So down the road, are we? What do you think of the odds we get you on Gong Show again for round 2?
Oh yeah, I'm in.
Like I couldn't even, Bobby. I couldn't even keep a straight face. I was trying to get through the question without laughing, but I couldn't.
Bobby, when's your round 2?
Huh?
Well, I think you're supposed to say January is what you went for round 2, isn't it?
January round 2.
Or did your Richard Scott hate get you banned?
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to be talking to them next week, and then it's a surprise for a special day on the 25th.
Awesome.
Release.
I see.
While you're opening your presents and watch away.
Wow.
It'll be better than the first one.
I'm still
It will
waiting.
be far funnier, far more enlightened.
I'll get
Sure.
you on there, Eric. I'll get you on there, buddy.
We'll get you on there.
I have a lot to say. I think it'd be very valuable, and
If you're good, Yannick, just give me a thumbs up.
probably do a 6-7 potter. I would think with everything that I can bring to the table. So
Absolutely. You're the epitome.
they haven't reached out yet. Maybe they're intimidated. I can understand why.
You're kind of a big deal, you know.
Eric, you're the epitome of a gong show.
Oh yeah.
Basically, you're right.
Fit.
Brad did it.
Perfect fit.
My whole life is a gong show. Yeah.
Me too. Me too.
So Eric, I got to be honest. So Brad, I think you brought up a valid point. I think Eric's too much of a gong show. I think they're intimidated that they're going to get overshadowed. They're going to realize suddenly, all of a sudden, it's like even in gong showdom, we're getting shown up. We're not on this level. We can't compete with this. You put it on the screen, it's like all of a sudden it's like y'all are not even like a full gong show. Like this guy. This guy.
Oh,
He'll even put Phil to shame.
Yeah, I mean, they all immediately they would take themselves off screen out of frustration. They're like, you know what? We can't even. We're done.
You run.
You know what?
Go.
Eric, it's your show now. Eric, you're the captain now.
The only the one request I have is gong. You need that big gong. I need the gong show to be a gong. I don't
to actually have a gong.
Yep. I'm going back to the Chuck Barris thing back in the day. So
I like it.
They did packs of those gong show.
We need a new sound effect.
Yes, and a nice cool one too, not just the regular old 70s kind of thing.
Boys, I'm Yannick. I hope everything's going well. I'll chat with you offline later. But boys, I'm hitting the hay. I'm
Ben,
tired.
you didn't show anything from your shelving. Like
The hay will be hit.
I bought. I got some cool stuff. I did buy some cool stuff today.
Well, now, Brad, now's your chance. Before you go, show some cool stuff. Make it happen.
you have to pick out one particular
I
thing.
got another Gretzky rookie today that I'm going to send into grades. Probably going to be able to 3, maybe a 2 or
Really?
3. Yeah,
And how many will that make it?
it's a lot. And I got
You
a
heard the number.
Connor Bedard PSA 10 Violet Pixels, numbered out of 299.
Okay.
This is today. I showed a bunch earlier, but I got to sack. Where did I put them? Shit.
They're around.
This is why he's got a whole wall. He's got
Yes.
a whole wall of stuff.
So I got this today.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
Gum Horse.
nice.
There you go.
That's
54
6.5.
Parky.
Yeah, 6.5 Gumper. That
That's
looks
Oh, sorry,
great.
that's a 53.
great
That's a
shot.
53.
I like it.
So I think I have a PSA 4 in my collection, so I'm going to swap that out and move to 4. And then I got this that is just awesome.
Yeah.
You need a sideways HDA card.
Like,
Yeah. There we go. That's better.
a look like it's a PSA 2 that's got corners and color like a.
That's a great too.
Oh yeah, it's got spider creases all the way through the whole back. Like the whole back is creased, like, but you can't see it on the camera.
No, you can't. No.
Yeah. Anyway, so I picked up those 2 today. I
Boom
got
Boom and
this today.
No, that was Punch.
Oh, nice.
Travis Kelce Gold out of 2000, numbered out of 2013. I picked up this from another guy, Jordan Eberle, 1 of 1. Just
where
Oh,
were
it's
you
the 1-1.
shopping? Where were you shopping today?
so today I was working at the submission center and Steve was off. So when I was helping out taking PSA submissions, but I was helping out AMG as well.
Ah.
And part of the deal was that anything came through I got first dibs on. So people were selling
Good deal.
stuff.
So I was
and
gonna say he's working at AMG. He's like 1 for me, 1 for
100%.
me, 2 for me, 3 for me.
Yeah, I got some Logan Coolies that I'm going to send into PSA, Young Guns. I got Silver Outburst Fantilli, some more Fantillis.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was a fantastic
Bumper
day.
crop day.
Yeah. So that was all that was all my cool stuff that I got today.
There you go. I appreciate it. I'm glad we were able to get that in there. It adds to the segment. I think it
We
made
saw
it
the
work.
hey before you hit the hay. Wow.
I know.
I know.
There was something else that I had, but I can't remember what it was. Anyway, that'll be for next week. But yeah, lots of action today. Super happy with my pickups. Never go wrong picking up another Gretzky.
Nope.
Which will be
Nice.
Never enough Gretzky's.
Never.
101, 102.
Brad has them all.
I think. Yeah, maybe.
yeah. Oh,
Good
there's
stuff.
a lot.
Yeah. So Brad, we'll be in touch a little bit later. Like I said, I have some possibly evil plans if everything comes according to plan, but we'll see. We'll play it by ear. We'll see how it goes. And then Brad, the next time you think about ingrained, just get 3 count. We'll make a video and at least it'll be funny. Like stop with the ingrained. Step away from the ingrained.
I know. It was a bad move.
That's a bad scene, man.
That's why you had to buy so much to make up for
He
it.
just kept going. It's a bad scene. It's a real bad scene.
I know. It was really bad. It was there's that side of me that comes out every now and then, but it was a great week and oh wow.
If you pulled something good, it wouldn't have been so bad side, right?
I mean, the Ovechkin auto is pretty good.
Well, see, but I'm going to flip the script and say, you know what? I just saved a bunch of good customers that go to AG from
We
buying
can
the
go
boxes.
with that.
Yeah, from buying the boxes. I just took it for the team.
Got
It was a
that.
team player.
You're a good man, Brad.
Give me every shitty box that you possibly have and let me open it because that's how my luck goes lately with opening wax.
And I thought, Matt Turner was the good guy. Damn.
There's nobody that opens up more wax than him. I can't even imagine what some of those boxes must cost. Like when you're opening up 96, 97, 98, 99 basketball boxes.
Oh, yeah.
Like I feel like he opens a box a day. And I don't know if those boxes are 2,000, 1,500, 5,000. It's got to be expensive.
Yeah.
And he'll show like, here's my hit. it's Antoine Jameson. Like it's
Oh, yeah, big hit, big one.
no, but
Monster
yeah,
hit.
that's why.
Come on in the office, sit down, open a pack.
Joking aside, but that shows how much how much of a hobbyist and a collector he truly is, and how much enjoyment. Like,
Well, Brad, if we're being fair. Wait, before you go, Eric.
Yeah.
To be fair,
Mm-hmm.
To be fair.
thank you. To be fair, that's basically like him buying MVP packs.
Pretty much.
It's like let's be, they're expensive, but let's be honest, in relative terms, for that, it's like him opening a couple boxes of MVP just to screw around.
right, but every person I know that is wealthy and has money, there's usually a reason they don't want to waste money intentionally.
Or you could be Eric with the like button and be like, all the monies,
I have no of the monies. No of
because
the
they're all
monies.
spent on the like button, and we appreciate you for it.
There's the monies, and then there's the no of the monies, and I'm in the no of the monies section of the audience.
Yeah,
Well,
they're allocated monies for the like button.
After today, Eric, I'm in the no monies section. Stupid Heartland.
I
Brad,
got
I got.
right next
So
to me. You can have it.
So Brad, then before you go, now you've left me with one important question. So your ingrained purchases and the no of the monies. So on like what I'm going to call the Manoa scale, how are you feeling on this? Like, is that like a full Manoa, a 3/4 Manoa, a half Manoa, a quarter Manoa? How bad is it? How bad a scene are we talking?
That is a good grading scale.
That was 20% of Manoa. That was $2,400 that I spent on engraved boxes.
So that's a 1/5 Manoa.
Manoa was 12,000. I said that the other day. I only bought 50% of the Manoa, so I paid 6,000.
That doesn't make it better, Brad. That's not making it better. That's a third Manoa.
That wasn't true that I paid 12,000. Well, technically I did. I bought it, then the guy bought half. I don't know. I want to make sure I keep what I'm saying is
And
factual.
you get him to buy the other half.
Would you like to buy the other half? I'll sell
No,
you.
but
my half.
maybe that guy would like to buy you out, and he can have the whole thing for himself.
No, he asked me that.
You're the Spider-Man meme. You're both pointing at each other like, do you want to buy the other half?
You want my half price.
Yeah, he did say, he's like, you give me $1,000, I'm out. And I was like, well, maybe I should. I thought about it.
No, you shouldn't. Run away. Run away. No.
I know, but
Bad.
But I really want. I'm getting it from him anyways. I let him hang on to it. I want that card. I'm going to thoroughly enjoy that card for the rest of my hobby life.
I feel like the only thing left for you, Brad, is you should put it inside of a lucite holder.
Mm.
Yeah.
Just as a monument to like mistakes were made, but just have it in that big old lucite holder.
I can't read. You know what's terrible? I can't even remember. I think it's a PSA 9.
You got to get a brick.
Yeah, I think it's a PSA 9. I'm not sure, anyways. But I
don't think it really matters, Brad.
No, I'm going to own that card forever, and I'll always have my Manoa journey. And hey, this year's a new year.
Bobby, I got to be honest. If I ever do go down to Nova Scotia, and honestly, every year that goes by, I'm thinking I'm going to find a way. I'm going to go down. We're going to go to the Keats factory, and then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a picture with the Manoa.
Yeah.
It's like, guys, I had to see all the sites. I went to see all the sites in Nova Scotia. Look, it's the Manoa.
The Manoa effect.
I got to be there for the photo op. Listen. I got a shiny loonie with your name on it, Brad. That for the picture with the Manoa, and that'll get you one step closer to recovering your money.
I will take that. I will gladly. Yeah.
For the photo op, I will give you a shiny loonie, and that will get you $1 closer to recovering from the Manoa.
Nova
That's
Scotia's
awesome.
greatest import, the Manoa.
The Manoa.
Domino.
Everyone will hear the legend. But Brad, we appreciate you joining us. Appreciate you hanging out. We'll make sure it happen again. And by the way, everybody, hi Phil. Hey.
Who?
I'm just going to hop over there for a bit. I'll see you guys.
Yeah.
Out. See you guys.
Sleep.
See you later. See you later, Brad. Take it easy.
Take care, Yannick.
Thanks, man.
All right, we need to make sure we got in our little jokes before we let Brad take off.
Yeah.
Well, I hope so.
I got another 10 minutes out of him.
That's pretty good.
We know how
Yeah,
to extend it.
we figured he'd
What'd
have
you
some
pick
good
up,
stuff
Brad?
there.
The
Like,
haystack.
but that is so I hope you all enjoyed. I have now introduced the new bad decision grading scale, the Manoa scale. So now we can all measure hobby errors based on the Manoa scale. It has been introduced and added to the canon.
The rules somewhere, like shall we
No, well,
always
that's not
measure
really a
with
rule,
Manoa
Yannick.
scale?
But it is something that has been innovated. Once again, the BIC live stream innovates.
Yeah,
So
I'd like
we
to
do.
add something to it, and to this, I'd like to add, you never
Go
ever
full Manoa.
want to go full Manoa.
Full Manoa, never.
Well, how many
Never.
rules are we at? How many rules are we at
Everyone
there
knows
currently,
that.
Eric? How many rules are we at?
8. Everyone
8?
knows you don't
We
go
are
full
at
Manoa
8.
ever.
All right, put in number 9. Never go full Manoa.
Never go full Manoa.
Make it happen.
Yep.
It's got to be done. So JW here is saying Gong Show. I imagine celebrity sports card influencers gonging collectors with the worst and most embarrassing card purchases. That would be better than
great.
the actual result. That would be better
Yeah.
than the actual result.
Sure.
I would watch that show.
Yeah.
Most embarrassing, worst and most embarrassing card purchases with a gong. Yeah, I'd watch that shit.
Mm-hmm.
I'd totally watch that.
There's a new show we're going to start.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. Manoa on the DL. Manoa pitching bullpen. Manoa in the Florida State League pitching beach balls. Maybe.
No eating a hot dog.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty rough scene. Let that be a lesson to y'all. Do not invest in pitchers. Please, for the love of all that is holy, don't. If only someone had warned them. We warned him.
Well, I think we're warning them now.
No, we warned him before. I literally on one of the live streams I said don't do it. Nope.
Don't like pitchers.
Nope. Mm-mm. No to the pitchers. Do not.
They
do
didn't
that.
take heed, so maybe they will now.
Yeah. There have just been so many examples where it doesn't work out. There are very few pitchers. Like, there are pitchers that have some value for sure, but they got to be really established. It's got to be the tippy top of the most successful ones. And then and only then, and it's very specific. You got to be the absolute best. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, there are guys who can have nice runs, and then they drop off, and then that's the end of that.
Yeah.
It is what it is, though. It is what it is.
Free Tommy Johns, you're gone.
Yeah. Well, the problem with him is at least if it was injury, it would almost be more acceptable because then at least you have an explanation. He just started sucking. He was just very poor. Yep. Never go full Manoa. That's right. That is right.
We
Let it be known.
we
Be written.
added yet our 9th rule. One more for the full 10 commandments, but we don't ever have to stop. But we have one more to fill the 10 spot.
It was
I wanna
kind
be
of
very
really
selective.
be 10. I watched History of the World Part 1 with Mel Brooks there, and when Moses was coming down with he dropped a couple of those.
He
so
did.
I think there should have been 20.
Yeah. I think there was 15, and he dropped a tablet or something, right? 10 commandments.
Yes.
The last couple are not a big deal anyway.
Yeah.
So real quick, I wanted to actually touch on this because I was listening to a lot of the it was a little bit of a slow day in the office, so I was listening to a little bit of I won't say sports radio because it really was. It was more YouTube than anything else.
Actually,
But,
I haven't heard them in a couple of weeks. They haven't been up on my algorithm, surprisingly.
Not so much. Well, it was interesting because I was watching while I was putting together that part 1 of the year in review. I was doing that on the laptop, and I had it on the big monitor. I have a widescreen monitor that's actually very handy because you got a lot of room to work with. But while I had that on, I had the Thursday night football game on the other side of it. Thursday night football game, which it was awful. It was atrocious. But the thing that caught my interest, I kind of saw it out of the corner of my eye, but I wasn't paying super close attention. One of the San Francisco 49ers players, Devondre Campbell, literally quit on the team. He was the starter. He got put on the bench because the other guy was injured, and he came in, and then he kind of was a little dinged up. He went to the sideline, and the coach is like, "Hey man, can you come in and like fill in for a little bit?" Because obviously at that point he's the backup, so he needs to come in and help. but he was signed for like a 1-year thing as kind of the fill-in to help in case, obviously, since the other guy was injured. But we still don't know the specifics of it. But for whatever reason, he's just like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. And then he just walked. And then he walked back to the locker room and just kind of left. And I was sitting there like, huh. And that was a very interesting topic of discussion. It's like, you quit on the team. And, well, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, that is true. He did.
Didn't hold back. Kittle said something. There was another player that came out right in the locker room and said something, and they want him gone. They don't ever want to see him again.
Well, Eric, it was funny. So Kittle was obviously one of the players of San Francisco that was mad, but one of the other players, I listened to the audio of it. He wasn't like angry, but he was kind of more disappointed than anything else. But the other player, who was again, his name escapes me. I apologize, but Kittle was one who was very vocal about it. The coach was obviously very vocal about it. He wasn't too happy about it. But the other player, and this is important context, Bobby, the other player whose name escapes me right now, he sounded very disappointed in it, and deservedly so, because he is one of 2 players on the San Francisco 49ers who had a child die this year.
Wow.
And who was playing. So I think he was the one who had a child die this year. And obviously he took a little time off for it, but then went back and played. So obviously a guy like that, then seeing somebody quit because either they got benched or they're upset about something else, is not going to look too kindly upon that. He goes, wait a minute. I have like serious personal issues, and I was still able to come out here and do my best and do whatever. It's an insult. It's a slap across the face to those guys.
Yeah.
Because there were guys who were injured who are playing right now. And that game, the loss effectively eliminated the San Francisco 49ers from the playoffs. And the game was still in doubt at that moment. So at that moment, the coach is asking you, because the other guy's hurt. He needs a couple of plays off. They need you in there. And then you basically say no and walk away from it. It's not going to be seen well. That's not going to fly with a lot of these players, especially on a team that's already had a lot of injuries and personal trials and tribulations and issues. Sure. They're not going to be too pleased with you.
And I don't know if they've cut him yet or how they handle. I'm looking it up on ESPN now to see.
I think they did. I thought I saw they did.
But
like, does he still belong on your roster for a little bit?
And who else is going to take him?
Well, that was kind of the point of the discussion, was that a lot of folks there's a lot of things you can do in football that, obviously are not great, but there is, but literally quitting in the middle of a game when you're physically able to play. And the key here is, let's say you had an issue with being the backup and you were upset about it or whatever. You had the opportunity before the game to talk to the coach and say, hey, give me a break here. We're not, I don't want to do this. And then the coach could be like, fine, then don't dress. We'll get one of the other players to take that spot. And then if we need them, then we've got somebody. But if you don't do that and you actually are in uniform, the expectation is you're going to play if you're able. Well, he was able, and he chose not to.
We've all played team sports, at one point in our lives or another, and obviously none of us made it, to that level. It's like 1% of the world's population can get to that level. And this.
Hey, speak for yourself. On the National Trolling League, I was an MVP.
Oh, I didn't know that. Good for you. I'm mistaken. I apologize.
I was the first ballot Hall of Famer after my first game.
I could see.
That's elite trolling, Eric. Elite trolling.
We're all older as opposed to, kids playing today. No, as opposed to, 15, 16 to 18-year-old kids who are playing in high school today. We're all a little bit older and came from, a little bit different of a generation. That team concept, and go out and work your ass off, not for yourself, but for your team, for your school, for your, whatever. That was important part of, my athletic career as a younger person. And I played through injuries. I, taped myself up. I did whatever I had to do to be out there because I didn't want to let the other guys on the soccer field down, the other guys on the track team down. And if me, who was never even close to being a professional athlete, had that mentality on a high school soccer team, and I got a hamstring that's torn to shreds, but I'm willing to go out and try. It blows my mind that a multi-million-dollar athlete who's in the 1% of the world's population that can do what he does throws the temper tantrum like that and leaves his teammates out there. If you have a problem with the coach and the coaching staff and the general manager about your playing time and how you're being utilized, that's between you and them. Your teammates needed you. The 49ers are depleted with injuries right now. And this guy gets, this other player gets hurt and we need you to come in now. And you're like, no, I'm not doing that. You might wanted to flip off the coach and the general manager and all that. No, you told your teammates to go F themselves. And I just don't get that. It doesn't calculate in my head.
Now, there's one more thing that I think was more confusing about this one, Bobby. And it comes down to this. The guy is a 9-year veteran. So he's been around the league a little while. He's actually been an all-pro once. Now, regardless, though, this is effectively a career-ending type of move. Because a lot of other teams are going to look at you and go, well, we can't trust you. Because why would you do this? Because realistically, even if you, to Eric's point, even if you were upset about your playing time or whatever, being demoted or whatever, you had options to deal with this issue without ever getting into that situation. You could literally have not dressed. You didn't have to dress for the game. You could have said, "Hey guys, I got an issue with this. We need to talk about it, but I don't want to deal. I'm not going to go on the field right now."
Contract, we don't know. So,
but the thing is that NFL contracts are mostly not guaranteed. So realistically, the San Francisco 49ers will be well within their capabilities to cut the guy right now, and he forfeits the rest of his year's salary. And it's a 1-year deal, so there's nobody else that has to pick you up.
Oh yeah.
So it's like you're potentially sacrificing millions of dollars because he's 31 years old right now. Assuming he's healthy, he could play a couple more years. So there's no reason. So you're forfeiting potential earnings potential down the road here for what?
Yeah, and from what I understand, he's had a very good year. Like, he's played really well for the 49ers.
Yeah, I think his year so far has been pretty good. The point is, though, he's played well enough where in this situation, if you go in, even if it's through gritted teeth, just to meet your obligation and just take care of it, you can earn yourself another contract with another team.
Right.
Just go in and put in a good performance and say, yep, I stepped up when they needed me, whatever, fine. And then you just grit your teeth through it. Well, other teams will respect that if you actually go in and do the job and go, all right, fine. Under the circumstances, I did the job, whatever. That's it. Other teams will be like, fair enough. That's all we need. We need a guy like that. Sure, we'll bring you on.
Whatever that guy's salary is, I'm sure it's in the millions.
It was $5 million.
I can grit my teeth pretty well for $5 million.
And tape up half a hammy.
Yeah. I mean, I was doing that in high school for free. Imagine what I do for $5 million.
Oh yeah.
Could probably afford a Klondike bar.
Maybe a mummy wrapped up, I'll tell you.
Yeah. I mean, that's why these guys do this stuff. I mean, it is money based, obviously, but a lot of these guys have the correct mindset and they don't want to let their teammates down, and they'll play hurt and they'll take the shot and they'll have off-season surgery and they'll risk it all because they're brothers on the field, that they're fighting in the blood and the mud with every Sunday. They'll go out there and do it. Look at hockey players. You just had Wilson for the Capitals get his orbital bone and his sinus bone broken with a puck. His face is swollen up, the size of a grapefruit, and he comes out and scores like 2 goals and wins the game. He didn't do that just for himself. He did that because my team needs me. I can put you go until you can't go anymore. And out he came, and he ended up scoring the game winner.
Nice.
You imagine what the guys in that locker room think of him right now? I mean, he's a ultimate teammate. They'll jump in front of a bus for that guy right now. They'll throw the 49er kid in front of a bus.
Under the bus?
He threw his team under the bus. They're going to throw him in front of a bus.
And he looked like he got hit by a bus.
The short bus?
Short bus.
He's acting like he's acting like he's on the short bus.
I just think from a strictly jokes aside, I think strictly from a strategery standpoint, there's almost no scenario where it was a good play. From if kind of JW was talking there, so one way to get traded. There's another way to get traded. You this point in the season, you can't get traded. There's literally there's no benefit. You may as well just ride out the string and cash the check. Literally by getting in the game, you cash another game check. So and then you would have another game check next week. So realistically, play out the rest of the season, cash the rest of your checks, and then go sign with the team next year. Like there are other opportunities in the league. Basically, if you just done your job.
And he's breach a contract. That's it. I don't think they have to pay him. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, obviously.
Well, if they cut him, they can. Remember, these are NFL contracts. If they cut him, anything that he's not guaranteed, he forfeits. So that's the thing. And a lot of these contracts don't have necessarily. I think he might have some guaranteed money on it, but it's never the 100%.
That's
Deshaun Watson is the only one who got 100%, and that was not a good move.
That's the NFL style, right? They'll say like the guy makes 40 million, but overall there's only like 15 guarantee, and like
that's the
any
thing,
other sports like hockey, when they say you get,
it's guaranteed.
Like Juan Soto is getting that 765 million, all of it. Like, that he plays the game or not. Like he can't go all on Anthony Rendon. He'll get all of his money.
Well, that's what I said when Juan Soto signed that contract. One of the first things I thought is like, man, I can't believe they paid him 3/4 of what I charged Eric for the like button. That's crazy.
Unbelievable, but
not the full amount, but like 3/4. Like it's most of the way there. Not quite, but 3/4.
Yannick, you got any pickups?
I do.
Do you? Sure.
I do.
So Yannick, do you want to share those while I go and grab my other tall can? I'm very excited.
100%. I'm very pumped.
Go for it.
As you know, lots of you guys know, I changed my focus on pre-war hockey last year. So I got interested in the C57 set from the 1912 Imperial Tobacco series. And I started from nothing last Toronto show. There's 50 cards in the set. And now I can officially say that I reached the half point level. So I added 3 more cards this week. That puts me at number 25 out of 50. So I got number 4 here. I think I'm guessing A as the first name. It's probably Art Atchison or something like that. So
yeah,
low round in the corners, but still a nice card. It's probably one of my actually darkest, but to start, I can always upgrade. And then there's Eddie Girard, I guess, who is a pretty good player from what I can tell. And same thing here again on A boys. So from the Montreal Wanderers, that were a team in Montreal for a while, I think, before the Canadians came around. And this one here is the New Edinburgh, I guess, of Ottawa.
New Edinburgh.
And these guys, same thing again. New Edinburghs from that's the Ottawa team, I guess. That's way back in the National Hockey Association before the NHL. So I think every season there was anywhere between 4 or 5, 6 teams max. Some teams folded halfway season through sometimes.
Yeah, there was a lot of shifting around. Like the NHL has the same thing a lot of these other sports leagues had.
Well,
the early days is a lot of shifting around, teams trying to get their footing.
Most of people don't necessarily know this, but the NHL was pretty much created as spite to get rid of another owner. Like the guy had some rights. I can't remember the name of the Bobby probably knows, but basically the guy said, no, I'm not quitting my team or the league. So everyone kind of just like, okay, we'll start our own league and you're not welcome. This is basically how the NHL started.
Oh, Lester Patrick. Lester Patrick started the Western Hockey League.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah, but there was that one guy they kept out. I can't remember.
They kept out.
I got
I can't speak to it. I haven't read up too much on the early days of the
no,
NHL.
I gotta double check it. But anyway, basically out of spite, they just started a new league, and that league now is, as we know, is the National Hockey League.
Yeah, Nick, I'm always a big fan of anything that involves spite. I feel like a lot of good things start
I
from
know you
spite.
would appreciate it, so that's why I mentioned it.
Hmm.
So.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Big
overall
fan.
now I'm at halfway through the set, so 25 out of 50. So I'm pretty happy.
Very
Oh,
good. Congratulations. Well
Thank
played.
you.
Well played. David G says, well, nice. Eddie Gerard. Very good stuff.
Yeah,
Well
he's
played.
actually a pretty decent player. That's the nice thing too. I'm learning now is actually kind of reading the history of these guys behind what they accomplish. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, look, we've had this discussion before. You can have, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, you can actually have a lot of fun with that if you want to read up the story of a lot of them. That's why I gave that, I think it was on the podcast, Eric, if I'm not mistaken, where I did the history, kind of the talking the NFL. And I said, well, because I have read some books on the NFL's history, and it is a very colorful history. It's very interesting if you want to go down that rabbit hole and dig into it. And the characters, the people that started the league, they're all weird in their own way. The original founding fathers of the NFL, so to speak, they're all very strange individuals, but they have interesting stories. Well, a lot of these leagues have that too. They have different characters because these leagues, when they started, nobody knew they would last. You're trying to do these things, you're trying to organize, you're trying to figure stuff out, and some people didn't have the money really to do it. And so you have a bunch of ne'er-do-wells who probably shouldn't have been involved in the first place, and then that team folds or it merges into another team, and you do
Back
all
on
kinds of weird
those
stuff.
days, it's almost borderline barnstorming. You know, like
Yeah, you're making stuff up as you
they
go
had
along.
to go on a trip somewhere to almost like to make money to get you there and back.
Yeah,
yeah.
Now you
yeah,
find all of these like paper clips from back in the day that the Boston Bruins played and sat in such little town somewhere, but they were there at some point, or stuff like that. It's pretty interesting. That
The
opens up the other can of worm now too on me, like looking for newspapers because obviously that's the only information is available from those days. So
Well, few of the NHA players ever went into the NHL officially, so it was very tough. Most of those guys were on their sort of last legs, so to speak, and then the NHL kind of starts. What 1917, I guess, something like that. So it took a little while.
yeah,
We had a new surge of people coming in around that time period, Howie Morenz and what have you. So a lot of the early guys that we know that are big stars that have a little bit more history are more current from the 20s up, opposed to pre 1920. So
I'm drawn to all that set now. It's like some of these guys went to World War One.
yeah.
So on a lot of these days too, what you realize is some of these guys you think they kind of just quit or they disappear, but you realize that they got jobs or better job because back in those days, like actually you made less playing hockey than playing, let's say having a government, which a lot of these guys were going after government jobs. Like if you were like to want to hire them to play, let's say for Ottawa or for places like this, on the side you have to guarantee a good income because they weren't even pay them enough. Which is we know it took forever. These guys even like Bobby Hall and Jean Beliveau had like jobs during the off season.
Oh yes, everybody almost did. But even back then, you have to understand there was a difference between the being a professional and being an amateur.
Yeah,
And you were frowned upon for being a professional, getting paid.
that
Amateur.
guy. That guy stayed amateur as long as he could for some
Who was that?
Eddie
Eddie
Girard.
Girard. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing
So
with him back in those days. Like, I'm not gonna take any money because it's the purest of the sport.
yeah,
You know,
the purity that doesn't stand today, especially with the $5 million salaries and stuff like that. So
Juan
Yeah.
Soto's making what 130 grand a day for the next.
it's 51 million a year. Whatever it is,
Yeah,
it's
I
51
crunched
million.
it up. It's about roughly like 120, almost 130 grand every day.
How much is that an hour? Like,
There you
Oh,
go.
it depends on how many hours, but it's a lot.
well, there's I guess 24 hours in a day, so divide 24 by
Oh,
150.
if you take a full day, yeah.
So you're looking at thinking $5,000 an
Yeah.
hour. Like honestly,
So
go to the water cooler,
I
It was
got
3 grand.
all of these FedEx today,
Oh,
and of
cool.
course now in Canada with the shit show, so
Yeah.
Staples become now your local postal depot. So I had to go to Staples this morning. It took me almost 40 minutes in and out. Just
Oh,
and it's not like I had to wait for her to fill all kinds of paperwork, man. Here's my tag, QR code. Bloop. Here's my box. And I walked away. These poor girls, there was probably like 4 of them in the whole store, and there's probably at least 30 plus customers, and
oh
everyone is just
shit.
waiting to either receive or ship. And of course, you get the traditional, the person's not ready, so there's nothing packed, and they imagine that you'll just pack it all up for them. And you're like,
People just walk in with stuff and they just assume that they,
yeah, they got
tape
packaging
it up, do this, do this, do.
supplies, and so anyway,
Not
that
so
was
much.
interesting.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's it.
So here, I want to read this one. So David G is saying, pre-war hockey question for Bobby: is there
Uh-oh.
enough evidence that that 1933 V129 Anonymous is British consoles?
There is no evidence. I'd like to see the evidence.
Sure.
I would tell you that. See, that's the anonymous set with the rare short print. Can't remember his name right
Hang
now.
on, I
Anyway,
got a nap here.
oh yeah, that'll work. It's I know the name. It's just I just can't pull it. See, British console cards. If you've ever seen them, that British consoles was owned by McDonald Tobacco. McDonald Tobacco, very popular. Export A and all that, as we recognize, through the 70s, 80s, 90s, whatever. They were a major player. The other brands they had were British Console brand, which is a very popular brand. So you have an anonymous set where it's very hard to find the cards, and you have the most popular brand being advertised as being sold across Canada and being advertised. So where are all the cards if they were in British Consoles? They also had another brand called Briar. So could they have been in that lesser brand? But no, it's advertised as British Consoles. And what they say is look for the what was it, the hockey cards? There was an ad. One said look for the playing cards, and it was a hockey scene. So people assumed that was hockey cards, but they were, or pitcher cards they were called too. But a lot of the British consoles, they usually had the deck of cards on them, so you would get a Queen of Hearts or something. Once you put a full deck together, you can mail it in and get a real deck of cards or something like that. And the cards are square, very well colored, very well designed. These anonymous have no name on it, and British consoles was all over the other ones. And they're elongated cards. They're like a tobacco card from the 20s, from the 10s kind of size, and they're just poor color, very poorly done. So nothing matches. The only thing is an advertisement that somebody said that said, collect the, picture cards. And, picture is the Queen of Hearts or whatever it is, those pictures that they had on them. So we haven't had any evidence. I know that Brian Wentz had once mentioned that, and I think he even wrote an article about it, that he was convinced that it's British consoles. I said, well, you got to prove it. I don't have to disprove it. You have to prove it. Be honest, not even beyond a shadow of a doubt, just enough that you can eliminate most of the doubt. And he hasn't done that. So
Right.
it's just been a sad situation that a lot of people do that. They mention those things, and TC Trading Card Database has it listed now as the British consoles without proof. So here we
Okay,
go.
so they just took it. They just took it at face value from somewhere, and then just
Well,
went ran with it?
Brian Wentz, he likes to talk the big game. So, and Brian's a pretty sharp guy, but, when he gets on something, he wants it to be at any fault. And me, I'm at the greatest fault. It has to be beyond a shadow of a doubt. We can make suggestions, which is fine. I have my ideas of what it might be, but I'll keep them private for now. But going forward, it's not British consoles. I know. Why would they do a totally different card, different stock, different? And British consoles was around for like doing those cards for like 15, 20 years prior. And then they come out with these horrible looking little cards. I'm like, no, there's no way. And the one time they did it, there's some other things that kind of lead people down that path, but they're very vague in the sense that you'd sit there and go, hey, I think that might be, no. You're drawing. You're trying to make your point without giving concrete evidence. It's mostly very light, suggestible evidence that that confirms, and then it's like, okay, done deal. It's British consuls. So everyone goes, it's British consuls, and I've heard people argue about that. And I said, you can argue till you're blue in the face. I don't have to prove it wrong. You have to prove it right. So
Right.
prove it right, show me, and we'll take it from there.
There
Now,
you
you
go.
remember back in the 30s, like we're talking, it's probably a tobacco cart, but probably from a smaller company. And you have to prove it to me that they are British consuls, and I can prove to almost every degree that they're not.
Right. Well, there you go.
But that's not my
The
job.
proof is in the pudding, right?
Eric, let it not be said that in the midst of chocolate sticks and other nonsense, we cannot have hashtag scholarship. So, David, hopefully that was helpful. So, David here says, thanks. Appreciate the insight. Not a problem. Thank you for asking. And Baz here is saying it's 315,000 per game for 162 games for 15 years.
I just want to play one game. I'll just play one.
And Bobby,
And
for you,
retire.
it works out to approximately $5,800 an hour.
Not bad.
That's almost as much as you made writing books, right? $5,800 per hour.
He could be on for 3 hours. He'd be set.
He'd be set.
Then he could buy something.
Listen, with the AdSense
value.
fee, with the AdSense rates that actually exist, look, I'd love to do this live stream for $58 an hour, let alone $5,800. That'd be the dream. Not so much.
For 58 cents an hour, and I would be making a lot more money than I am right now.
That is probably true.
True. Yeah. I'll give him that.
That's fairly accurate. The irony is the 58 cents per hour is probably closer to the truth. That's probably closer to what it actually is, realistically.
Well, actually, that was my next article, was writing about the anonymous. And I started getting into it. I'm going, why am I writing this to justify it when nobody's really justified it to me? Am I to put trading card database down? No, I don't care, because that's group sourced. So what does that really mean? And who added that information? Who confirmed it? I'd like to know. And then somebody said in one of my maybe it was you, David, said, it's all over the internet that it's this. And I'm going, over what internet? Trading card database is not everything. They're actually nothing. They're a group source. They have no write-ups. They have pictures of stuff, and that's added by.
Well, group source is basically Wikipedia. It's one of like whenever you use that kind of format. So and this is one thing where I don't envy the actual academics of today, because some of them are going to try to take shortcuts where they run into Wikipedia. And here's the thing. Wikipedia can be useful. It can direct you, as it can give you a starting point. So just give you a little background. Once upon a time, back when I actually was a history major and I actually did that role, you would go and actually go get books, you go get articles, you go microfiche, you go microfilm, you go get all those things. But what would happen though is, if you were going to do it properly and effectively, you try to get primary sources, you get some secondary sources. You wanted to combine these things because together they could help you put together a nice picture. Some primary sources are very helpful with that. But one of the things that I always like to do, my technique, was that I like having a couple of books or articles that were good summaries, and they would give you kind of a backbone. But I wouldn't rely on them for the whole thing, because then you want to intersperse primary sources and some good secondary sources that actually were well researched. Because then in turn you can go there and you see all the different sources they cited, and in turn you can use that and borrow and pull from it. So you could put all the pieces together. Wikipedia, the better articles are actually cited, but that's not guaranteed.
No.
So trading card database is kind of a similar concept, but you don't even have the citation.
Are all at the bottom, and I click a lot of those links, and they're not even there.
That's what I'm getting at. What I'm saying is, if you wanted to, that would have been at one point a good one to give you like the basic rundown so that you have it in your head. But then if you're going to cite something, then you'd rather just use the real source. So you would want the citations to actually link you to something, because then you could use that and pull from that directly. The summary is nice, it's helpful, but only to get it straight in your head. But then you use the primary source to actually quote. If you're going to quote something, you quote the primary source. and
Yes.
then you interpret the primary source, and that's a much better way to go about it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some of the citations that I was on, like I've been on Wikipedia with, regard to Parker, Stopici, other things. Um, I was pulled from one of them. I went, where did my citation go on that? And I was looking down because I was looking into other information, and I was clicking on the links, and I'm going, where's my link? I used to have it there, and then my citation gets pulled down. It's like, what happened? I don't know. Somebody take me down? I don't understand it. But regardless, and I came up with that information first. So the funny part is that you become the lesser part of
Richard
society.
Scott.
What's that?
You're saying somebody pulled it down. Richard Scott.
I knew it was him. Yeah, and his name's there now, and not mine's gone. What's that? Hey.
All I'm saying, Bobby, is that this nemesis, it's deepening.
Well, this is what happened. The original citation. So this is everything in general across the world. Is that these original citations that are there, be it me or anybody else, they get pulled down as new citations come up. But new citations are actually relying on the information from the old citations. So you're eliminating your history of what people have done, and then you're taking the new, and then we get the new, and now we're at British consuls being so this is what happens with it, that those other things seem to take precedence over the facts and the truth, unfortunately, especially with Wikipedia is kind of a joke anyways. Donate. Come on, get out of here. Can't get away from that.
There you go. But yeah, so David said, it wasn't me that said anonymous equals British consuls. It was all over the internet. Heard it from some dealers, but never asked about it until now. That's fair enough.
Yeah, it gets around to dealers because they don't know. It's not, it's anonymous. Everybody wants to sort of, set the record straight, especially me. But I can't. I can't until I really have some information. A lot of things, I never realized this till about maybe 10 years ago. We were trying to find things and going, well, like if you don't find an ad for something, let's say from the 60s up, it was something usually on the TV. So there's a TV advertisement that and that's why it wasn't advertised in the magazines or newspaper or anything like that. If you go back prior to television and, prior to the 50s, a lot of that stuff came through the radio, and those were special promotions. If you listen to, I don't know, Foster Hewitt, and he's on CKBL, and he says, all you kids who want to send in, you can get this free thing if you send this, and then you kids would send it in, and that's how you would get those things. And a lot of people dismay that they think it's not real because they haven't seen an ad, but it had to be that way. There's just too many out there for it to not to be. And we would have found an ad by now. And a big popular product is usually advertised in one of the biggest magazines, or newspapers. And I've checked the newspapers and I checked all the magazines. So I think the anonymous might be tied into that too.
It's problematic to kind of your point. It's problematic when something like that, the only sources you've got are something like a radio ad spot, because not all that stuff is preserved. That's what I was about to get at.
None.
The thing is, Bobby, you don't even need to go to the 30s. There was 50s. On the FAM 590, there were a bunch of different things that they were doing throughout the 90s. And I would love to go back and listen to some of those segments and some of those components of it. One of my favorites, and I was just trying to explain this to a buddy of mine. I don't know if you remember this when I heard of it. There was a comedian who did a segment on the Fan 590. This was back in the 90s. It was called Bob Normal and the Forces of Chaos. It was like a little mini radio teleplay. He did this on the Fan 590, but it was very short. It would only be a couple minutes. And it was like the most bizarre, off-the-wall stuff, like just from the name, Bob Normal and the Forces of Chaos. And I just remember listening to it, and I would laugh because it'd be so weird and off the wall. I would love to hear any recording of this. The comedian who did it was Bob Bainborough, who's the one who did it. So ironically, on Wikipedia, you can find that. But it's like the only place. Otherwise, it's almost like, did I imagine it? I remember hearing it a bunch of times. But like, I have no way of showing it to you or playing it for you because I can't find it.
Yeah, I was trying to go back through to find Q107. They did a couple parodies on Toronto Maple Leaf songs. And I can't seem to find this one. I think a few people remember it, but it's very hard to go back and find that because I don't think that stuff was kept. They didn't have any memory. It was like, I don't even think it was film. It was just on the air. Was it even recorded? I think the only thing that was recorded were the commercials in between. Otherwise, it was just live air and not recorded.
Well, that's exactly it. Yeah, and
So
unless there
use
was a reason for it to, be maintained,
transcribed
nobody
or yeah,
bothered.
no,
Yeah.
I know. So we do lack a lot of that. And I assume, and I always say that I assume that it was through a radio promotion. Sometimes we do find a letter addressed. I did find one for Foster Hewitt for the game. The guy goes, well, the games will be ready soon. We're just behind. So then I know it's through that 100%. So,
Yeah. So here you go. Name says the Mandela effect of Carlos's life. I know. Listen, name
hmm
Bob Normal and the Forces of Chaos is one of a couple of mass hallucinations I've had. It's very possible I made it up in my head, but I remember, like, I got to be honest, the most vivid one that I can remember. Bob Normal and the Forces of Chaos was very benign. The most weird, most insidious mass hallucination that I can remember was once upon a time I imagined that there was a professional hockey team in Boston.
Oh,
And then I just laughed. I was like, that's absurd. That's ridiculous.
well,
That's not even a thing.
you know something? You're not that far off right now.
true enough.
That's absurd.
Yeah.
See, Bobby, how I brought it in and then
I
brought
can't
landed it for
even
the
argue
punchline.
with you right now. They suck so bad, it's embarrassing.
It's okay.
I got from Bob Normal and the Forces of Chaos to Dis in the Boston Bruins. That's the range we got here. This is pretty good.
But if it was TV, a lot of things are kept on the
Oh
TV.
yeah, no, on TV it would have been. The irony is that the comedian was actually good because he also did stuff on the Red Green Show. Like he actually had a pretty prolific career. He did a lot of other stuff as well. So it doesn't surprise me that he would have had something like that. Like it was so off the wall and wacky. I would love though to have an episode. I would love to be able to pull up an episode and listen to it again because it's been so long. That was back in the 90s though. That was probably early 90s if I'm going to guess.
I'm understanding that the York Peanut Butter back in the early '60s, they used to do live spots in between the game, in between the periods of the games, and they have the games, but they don't have those spots. And I'm going, oh man, because it actually even says in the magazine, there'll be live spots on CBC, da 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 da. So we know it was there, but very few advertisements for found for many of those things that went live because you couldn't afford to do both. Be it radio, be it magazines. Now, that would cost a lot back then. I remember putting an ad in a magazine back in the 70s or 80s cost you an arm and a leg, man. Even the 90s.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, now it's cheap because nobody wants to advertise through there.
Well, most of the advertising, so it's going to be worse now because
Oh
most
yeah,
advertising now is social media advertising or
yeah,
like web advertising. And
yeah.
who's
Different.
archiving that stuff?
Oh,
That stuff's
nope.
gone. And it'll only be memes and videos and things referencing it that's why. So, and I think most of you
Or
folks
the
who are listening
Wayback
already know
Machine.
that.
Well,
Yeah, most people who are listening to this show already know this, but maybe it's a good time. Once in a while, I think it's good to explain a couple of the jokes just so that some folks get it, just so we're not losing them entirely. Because sometimes people will be here and they're like, I don't understand what that means, but I'll just let it pass. One of my favorite things, one of the things we always talk about is Bobby and the Garage of Knowledge,
hmm
and just so we're all on the same page, that's a reference to Ty Lopez. So what if you guys go back, and this has been years now, but once upon a time, if you went back on YouTube, you could not avoid a YouTube commercial of this guy named Ty Lopez. And he would literally be in a garage with a Lamborghini.
I
And
remember.
it is the whole thing. But I'm just giving an explanation for someone who,
Sure.
because he's kind of been out of the public eye for a little bit. So it's worthy just to quickly recap. So it was a commercial and it aired all the time on all kinds of YouTube channels. You would see the same ad over and over again. I'm here in
hmm
my garage with a Lamborghini. And he would point to the Lamborghini and he goes, but that isn't the most valuable thing I have here. And then he would pan over to a bookshelf in the garage. It's still in the garage and a bookshelf full of books. It's like the most important thing we've got here is this knowledge. And that became a meme. He's in a garage, the garage of knowledge. And that's what it is. So when Bobby started doing that for the garage, he's in the garage of knowledge.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I
best
just wanted to recap it because it's one of those things where people hear it, but it's
people
like you
can't
may not
remember.
know the context of how that played into it.
We have to do it every few months. Yeah.
Every little while here and there, it's worthwhile just bringing up. It's not an accident that these things were put together.
You said knowledge. It's kind of funny. I was just watching that meme of what was it, Anatoly, and he's doing the Avengers at the end of the last one they did, or the I forget which one it was. Anyways, so he's in there and he picks up Thor's uh, um,
The hammer.
hammer. He goes, "Oh, it's fake. It's fake weight." He sounds like it's the best. Oh my god, you got to check that one out. I laughed. I don't laugh at memes or something,
I saw
stuff.
that one.
It was so good. I just went, "Oh, yeah, I could watch a whole program of that." It was so funny. You could do the bicycle, dude. It was so good. Anyways,
Yeah, but that's
if
basically
you
the
watch
world.
Anatoly, and everybody's has to see them at least once or twice.
Yeah, that's
Well,
hysterical.
but that's the era we're in now. Most of the stuff is going to be based off of memes.
It
Like
is.
it's going to be based off of. It's one of those things where something like that will happen. It becomes a meme, and
Oh, yes.
then but then what happens is eventually enough time goes by, and people forget the meme. So they'll still say the thing, but they will not understand what it originally connected to. It'll completely lose touch with the original thing.
Sometimes, but it's also what's up. Everybody remembers, right?
Yeah, but they may not remember this commercial. They may not know that where the original thing came from.
No,
So
no, exactly. Because we lose people in our era growing up, and then the things I reference. I can say, "Don't squeeze the Charmin," and a lot of people go, "I don't know what the hell that is," because the commercials that I was watching back in the early 70s are different than the 80s and different than the 90s and the 2000s. And we bring things forward. And a lot of people, even today, don't even know why they say these certain little phrases, and people go, what? They say it, but they don't even know what it means. It's like Tim Hortons. Like everyone thinks it's like just a coffee shop. They don't know there was a hockey player related
That's
to
the
it.
thing.
So
Yeah, after a while, it gets disconnected from the original thing.
it does.
It happens on all kinds of stuff though. Like
Oh, yeah.
it's
Well, now we're in the critical mass of like information. It's just like, just crazy. And how you can retain that is beyond me. It's hard enough I can retain a lot of stuff from the hobby, but I mean, you add all the other stuff in your family and everything else. It's like, holy crap. I think we need to invent a new computer brain, or a little plug-in or something in your head or something. Need to download some of that crap. Clear it up so I forget what I had for dinner last night. Yeah, exactly.
So Mike here says, "Where's the beef?" Exactly. That's another one.
Oh, what is that?
But you know what's my favorite one? Only
What?
because it was connected to something that I obviously was originally remembering. When a lot of the kids now talk about stan, somebody's a stan for something. You know where that one comes from?
Dan?
Yeah, stan. Basically, stan meaning you're obsessive about it. You're basically Eric is a stan for rando hockey players and janitors.
I don't know. Is that Slim Shady?
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. So
See, I'm after that, so I shouldn't really, because I never really.
yeah,
But
but the thing is that song was originally in 2000. A lot of the kids that are talking about that will use "stan" in that phrase, they don't know what that. But it was from the song "Stan" by Eminem. So that was. But the thing is, the guy Stan in the music video and in the song
drowned or something?
wasn't. Well, he was an obsessed fan
Car?
who kept writing to Eminem, and the gag was that he like
From
I
his
think he
base.
killed his girlfriend and he threw her in the trunk of his car, and there was like a whole thing. It was this whole
that's-
obsessive
yeah.
thing. The point is he was an obsessed stalker basically.
Yep.
So it's like I stand, and that's basically what that phrase stands for. But the thing, but it's now it's so far away. It's disconnected from the original thing that it came from.
Mm-hmm. I know Steven used to listen to him, but I never. I guess I caught it from something like that. You catch glimpses of little things along the way, but you don't. Like I said, I never watched The Simpsons, so I don't know. But him getting home and choking Bart all the time, and all these references you guys use. You just flow with it, whatever.
I don't understand anything that my daughter says.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, her first
story
mistake
time
is
comes
speaking
for
to you in
that.
English. Her first mistake is speaking to you in English.
There's no English anymore. Everything's sus. It's like,
Well, Eric is very sus.
how many words do you really want a short form? Do you just
In
want to
fairness, though,
It's
Bobby, I got to be
horse,
honest.
Fan, dang.
In fairness, though, Bobby, Eric is very sus.
He is.
I can't think of anyone more sus that I've ever met in my life.
It's actually a horrible word that I hate. I would never even use it. It's just, anyways. I got used to sick, which I usually don't even say, but anyways. They keep short forming everything, so you won't have to speak more than 2 seconds to make a 10-minute sentence or not, because everything's going to be short formed. So it's like, okay, when are we going to stop? Are we going backwards? I think so. Nobody's learning cursive. It's like, okay,
I was about to say, like, do we need to go? Do I need to go pull up the autographs again? Because
there we go. Yeah, well, yeah, that's your typical example right there, right? In the hobby and in the schools.
Guys, sorry, I don't want to cut short, but I got a long day tomorrow. So, but
No,
That's
of
thanks
course,
for
of course. No, it's good that you
thanks
popped
for
in. Thank you
shooting
for
the
saying.
shit. It was good just to think of something else for a sec. So
Yeah, I
Sounds
got
good.
it, man.
Sounds good.
I'll keep you guys in the loop. Take it
No
easy.
worries. Take it easy,
Thanks,
Yannick. Have
Jack.
yourself a good night.
You too,
Yeah.
guys. Bye.
Later,
Ciao.
Bob.
All right. So JW is here saying, being wondering, Eric's name, Sanderson Orr, what was the first company to put the flying goal on a card? I cannot figure it out. Do you have it, Eric? Is it still considered the greatest NHL goal? Well, it was the greatest minor league goal. Yeah,
I think officially,
officially.
I think it was Score.
Oh yeah, the Boobior flying through the air card.
Yeah, I think Score was the first one to actually put the goal on a card.
That would
Yeah,
make sense though. In the
probably.
'90s, they would have used a lot of images like that. That would make
Yeah,
sense for them.
he had a deal with the. I think remember they had a Bobby Orr set.
Yeah, they
and
had it autographed
there
as
was
well,
an
didn't they?
autograph hunt
That
for
was
it, and I think one of the cards was him flying through the air. So
I think that would
huh.
have been what 90. I think
I
that would
don't
have been
seem
90.
yeah, I don't seem to remember the flying
nine.
through the air. Did they even do a card?
Yeah,
Actually, they did.
I'm pretty sure.
Really?
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
See if you can flying or goal card.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it.
They did the other thing score where they had the autographs, but that wasn't the flying through the air goal. That was a normal pose. And some were
The
signed,
first
some
one,
were unsigned.
that's just the first one I remember is Score doing it. You know, there's been a
Well,
couple
Score had a
sets.
special issue for Bobby Orr with those
Right.
cards being signed, but I don't know if they had the flying goal. Wow, I don't.
I'm looking on the data hockey. You know, the trading card database.
Oh, you prick!
You keep this up, and he's going to look up he's going to look it up the Richard Scott book.
Oh my
That'll
god,
fix it.
that'll be next.
Yep, that's coming.
Find
Yeah.
it. I'll be back. Can take a look.
I'm not looking for information per se.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look. I remember the set. It was 91, 92 Bobby Orr. That was like the set, and there were a lot of and there was a small subset of cards, and I remember that. I was able to find a bunch of them on eBay, but I cannot find the specific, so I'm curious.
91, 92. Here it is. Yeah, this is. Let me see.
Yeah, Paul saying 91, 92 score.
Now, this does count. Can you see it?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll do it.
All right.
So here, thanks for the entertainment tonight. Absolutely, no problem. Drifted off somewhere before Brad left. No worries. 51 gold card was pretty good. No worries. Live streams are pretty long, so don't worry about it. Glad you popped in, and don't forget to hit the like button so Eric pays. Score Stanley Cup Hero. There you go. Okay, so hold on. I'm zooming in on it. Yep, I can see it there. Yeah, so that's 91, 92. That would be the same 91, 92 there.
Yeah. So I mean, he hasn't. You can see Noble Cards is lifting up his skate. The puck's already behind Glenn Hall, and he's about to go through the air. So I think that was the first one.
So if you pay attention though, the fidelity on the image is decent. If you look closely, you can actually see the part where the director is pointing to him and the string is about to get pulled in order to send him across. It's like the moon landing, basically. It's in the studio. They've got it in there. But if you look carefully, you can actually see the guys pulling the string to take him through the air. It's actually very exciting.
I hate you.
Baz says 2007, 2008 O-Pee-Chee made a Bobby Orr the gold tribute card. Yes, I can imagine that. Yep. They definitely would have used it a number of times after that, for sure. For sure. But yeah, 91, 92 probably seems like the most logical
That's
first
the
time.
first
Did you
one.
find
I
it?
would have thrown it in there. Yeah, it looks like 91, 92 score in part of that set. There was one where he was just about, again, I was saying to Eric, like the moon landing, they had it staged, and then they're about to pull the string, and basically they've got the shot just before they send him through the air, and the guy pulls.
Flying through the air after goal. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Like he scored it while he was flying through the air. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, total fake news. Paul here says it's on the bay. The image isn't of him flying, but he's scoring the goal. Yep. That was the one we pulled
Okay.
up.
After
Cool.
2000, I would say probably, but I.
Oh, after
prior
that,
to
they definitely use it a number of times.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've
You have
seen
a great evening as well, Robin. Take it easy.
I have the original. Signed.
Yeah, the image.
Yep.
Well, I think that was the one you brought to the show, wasn't it?
16 by, still got it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's such a bugger to ship because you have to roll it up and then you have to do it as a box. So it's like $22 to ship if the post office is open.
Yeah. Well, that's the next thing here. Yeah, but I can say, kind of in the realm of the conversation, since then they have used it a number of times. Like they have beaten the damn picture into the ground. So here's just one example of many. Just to be clear, there are many, but I'll share one. And here, so this is a 21-22 Premier Signature Seating. There you go.
Yeah.
Autograph. There he is. Boom.
After 2000, I can't say anything. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. After that, they have plenty of them. And you can see there, that's right there. 2021-22 Upper Deck Premier Hockey. But they've utilized it a number of times. Outside, this is just one example of a multitude of examples where they have used the image on an autograph or whatever. Like, there's a lot of those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So JW, it's like, what happened? The problem was they weren't very good at having a lot of action shots. They would incorporate a little bit here and there, but it was more the exception rather than the rule. A lot of those 70s sets just don't have a ton of action shots. A lot of like posed images. And that was the reason. And then the further away you got from it, so by the time you get to like 1980 to the 80s, well, then that Stanley Cup would have been 10 years in the past. So they're not necessarily going to go back in time. Yep. Yeah, that's from one of the Upper Deck ones there. That's
So Yannick says here, he sent me the trivia for it. I guess they post trivia opposed to comments on the TC database there. It said released by an unidentified manufacturer. The current speculation is British Console Cigarettes released the set. Set is considered complete without the extremely scarce Harry Oliver card. That's who it was, Harry Oliver. Yeah. Okay. So they don't actually confirm it. They have it listed at that, but their trivia says not confirmed. So, anyways, thanks, Yannick, for that.
Perfect.
Yeah. Well, I did get a couple messages. I was just checking out just in case somebody said something.
No worries. Sounds good.
Okay. There we go. Ba-ding, and I'm back.
Now, by the way, since we were talking about it earlier tonight, Eric, I think you'll appreciate this because this is in the realm of randomness. So I was making reference to, obviously we talked about early hockey and how there were some really weird quirks and different things. So that's all part of it. But here's another piece of that puzzle in the same vein. So I talked about how in the NFL there were a lot of those weird quirks as well, in the same idea. But there was one specific championship game that I wanted to make reference to, and I wanted to make sure I found it before I made reference to it. So out of the different ones, the 1932 NFL playoff game, there was a 32 NFL playoff game that was played between the Chicago Bear and the Portsmouth Spartans. So that was the game that was played. So that was actually originally supposed to be played in Wrigley Field. So this is 1932. They were going to play the game in Wrigley Field. The problem is they had inclement weather, extremely bad blizzards, and extremely cold temperatures. Again, Wrigley Field's outdoors, so that would have been the problem. So they decided instead to play it in the Chicago Stadium. Now, the Chicago Stadium is an arena. It's not a football stadium.
Yeah.
So what they did is they basically set the game. They basically had to, out of necessity, move the game. But what they did is they had to put tan bark covered field. It was only 80 yards long, 60 yards between the goal lines, 45 yards wide, which is narrower than regulation width.
Oh, yeah.
The goalposts were moved from the end lines to the goal lines. And every time a team crossed the 10-yard line, the ball was moved back 20 yards to allow for the shortened field.
Couldn't they pick another field in the south of somewhere?
Well, this is 1932. At that time, they were playing in wherever they were based on the
trains and horse and buggies. Yeah, I know.
Well, specifically, since you bring this up, specifically the thing was, and the reason why it was such a memorable story was that they had specifically the concrete surface of it. they had the tan bar placed atop of it, but it was for a Salvation Army sponsored circus. And elephant manure from the circus produced an odor that caused the Bears players to vomit on the field.
Oh, because
Oh,
when you
there's
add
that
vomit
trivia.
to elephant manure, that's just
So
a
now, so now imagine for a moment you're a spectator in this ridiculous game where you've modified the field because you can't fit a regulation field on there, and you've got this modified thing, and it smells like elephant manure. So 11,000 people took in this spectacle in 1932. The Great Depression, indeed.
Well, pig manure would be something, but I mean, elephant is pretty dry because of grass and the stuff they eat. You know, they use that for burning different things. Elephant manure. So I don't know. Manoa manure. What was it? Sorry.
Yeah. So they
I
managed.
see.
So basically, they got treated. They got 11,000 people. 198
Wow,
people
that's
were
amazing.
treated. Were treated to the Bears winning 9-0.
Oh,
A barn burner.
Yep.
yeah. Find a program from that.
So they do exist. So, but it's one of those things where like. So bottom line though, that is one of the quirkiest, and that was an NFL championship game. That is a
Go
real.
figure.
That is a real thing that happened.
Amazing.
So that's I say the early days of these leagues. Some of them, again, the NFL had started I think in 1919, 1920. This isn't the first year of the league. This is like 10, 12 years in, and they still had these weird moments. So it's
Yeah.
like stuff happens, man. Stuff happens.
Not like they could have took an airplane ride somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was kind of the thing is that yeah. So in those early days, the league was still struggling to find its identity and to get
Sure.
its footing. So 30 years later, Super Bowl one still didn't sell out. So
No.
like they were still early days. But by the 70s and 80s, it starts to become the spectacle that you see today. That's a different story. And then obviously today, 100 million people watch it. It's a whole different kettle of fish.
And the funny part is the CFL goes back to the 1800s.
They do?
Crazy.
Well, yeah, the Canadian professional game, yeah. The CFL goes back to the 50s, but the predecessor goes back quite a ways further.
Yes.
Yeah, so it creates this weird thing. And then the Grey Cup obviously is over 100 years old. There's a whole bunch of history with that. The Argos go back to the 1800s. Like
Yeah.
there's a lot of history.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Actually, more so than the United States with football, I would believe.
Well, yeah,
And
because
In an
because
organized
they were
sense.
And
yeah,
yet
they were still trying to figure
nobody
themselves
cared.
out.
Yeah. Because it was called the Big Four. What was it? US. So what was it?
Yeah.
Can't think of the name now.
Yeah. So you're saying, Eric, I'll let you finish the thought. You were saying?
I was just with all that history and even it being older than the NFL, none of you care.
Well, yeah, it's the CFL.
Yeah.
Well, we only have 10 million. Well, at that time, maybe 10 million people. So maybe even less.
So
So
you would think it would be even more. It'd be even more popular.
well, if people can't travel and you only have 10 million people in your country,
Well, I think Bobby, what it really comes down to, though, let's be honest, like for a lot of the history of the CFL, the out west, it's plenty popular.
it
the
is.
the issue
Sure.
the issue is that after the 70s, Toronto didn't give a shit.
No.
Basically, to be honest, Eric, the Blue Jays kind of killed the Argos
Yeah. Video
because
because
because because right up until I want to say the mid 70s, the Argos were doing like 40, 50,000 at exhibition.
Yeah.
So like they actually drew pretty well, all things like think about it. Remember, think about the size of our relative populations.
Yep.
If I say 40 to 50,000, that's a damn good house. Like that's a good attendance.
Oh yeah.
So it's like that right there is comparable to any NFL team of that era. So it's pretty strong to a lot of them, especially given the population differences. But then yeah, after the late 70s, the Argos are pretty much done. And it's not that they don't win. The Argos ironically still win. They won this year.
How about this? I was just about to say that. I think they won this year.
Yeah. I think you were, I don't know if you were on, Bobby. I was kind of
Yeah,
to explain.
I frozen, I guess.
Yeah,
It's
no
been
worries.
happening a lot, like with Eric and me. I don't know if it's the
Yeah, I
system.
don't know. It's been weird. It's been weird today. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
I
13.
was but I was saying that that I was explaining to Eric a little while ago is that the Argos are kind of a hilarious running joke because I've watched the Jays win 2 World Series. I watched all my teams win a championship. I don't really care about the CFL that much, to be honest. But if I wanted to have some fun with it, and my buddy is a big Ticats fan, That's why it's so much fun poking fun at him. But
Yeah.
the Argos and the fans don't care. But if I start with 83, 83 is the year I'm born. From 83 on, they've won 9 championships.
Yeah.
They are actually by far and away the most successful Toronto sport professional franchise. Honestly, the Toronto Rock are also very successful, but honestly, the Argos are probably the most successful Toronto franchise easily by far in the last 40 years, without question.
What
Oh,
is
yes.
the Rock? What sport is the
Lacrosse.
lacrosse?
Yeah.
Indoor,
They had very good success as well. I would say the Toronto Rock actually had pretty good success as well.
indoor or outdoor?
Indoor.
Indoor lacrosse.
Yeah. Outdoor is a little different.
And the Toronto Rock for a while actually also drew pretty well. Again, given the nature of the sport and everything, it's never going to be like massive. But they were pretty good. They were pretty successful, I would say. I'd argue.
We had
It's
an
been
indoor
weird.
lacrosse league down here. The major indoor lacrosse league. So the MILL. And we had the Boston Blazers.
Hmm.
I love watching indoor lacrosse. It's even more violent than hockey.
It is less equipment, but I mean, not the most interesting game when you can just keep running and you've got it in your.
The fights, and I mean, it's just brutal. And
Yes.
they're just swinging their sticks at each other's heads because they got helmets on and face cages, and
Yeah.
they just, I mean, it's crazy. I love watching indoor lacrosse, especially with two teams.
We
that
got
hate.
it all: hockey, fighting, lacrosse, fighting, football. No, baseball. No, basketball. Not really.
Tim
Well,
Hortons fighting.
When,
Yeah, a lot
when
of
I
fighting.
grew up, there was fighting in the NBA.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, in the 80s.
not punches flying left and right. They didn't let.
Well,
them
they well,
broke it
in fairness, Bobby, the problem is that the guys are so tall and lanky. A lot of the NBA fights are like,
Yeah,
it's a lot of this. There's a lot of this going on.
But I mean, with the Detroit Pistons, the bad boys, they were in Lambeer. There were fights all the time. The Celtics fought, fought them all the time. There was fights with the Lakers. What McHale did to Kurt Rambis that time caused a riot. You had Danny Ainge got bit in the finger by Tree Rollins when a fight broke out with the Celtics in Houston. And then Danny's punching him and everything, and then got near his mouth and he bit him in the finger.
Huh.
That you had Kermit.
The frog.
No, was it Washington? That caved in Rudy Jonovich's face.
Oh,
And almost killed him on the right at center court.
And then Eric was there, and he was like, "If he dies, he dies."
mm-hmm.
I mean,
Before
there was
Drago.
a lot of fighting in the 80s in the NBA.
There you go.
There you go. Rock Latex says, I remember a program from the 1932 Lions-Bears game being on Pawn Stars. Most of them were ruined because of a fire. The appraisal was for $10,000. There you go.
Oh,
By the way, I was just, since I mentioned it, I was looking it up. So the National Lacrosse League is still going on. Obviously, that's where the Toronto Rock are. But like I said, I've peripherally observed. I think I've watched a couple of Rock games on TV and stuff like that. It's
Maybe.
not something that caught my attention too much. But I got to be honest. I'm looking at this National Lacrosse League and just looking at the standings and all that, just checking it out.
Mhm.
This is like the most random league in the world. Like, I'm looking at the cities and the stuff in the standings, and some of it makes sense, and some of it is like, wait, what? Why? Why is this part of the same thing? Like, what are we doing here? So just looking at this 2 pages of standings. So right now, atop it, Buffalo. Okay, makes sense. Colorado. Sure. Georgia. Bit random. Saskatchewan. Calgary. San Diego. Ottawa. Rochester. Okay.
Rochester,
Albany.
maybe.
Albany.
San Diego.
Halifax. Vancouver. Philadelphia. Las Vegas, and Toronto.
It sounds like a hockey league.
It's sort of, but some of them like San Diego.
Yeah.
Okay.
San Jose Sharks. Come on.
Yeah. Well, Georgia.
That's Russia. No.
Not quite.
Not
Russia
the
would probably
right-
make more sense. Russia would make more sense. I was just like, guys, this is like the most random combination of cities that I've ever seen in the
Actually,
league.
Georgia's the outlier there for sure.
Yeah, it's just bizarre. We're like, okay, I
Yeah.
guess. And also, Buffalo and Rochester feels redundant. It feels like
Yeah.
you like, did you need both? One or the
Yeah.
other seems sufficient to me. And you also got Albany. So you got Rochester, Buffalo, and
New
Albany.
York. That's all New York.
Yeah, they're all in New York State. All of those are all in New York State.
Hmm.
So it's like, those are three of the teams. I'm like, all right. And you got Halifax in there somehow.
Oh, you got to represent the East Coast, right? So,
I guess, sure. But listen, you got it from East Coast to West Coast in Canada, apparently. We've got that covered. And we also have Vegas, Philadelphia.
And yet they have no cards.
Well, I wonder, do
There
they not
is-
have?
There is some, but I mean very few.
Yeah, I would think there wouldn't be a lot. I don't know how much. I don't know how much interest there would be.
I have a card from the Vancouver something or others.
Oh, you know what the problem is? Looks
What?
like the National Lacrosse League, the license, or I don't know what year this is, but the license looks like it was acquired by Leaf.
Oh, there you go. Makes enough sense.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But is there
That's a
enough
bit-
people to really justify?
No, God, no.
What's
Like I said, the Rock had a
good.
good run. The Rock had a pretty good run when they were winning some championships. They were doing pretty well. Zach says, speaking of violent sports, Carlos, you're still into Aussie League? Yes. Love me some Aussie League. I don't get to watch it too much. Obviously, the time zone difference makes it tough to catch too many games. I basically would have to PVR all of them or use the streaming package. I try to watch here and there. I want to get into it a little bit more because I actually do enjoy it. I actually think it's a really fun game to watch. It's a good sport to watch.
Yeah.
Plus, the Aussie commentators getting excited is a lot of fun. Very enjoyable. Very enjoyable.
They got their own thing.
It's a sport. You just enjoy it for what it is. It's one of those things where there's a lot of these sports that I think the passion is the important thing, and as long as you've got enough passion coming out of it, I think a lot of these sports can be very entertaining. A lot of fun to watch.
Where'd Eric go now?
I don't know.
Eric's just
I feel
coming
Eric. So here's the thing: we know that with the Wi-Fi where you are, we know that one, but I don't know what Eric's issue's been. Tonight's been off and on over him all night.
And even on the video I did on the Gong Show, there was a lot of the words were getting kind of. I said, "Wow, what's going on?" Because everything seemed fine at that time.
Yeah.
So that's my home computer. That's like the main kicker. I'm surprised. It's very stationary. But see, I'm not getting. They sell you on a better system, but it's not.
Oh no.
I was better with the direct cable.
Oh no, the direct cable is always going to be better. 100%. That's the reason why I do direct line whenever I do these live streams. Always do a direct line.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
I will say though, I did with the condo. They have a deal with Rogers, and they
Smart.
did
You save
upgrade the
money.
speed. Yeah, but I will say I actually think the upload speed is slower. The download speed is excellent. Like it's really good. I've been very impressed. But the upload speed is absolutely like it just doesn't feel like it's very stable, and that's annoying. It doesn't matter until you try to do a live stream or until you try to do something where you're uploading. It's the upload. That's the thing. The download is fabulous. Like if I'm downloading something, it's super quick.
Yeah, it's always sort of that way. You always get better on the download than the upload, right?
Yeah. Well, it used to be like that was the one thing DSL used to have. Bell had the DSL and it used to match. You used to have like 50-50 or 100-100. So then the upload was 100 and the download was 100. So
Do you think
but
it's governed? Like when it's drawing too much, everybody reduces, or
well, part of it is the hub. If you do cable, it's that you're in the middle of the hub. However many people are tapping into it is going to adjust that.
Yes.
I also think cable internet is always going to have a little bit of a barrier to the upload. It is a bit of an issue with the technology, basically the way it's done. So that's a bit of a weird thing, unfortunately. And there's not much you can do about it. And I could complain about it, but realistically, my alternative is to go and pay out of pocket.
No.
and I'm like, it's included in my condo fee, and I get a 300 channel cable package. So I'm like,
Exactly.
and it's very subsidized. So I'm not going to complain too much because it's like, well, day to day, it's fine. It covers most everything I want.
Yeah.
Although one thing I did make you think about is I was laughing because when they did the upgrade, the package that we have is 1.5 gigabit download. 1.5 gigabit
Wow.
download. And I was sitting there like,
Ooh.
I remember dial-up. Like I was here doing
Come
that.
back
I
in
remember
5 hours.
I was sitting there like, if I wanted to download when I first got the internet, because like I said, my family, I've talked about this before, but I'll just quickly reiterate it. My family, where we were in this area, we're early adopters, relatively speaking, because we had access fairly early. So I was on dial-up internet in 1994, which is still reasonably early for commercial, commercial internet for a lot of folks. We were on broadband in 1999, which again is still fairly early, all things considered. So we were fairly on there, right, fairly early on. But in 1994, your dial-up internet, you're using the modem. The first modem I was using, I actually had a 9600 baud modem. If anybody wants to look at that stuff up, the first one we actually had, the first real modem, was a 14.4K modem, and it obviously had the dial-up to it. And to download Netscape, I would use a program that would allow me to pause the download because it takes so damn long, and it would allow me to pause the download, and that way we could use the phone. And then when they were done with the phone, I could unpause and continue the download. That's how long it took.
Yeah.
Today, when I'm doing like the podcast episodes or whatever, the podcast episodes, some of them are 3, 4, and 5 gigs. Couple of, like a minute, done.
Yep.
Done. And it's like, I don't have the patience that I used to have. I download would take hours, and I would have the patience to deal with that. Today, it's like if it takes 5 minutes, I'm getting irritated.
It used to be like that when I used to look things up. It was like the dial-up took forever. I'll come back in a few minutes and see if it's like, what the hell? How did we get through those times? I don't know.
Yeah, it's that's the reason I brought it up, is that it makes me laugh thinking about how much patience I used to have for the downloads. Yeah, exactly. Like, just the brain was wired to accept that, well, like, look, this is new technology, whatever it takes. Today, it's like, if I'm sitting there and it takes me 10 minutes to download something, I'm like, this is outrageous.
Yes.
I'm writing my congressman, and I don't even have one.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is. How dare they?
Scandal.
It's scandalous. That's right. Kind of a third world country is this if I have to wait 10 minutes for a download?
Honestly.
Good Lord.
What are you going to do?
Yep. I'm just quickly writing Eric.
Are we bowing out soon?
We will be. Yep.
Because I will be shortly in one.
Yeah, no worries. We're just about at time anyway. So we'll get to the 4-hour mark here. We'll call it a night. Yeah. I'm just letting Eric know that we'll increase the like button rate to fix his internet.
That'll help.
Yeah, it'll help, no doubt.
A little bit.
Yeah, unless you have a special situation, Paul. It was 14.4. 14.4.
Yes, it was. It was horrible.
If you have 15.5, you're special.
Jump.
You're special. So it was 14.4 and then 28.8.
28.8.
14.4 and 28.8, and then 56. 56K was like, oh my God, 56K. Whoa, settle down there, buddy.
I can download that in 10 minutes now.
I know. Those old telephone modems were great. Used them at Atari computer back in the 80s. Message and bulletin boards, pre-internet. Yep. I used so we played around with CompuServe briefly. That was one. The first real internet that we used was iStar. iStar was the company back then. That was the one we had in our area.
I don't know who I had.
I just remember what's funny is I remember a little booklet. It was like, getting on the internet. Like, remember, this is 1994. And it was this little book, and it came with a CD-ROM, and it was like, getting on the internet. And here's like the browsers on the CD-ROM, and this is what you do. And iStar was the thing, and you would get charged for a certain amount of hours of internet access, and it was just limited by however many hours it was. And that was the limitation.
Yep. I remember mine used to start up, and it went through DOS for about like 5 minutes before it started your computer up. It's like, what's going on? I don't know.
Yep.
I got to learn DOS. No. Taking forever.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Oh, well.
See, Eric says, my internet's working fine. It's the platform's going to be trouble. Sounds to me like the excuses of a man. Look, much like Florida Man earlier tonight. Thou doth protest too much.
Maybe. So it might be the platform.
Yeah, it definitely has given a lot of issues tonight. It's definitely been a lot of glitching because Brad had issues, you had issues. I've actually been all right tonight. I've been surprised. Like, it's been pretty consistent for me. But again, Eric is in a third world country.
Huh.
So in fairness, like, look, the important thing, at least the good news. Eric, the good news is, since you're off the screen, you should be able to conserve enough internet so that you can tune in to Amanda's podcast in the middle of the night, because I know that's what you want to do.
She's going to go live because really it's only like 6 o'clock. Dinner time there.
It's pretty exciting. Pretty exciting.
Oh,
Paul here says 56K was flying. Yes. 56K was big time, man. Big time.
We couldn't wait. It was all about speed. It was nothing really else. It was just like the more speed you got, the better it was. And it took a long time to get through the speeds, like even in the 2000s. And then it slowly just went boom, and then we went into hyperdrive. Now,
well, that was the reason why
now speed's not an issue.
Yeah, that was the reason why in '99 going to broadband was this big deal, because it was like we were like 14.4, 28.8, 56, and then to hit the next barrier was basically like you needed a T3 line or a T1 line, which, by the way, was very difficult to come by. Most people did not have access to any of that.
No.
But then when broadband showed up, like 1 megabit, what?
We're out of this world on it.
It was. I remember 1999. My brain melted. 1 megabit. Oh my god! And it just makes me laugh that today my internet is 1,500 times faster.
Oh yeah, and
which is like
faster.
What are we even doing? That's outrageous.
Yeah,
that's outrageous if you think about it. Yeah, David G says Prodigy for us. Yeah, I remember Prodigy. That was a big one. Paul here says my email is my original Hotmail account. Funny story. So is mine. I have an MSN. Now here's the OG of OGs on Hotmail. If any of you guys remember, back in the early days of Hotmail, you could have a Hotmail domain, but since Microsoft owned it, you could have an @msn.com address, and that was actually Hotmail. But they canceled that a long time ago. I actually have an @MSN, which is from the original Hotmail, which I still have to this day.
I don't have that. I can only go back and seem to remember Simpatico. That was it.
Yep, Simpatico is that. So that was Bell. So Simpatico became Bell, and my parents still have the Simpatico email address that we originally started when we switched over to the broadband.
Oh,
yep, we still got it. They still have the domain with Simpatico. It's still at simpatico.ca.
I was coffeeman at simpatico.ca.
Yeah, and I still have access to that email account. I can log into it and still send emails out.
I wouldn't know the password. Well, maybe. No.
Well, it was funny. It was funny because my parents a while back were trying to access it because they were trying to make a change on their account. And they're like, do you remember? It's like, yeah, I remember the password. And I literally just typed it right in. And they're like, how do you? I was the one who ran your goddamn internet. Yeah. Of course I remember the password. AOL for Baz. Yeah, AOL was very popular.
AOL was the big.
I did try it. I thought it was all right for.
It was big in the States.
What I will say this, they were smart in the early days. It was much more friendly in the early days of it because you had these little chat rooms, you had these forums and things you could access and things, which was very handy if you wanted to get in touch with people and build little mini communities and stuff. But I will say then they got left behind. It was like BlackBerry. They were very smart in the early days, very good for a long time, but then they got left in the dust by everybody else.
Yep.
They never evolved.
ICQ was so funny.
ICQ was awesome. I enjoyed it.
Actually, I like some of the old memes that they used to have on there, or the little sounds. I'm gonna have to try to download a few more of those. They were fun. Yeah, but there were some other detailed ones.
Yeah. Carlos, the best internet of anyone. He ever has issues. Listen, man, for the amount of other difficulties they give me, a consistent internet is all I ask for. That's all I want out of them.
That's it.
Bass says the days of early music downloading on Pirate Bay. Yes. Although
Napster.
Pirate Bay was good. Napster, LimeWire, Kazaa.
LimeWire,
Kazaa.
I went to
No,
Lime
guys.
after Napster because Napster was having some issues. They were getting sued.
Yeah.
LimeWire was the next one. It was like
Yeah.
after that, it was like
Yeah. Look, guys. When it comes to this, it's not something I get to talk about too much. Listen, I could talk about ye old internet till the cows come home. I spend a lot of time on ye old internet. Like I said, it started in '94, so it was a very different place. A very different place.
it was. I was working at the coffee company, so I just used it for work. I didn't really use it for too much. You couldn't do too much. There was games, but it was just like
It was very basic. It was very basic.
so basic. It wasn't even good enough to really even like a lot. And
Well,
remember,
you know,
30. but-
here's a card related kind of early internet quick story. There was a radio show on the Fan 590 for sports cards in the 90s.
Yep.
And there was one specifically that was called like Rabin. I want to say Rabin was the one of the person in it. And they actually had an early website in the 90s. So they had the radio show and then also had a website on it in around 94, 95, thereabouts. There was a compliment to the radio show. And I remember that was one of the first websites I actually accessed when we had access to the internet.
Oh wow.
And that was like way, like that website has infinitely forever ago been long gone. But like I said, that was one of the first 5 websites I ever accessed was a sports card website in around 94, 95. And it was Rabin's, which was based on the radio show that the Fan 590 had for sports cards. Bob Jackson says, what was your AIM away message? Man, I don't remember. But I remember spending a lot of time on AOL Instant Messenger. I do. That was an easy way to communicate with folks.
It was.
Baz says the Atari 130 XE was the best computer I ever owned. 8586, released in April 85, and came with 128 kilobytes of RAM.
Watch out.
You're firing on all cylinders, man.
I
That's crazy.
remember buying RAM. RAM was expensive, then it was cheap. Then
Oh, it was super expensive.
Then it was cheap. It's like, fuck.
It was super expensive. It was unbelievable.
Back then, but then as we hit the 2000s, it was like, oh, it's cheap. You can get this now. It's like, and then I go, oh, okay, I need some more. And he goes, no, you need a new computer now because that RAM doesn't work in there. You have to get this. And I went, oh, fuck. And my first computer was like $3,000. $3,000. Damn.
So that was I had a Tandy that my parents bought in 89. And I actually was playing with it in 89 and 90 and 91. And that one was $3,000.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Money back then. Yeah.
It was
made
literally
with
they had to pay
parts from America.
they had to pay it on installments. They had to pay it on installments because $3,000 is like, you have to think $1989. $3,000 is like, and compared to today, it's a glorified calculator. Like it wasn't doing much. It couldn't handle too much. I know my 64. I like the Commodore 64 better than the Atari. There you go. That's valid. Fair.
See, I never played video games, so for the most part.
Yeah, that's basically where it was. That was the best version of what they had on there.
In television, Dungeons and Dragons, that's probably about as good as it got for me. And it was stupid. It was like a black thing you just walked down. Surprise! Dragon.
It was, yeah. Listen, it was a lot of those things were wild back then. All right, so last couple of comments, folks, and then we'll call it a night. Been great chatting with you all, and I got to have my second Tallboy Bear, so I'm very excited about this. So it was a good night. It was a good night. We had a lot of fun. We had thank you to Brad for joining us and chatting a little bit. I know he had to fight the urge to go and visit gong shows, but it is what it is. We had a good turnout tonight, though. I will say thank you for your folks.
What are the numbers?
I think we topped out in the mid to high 40s. So it was actually very good, especially since it's been kind of a quieter time in sports cards. I got to be honest, it's been quieter time.
It is.
So it's been very good tonight.
Christmas
Tonight was very good.
holidays and shit's happening.
Yeah, I would say tonight's been very good, and the engagement's been good. The comments have been good, so we've had a lot of fun tonight. But yeah, feel free if you are in the comments though. The more you engage, the easier it is. Obviously, we'll talk amongst ourselves, but if you guys want to participate in it, you're more than welcome to, because that makes it more fun. And I want to reach out and talk to the comments. And we try to where we can, especially if there's something interesting we can touch on.
Sure.
But yeah, things are quiet. We're all in the holidays. Again, not all of us can run away from the cops and then steal a cop car and
But the
crash into
post
another
office
car
is
and run
back,
away.
so that'll help.
Hmm. Absolutely.
That'll help things start moving again. Because all the people who sold 10, 20, $50 cards on, yeah, exactly. You know, couldn't do anything unless you wanted to spend like $20 shipping it to the States or even.
Look, I'm just excited because I can finally list my damn AEW Black Diamond cards because those things are not appreciating. I need to move them on while I still can.
Well, that's not
Oh, here we
water.
go. Name says I saw 48 people when he first logged in. Yeah, I thought so. Something like that. It was actually pretty good. I was very impressed.
Awesome.
Good night, Baz. Absolutely. There you go. 24 likes. Stick it, Eric. That's right. And
That's
on their way out, if a couple more you can hit the like, that'd be appreciated. Again, it makes Eric pay. If you like Eric, it's to approve of his dealings. If you don't like Eric, it's so that he pays because he's a jerk and we don't like him.
Yeah.
Either way, it's fine. Like,
I think so.
regardless of what your motivations are, I'm not going to judge you. Just do it. Hit the like. One other thing I'll quickly mention since Baz was talking about here. So good night, Baz. I will say though, we'll leave on this thought. I don't know if you caught it, Bobby. The end of the IRP podcast last night, literally like the last 5-10 minutes, was far and away the best part. Dave just started going off on on some random
No, I
YouTube.
logged out before the end, but I was in it.
Go to the last 5 minutes. Last 5 minutes. Literally last 5 minutes.
He went rogue. He was quiet all night though.
He was, but at the
But he
very
was-
end. But at the very end, he literally started like taking on, and I'm sitting there like, so he's got some stuff on his mind, it would seem. And I'm sitting there like, and then they ended. I'm like, no, it just got good. This is the good part. No, finally, it was like, yes.
He was damn quiet. Vinny's been talking a lot lately, so
I was getting excited. Listen, Bobby, I was getting excited. I was like, wait, name names. Let's go. I think I could figure out who he was talking about. But like, no, name. This is the one thing that frustrates me about Dave. He'll start getting mad at somebody, and I'm like, just say who it is.
I thought they were already at the end because they kept saying, "Okay, we barely go past 2 hours," and I thought it was over. So then I went and did some other stuff. So, damn! So I missed the best part at the end.
Yeah, that was as far as I'm concerned, that was far and away the best part, far and away. And it was just getting good. And then like Steve and the others are getting a little nervous. They're like, we need to cut it off.
Uh-oh.
And I was like, no, leave it on. This is good. Now I'm entertained. So Colorado's first dude, y'all is getting your lazy usual, loses masturbate. Maybe this time. We got a little bit. We're just finishing off here. Great ending for the IRP, says Baz. Yeah, it was that. Like I said, I was entertained by that.
Mm-hmm.
That was getting good. It was just getting good, man. Good night. Absolutely. Hit the like with all the accounts and burner accounts. Please do. That would be much appreciated. And Bob Jackson says here, have a good one. See everyone next week. Appreciate you, Bob Jackson, as always. Here you go. How to see 48 likes. I know. Like, listen, this is truly a problem here. Like, we'll see people, they'll tune in and watch, enjoy our comedic stylings.
I'll go like it after I leave.
And men of peacedom, as we do. And yet, we had Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. I even explained to you how we got to the Garage of Knowledge. Tonight, we got a re-explanation of the backstory of how we got to the Garage of Knowledge. We had Eric being Eric. We had Brad showing cards at the end. Yannick was here shared a couple of nice cards with us. Like, we had some good stuff tonight. We got to do some hashtag scholarship tonight.
I lasted. I put my shoes on this time.
Amazing. All right. So that's it. Thank you very much, everybody. If you do want to check out, there's going to be a couple of other things. Like if you want to go into super late night, there is going to be some other stuff related to it. I think Amanda, I want to say like Graded Gamer, I believe is the handle. Graded Gamer is going to be doing some stuff. That's non-sport. If you're interested in some of that, if you're in the wee hours and you're still awake, you're more than welcome to it. David G says, what's IRP? I'm hesitating to answer this question. So, look, David, I'm going to answer the question, but I'm going to be honest. It's an acquired taste. Look, all I'll say is we support them because they're friends of ours.
Yes.
We appreciate them for what they are. They're not quite as cognizant of the entertainment value of the medium as we are. Mm-hmm. Bobby, is this like a fair way of stating
Very
it?
fair, yeah. You probably went too far, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like all I'll say is that they produce a live stream like we do on Tuesdays.
They do that.
And they do have a lot of passion for the hobby. Let's say that. They've got a lot of passion for the hobby.
And sometimes express it more than others, yes.
Yes. And I think that's the best way I can put it. That is the best way I can put it. So It is called the Insert Revolution Podcast. You can seek it out if you wish. Check it out, and if you're still watching after that, then fair enough. Again, we support them because they're friends of ours.
What does the IRP stand for? I think is what the question kind of is.
Yeah, Insert Revolution Podcast.
Yeah.
Revolution Podcast. Yep, I've answered it. That's also the name of the podcast. That's the name of the channel. So if you find it, David, and by the way, for this comment, David, and it is certainly not PG. It is not PG-13.
It can be.
But most of there are times where I rated higher than PG-13.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. Is it like a PG-17 or something like
Maybe.
that?
Yeah,
There's like whatever's above PG-13. Go with that. And I have even more questions. David, again, we're friends with them. I've watched my fair share of episodes. I've been on episodes of the IRP, and I also have more questions. I don't feel I have answers. Bobby's been on there too.
Eric's been on the IRP.
Yeah, and yet we still have questions too. I don't have answers, but I have questions.
Lots more questions than answers, sure.
So many more questions than answers, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but thank you for asking the question. 20 likes, good job. Absolutely. So thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. All right, folks on the West Coast, Name and everybody else, it is still Friday for you. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Everybody else, it is Saturday. It is the weekend. Have yourselves a great weekend. We are approaching now the holidays next week. We got one more full week, and then we get into the holiday season. I'll let you know what's going to happen as far as all the holiday festivities and such. There will be a Christmas Eve episode. I'll be at the home anyway. Probably we'll get a Carlos Sr. cameo appearance, as is the way. Yep. And then we'll figure it out. And there'll be a New Year's Eve episode. I don't know if there'll be anything else related to it. I will let you know. You know, TBD, to be determined, and we'll find out.
All right.
But otherwise, we'll check it out. So for everybody else, have yourselves a good night. Enjoy, and we'll catch you later.
Later.